Vivian walked through the bushes, her leather shoes stepping on the stone bricks. Making a crisp sound, she pushed aside the blocking branches and leaves. Good, there's no one here, right? Vivian lifted her skirt, her toes sinking into the grass, crushing dry branches underfoot. Now is the chance to escape. A deep male voice came from behind. Vivian, what are you doing here? Vivian stopped in her tracks. Her back stiffened. I've been caught. Astaroth, the second prince of the Empire, the Duke of the North, the rumored cold-blooded man who, compared to humans, is closer to a beast in nature. Aslan Mechev. Astaroth. Aslan looked down at her. With a curve at the corner of his mouth. If you wanted to take a walk, you should have called me. We could walk together. Vivian raised her hand, gently touching the back of her head. You look busy. I can always make time for you. Vivian lowered her eyelids, her pupils trembling slightly. Although it's a bit tricky, I anticipated this would happen, so I prepared an excuse in advance. Vivian took a letter from her arms. Actually, I received an urgent letter from my sister. Aslan stared at the envelope, his gaze lingering on the wax seal. Your relationship with him is indeed very close. However, Vivian, since when did the Crown Prince become your sister? Vivian froze in place. Her pupils contracted sharply, the envelope in her hand trembling slightly. What? The Crown Prince? Vivian stared at the crest on the envelope, cold sweat seeping from her forehead. Why did it have to be Johannes's letter? The man who was at odds with Aslan. This is... Aslan reached out and snatched the envelope. The paper shattered in front of Vivian, fragments scattering and falling. It doesn't matter who sent the letter. Forget about him. Aslan reached out and gripped the back of her neck, pulling Vivian towards him. Go back to the bedroom, Vivian. A cold light flickered in Aslan's eyes, shadows casting over his face. You promised to keep me company today, didn't you? Vivian bent down, covering her mouth and nose, coughing violently, her body trembling with it. Aslan reached out to hold her shoulders. Vivian, are you okay? Sorry, I scared you. Vivian avoided his gaze, her palms still pressed against her lips. I'm Euphina. It's just a bit cold today. Aslan tightened his arms, embracing her. Then go back to the bedroom and rest. You can't get sick anymore. The day we officially become husband and wife is right before our eyes. You're looking forward to that day too, right? Vivian leaned on his shoulder, her pupils contracting with fear. Not at all. I failed again. At this rate, I will never be able to escape from here. Tracing back to the beginning of all this, the root cause of falling into this predicament, it was all because of that absurd will. That was the starting point of all mistakes. Astaroth's curse. After dying in an accident, I transmigrated into a novel I read before I died. The story begins like this. The descendants of a hero defeated the great demon, but also bore a curse because of it. They were destined to degenerate into beasts. He is the male lead of this novel and the inheritor of the curse. As a member of the royal family, he is also bound by the curse. Although born human, Aslan is destined to mutate. What's worse is that his fiancée knows nothing about the curse and is only obsessed with his power and beauty. That villainess's name is Vivian Eleonora, exactly the person I have now transmigrated into. If the plot develops as usual, Aslan will eventually grow tired of her evil deeds and fall in love with Vivian's half-sister instead. Vivian will raise a sharp blade, attempting to get rid of her sister. Aslan that will swing his sword and pierce her chest. Vivian will ultimately die by his hands. Fortunately, I transmigrated before the two of them met. Vivian crossed her arms over her chest, frowning deeply. I must avoid that ending. Vivian sat at the round table, picking up a teacup, taking a sip. As long as I stay quiet, when the time is right, I will bless the love between Aslan and the female lead. The teacup fell to the ground, porcelain shards scattering and shattering. Red liquid that splashed all over the floor. Vivian covered her mouth, blood seeping through her fingers. The novel never mentioned this detail. Vivian is heading towards death due to tuberculosis. I miraculously gained a second life, but now that I suffer from a terminal illness, no one will care about a sick Vivian. Vivian slumped to the ground, with only 1 year left to live and a huge inheritance. As long as I take away a portion of the wealth, I won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of my life. I will use my remaining time, not to live as I please. At that time, I made the decision to escape and wrote down that will. If you are reading this letter, I am probably no longer in this world. Leaving is the best choice. Do not look for me, and do not wait for me to return. I plan to spend the rest of my life in a luxury resort. No one should even think about disturbing me. Vivian put down the final stroke on the will, gifting all property and land rights to her fiancé, Prince Aslan. If the villainess completely disappears from the picture, it will be the best ending for the male and female leads. right? Vivian pulled down the brim of her hat, picked up her heavy suitcase, and walked alone into the dense forest. Everything should have gone smoothly. 3 robbers blocked the way. One of them kicked the fallen coachman with his toe. Another raised a short knife, pointing it forward. Hand over the things in the carriage, and we'll let you go. How about it? Vivian stood in front of the carriage, looking at her attendant lying in a pool of blood. The journey had just begun, and I already ran into robbers. The robber boss approached the carriage. Mississippi, just consider today. Not to be your bad luck. This level can't even be considered test. Vivian lowered her head, shadows covering her eyes. You're right. Today is indeed unlucky. But the unlucky ones aren't me. It's you. Vivian held the sword horizontally across her chest with both hands. The tip of the sword pointed forward at the robber. The boss stood stunned for a moment, then burst into harsh laughter. Huh, this little chick actually wants to fight us. Another robber pointed at the sword blade, laughing so hard he couldn't stand straight. Commendable courage. Too bad it's all in vain. Vivian comes from the Empire's most prominent military family. The blood of the Eleonora family flows with a talent for swordsmanship. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the forest. 2 robbers lay sprawled on the ground. Vivian sheathed her sword. Did I use too much force? A taste of fresh blood welled up in her throat. A low roar came from the shadows. Vivian stopped her movements and listened closely. Did the sound come from that wooden cabin in the middle of the forest? Why would there be a house? Vivian stepped inside, her leather boots treading on the wooden floor, making a muffled sound. The sound is coming from behind this cloth. Vivian reached out her right hand and abruptly pulled away the hanging gray cloth. Her pupils contracted in surprise. What is this? An iron cage lay in the shadows. A male lion was trapped behind the bars, covered in blood, growling low at Vivian. It's a lion. That looks severely injured. Black mane, golden beastly pupils. This appearance can't be wrong. It's Aslan. Why is he here? And in the form of a lion? Vivian supported herself on the ground with both hands, looking up at the panting beast in the cage. I just finished writing my will. Not to leave all my property to him. Could it be because it deviated from the original plot? The heavy sound of metal scraping rang out. An iron axe was slowly dragged across the floor. Vivian dragged the iron axe. I don't want to get involved with you anymore, but I can't just watch you die, especially in the form of a beast that can't speak. Vivian raised the iron axe. You have to promise me. After this, you must let me go. Vivian swung her arms fiercely. The iron axe drew an arc in the air. The sound of metal colliding exploded. The axe blade struck heavily on the chain. The broken iron rings snapped off in all directions. Vivian coughed violently. Her hands lost strength, releasing the axe handle, and she slumped to the ground, panting heavily. I think I did it. Aslan lowered his body. A muddy, low growl rolled from his throat. His golden pupils locked, onto the woman in front of him. Wait, Your Highness, Aslan. Vivian raised her hands in front of her chest. You're not going to eat me, are you? Aslan suddenly opened his massive jaws. Sharp fangs glinted coldly in the shadows. He let out a roar that shattered the air. Vivian fell backward. Her pupils contracted violently from extreme fear. A scream pierced the dead silence. A few days ago, at Aslan's estate, sunlight shone into the towering stone spires. The White Palace complex stood in silence. Aslan sat at his desk, opening the letter in his hand. Dear Your Highness Aslan, if you're reading this will, I am probably no longer in this world. Leaving is the best choice for me. Do not look for me, and do not wait for me to return. As for my property and territory, I have decided to leave them all to my fiancée, Your Highness Aslan. Vivian, Eleonora. Aslan stared at the signature, his fingertips pressing hard against the edge of the paper. You actually interrupted my work just for. That's such a piece of paper. A man stood across the desk, hands folded over his abdomen. This is not just a piece of paper. Aslan held his forehead and let out a sigh. I know, it's a will. With her personality, it's probably just to get attention again. Diego frowned, his expression grave. Your Highness, I'm afraid it's real this time. She has contracted tuberculosis. Aslan's body suddenly stiffened. Tuberculosis? Diego bowed his head slightly. This is news obtained from the Eleonora family's private doctor. It is said that the illness has deteriorated to an irreversible stage. Her body contorted by illness. The massive shock that has completely changed her into a different person. Aslan pressed down on the will. Diego, burn this will. The Emperor must never find out about it. Diego hesitated to speak. Your Highness, His Majesty has already ordered a thorough investigation into Miss Vivian's will. Aslan suddenly looked up, his pupils contracting in shock. Damn it. A heavy punch smashed onto the desk. The wooden texture let out a dull thud. The news of the will has already reached the palace. Johannes must have heard about this too. That will never let this opportunity slip by. He will try every means to pin the blame on me. I must act before that. Find that woman immediately. Aslan let out a roar. Before she breathes her last, bring her to me. If she's already dead, at least bring back her corpse. I'll have to play the role of a heartbroken fiancé. Diego bowed deeply. Yes, my lord. Aslan turned his face away. Vivian, this woman has been nothing but a trouble from beginning to end. 5 days later, horse hooves shattered the silence of the forest. Aslan pulled the reins. Did her trail disappear here? The attendant rode closely behind. Yes, she seems to have entered this. That forest. Aslan turned his horse around. Keep chasing. The attendant looked troubled. Your Highness, the southern forest during the rainy season is very dangerous. Aslan looked back, his eyes cold. That is the least of my worries right now. It's been exactly 5 days searching for Vivian. These meddlesome fools that always come to block the way. Aslan galloped his horse. If you are afraid, wait at the foot of the mountain. The attendant reached out his hand, trying to stop him. Your Highness. Aslan dismounted. With her physical condition, she definitely couldn't have gone far. Finding her trail shouldn't. That'd be difficult, but we're being followed again. Aslan stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look at the shadows behind him. Are these assassins sent by Johannes? These meddlesome fools, daring to block my way. I will tear them all to pieces. Aslan. A whisper came from the void. Aslan suddenly stopped, his pupils trembling violently. This voice. In the darkness, a pair of red eyes opened. Viscous malice rolled in the air. I am your true self. Aslan clutched his chest, feeling the heavy pounding of his heart. Embrace it, you bloodthirsty beast. Perish in remorse and despair. Why now? Aslan threw his head back. A roar erupted from deep within his throat. No, no. Red mist wrapped around his body like chains, swallowing his sanity. Aslan threw his head back, panting heavily. Sweat dripped down his jaw. I can't pass out here. Consciousness floating in the void. Fragments of memory began to piece together. It was a scene from a long time ago. Vivian stood in the center of the hall, her voice trembling as she asked, "Do you want to break off the engagement?" Aslan's tone was icy. That's right. As long as you are alive, don't ever dream of becoming the Grand Duchess. Remember that well. Villainous Eleonora. She took a step, walking towards the door. Leather boots, treading on the stone slabs, making a muffled sound. Vivian reached out her hand. Wait. She bent down, covering her mouth in pain. Fresh. Blood dripped to the ground, splashing like red flowers. Why? Why make me see these memories? Is it to make me feel guilty for her death? Astaroth, what exactly do you want? Not only tormenting my flesh, but also dragging my soul into the abyss of despair? A mocking laughter echoed in his ears. You will regret this day. Regret it forever. Aslan closed his eyes. In the darkness, a faint light emerged. Don't worry, I will save you. Someone is here. Aslan suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils transformed into beast-like vertical slits. Is it an assassin? The giant beast roared to the sky. The fangs looked terrifying under the moonlight. Vivian slumped to the ground, letting out a scream. Vivian, Aslan murmured softly, watching her collapse from exhaustion, passing out on the cold wooden floor. Why am I in this kind of place? Did Vivian lock me up here? No, it shouldn't be her. Did she save me? Aslan moved his heavy limbs and walked to the edge of the bars, looking down at the woman on the ground. What? That a fool. She can't even protect herself. Since she has already seen me in this state, I have even more reason not to let her go. Astaroth's curse. That is an absolute secret. If she discovers the truth, I must get rid of her. But I cannot let her die here alone. He bent down, grabbing the back of Vivian's neck with his teeth, lifting her entire body off the ground. After all, she is still nominally my fiancée. Aslan stepped into the ring. Heavy footsteps echoed in the valley. Vivian let out a soft groan, her fingers twitching slightly, waking up in the warm fur. Is that the sound of rain? Something feels wrong. It's not cold at all. Instead, it's very warm. Vivian suddenly opened her eyes. Aslan. Vivian knelt beside the giant beast, her fingertips touching the gray mane. Why am I with Aslan? In a place like this? She lowered her gaze, staring at her palm. This is blood. Wake up, Aslan. The torrential rain washed over the forest. Vivian tore a piece of cloth, wrapping it around the giant beast's wound, pulling it tight. All right, this should temporarily that stopped the bleeding. She leaned down. You need to be careful, okay? Is he used to getting hurt? Even with injuries, he still brought me here. She reached out, her fingertips gently touching the black mane, her palm feeling the rising and falling breath. Thank you. The giant beast suddenly opened its eyes, golden pupils locking onto the line of sight ahead. Vivian stiffened her body, letting out a short gasp. She withdrew her hand, rubbing her hair. You shouldn't have any other wounds, right? His look just now was like a human's. It must be my illusion. Vivian froze in place, her gaze resting on the giant beast's chest. Is it a pentagram array? Why does Aslan have this on his chest? It's completely different from the mark in the novel. She stroked the giant beast's back. Anyway, it's good that you didn't suffer any other injuries. Gravel rolled down from the roof of the cave, hitting the dry ground. Vivian looked around. It seems we have other troubles. You stay here. I'll go deeper into the cave. Thought to take a look. Aslan's throat vibrated, letting out a low growl. She stopped and looked back at the giant beast following closely behind. Do you want to come with me? It should be fine, right? The red magic circle emerged, emitting a faint light. This sense of deja vu lingers. After seeing the mark on his chest, I finally know where this is. This is the Cave of Engraving. In the original story, it's where the protagonists first established their contract. In the original story, the male and female leads were trapped here by a rainstorm. After spending the night together, a red mark was left on their chests. That is the key to Aslan maintaining his rationality. Therefore, this is a very important place. The question is, why is the one standing here now me, and not the original female lead? Vivian abruptly turned around and ran towards the cave entrance. This is too awkward. If a landslide happens, then it's all over. I can't afford any more trouble. According to the tracker's display, he must be in this cave. She held her breath, listening closely to the movements outside the cave. Someone is here. I have to hide. Several black-robed knights appeared at the cave entrance, long swords hanging at their waists. We must catch him for his highness, the crown prince. Vivian pressed tightly against the rock wall. For the crown prince? What are they talking about? Capture him alive? Her. Dot pupils contracted. The person Johannes is looking for is. Run, Aslan. Aslan leaped up, his black body tearing through the rain, suddenly. Dot pouncing on the black-robed knights at the cave entrance. Sharp claws tore through flesh. Blood splashed onto the dirt. Help! Grab him! We need him alive, you idiot. I told you to be careful. At this rate, Aslan could fall from the cave roof at any moment. Vivian looked up. That's it. You animal-abusing bastards. She rushed too. Dot the center of the clearing. How dare you bully a little cat who can't speak? I'm going to report you all. The black-robed knights stopped their movements, staring at the woman in front of them. Who is this crazy woman? Don't just stand there. We can't leave any witnesses. The black-robed knights charged with their swords raised. Kill her. Vivian stood in place, staring at the approaching sword blades. Now, come a little closer. She reached out and grabbed the vines. Come to the cave entrance. Two black-robed knights flanked her from left and right, their long swords drawing arcs in the air. Vivian was enveloped in shadows, motionless. She gripped the vines tightly and suddenly pulled downwards. Now, boulders that collapsed from the cave roof, crashing towards the sword-wielding black-robed knights. Watch out! Help! The black-robed knights were buried by the falling rocks, letting out short screams. Help! Aslan stood outside the cave, his golden pupils contracting violently, watching the collapsed cave entrance. Vivian, the rocks, that completely sealed off the entrance. Dust and smoke dispersed in the rain. A noise came from behind the pile of rubble. She pushed away the stones and crawled out from the shadows. Her long sword was stuck upside down in the mud beside her. Vivian knelt next to the rubble pile, panting heavily. That was close. Luckily, my calculations were accurate. The inside didn't collapse. She looked outside the cave. Is there anyone else? Vivian grasped the hilt of her sword. So, do the rest of you want to taste my sword too? She drew her sword, the silver blade pointing forward, the corners of her mouth turning up slightly. Come on. The black-robed knights turned and dashed deep into the forest. No, retreat, help. Vivian watched their retreating backs. They actually ran away. Cowards. Her body swayed. She let out a soft chuckle. That's great. Vivian fell backward, her long hair scattering in the air, crashing heavily onto the cold ground. Her longsword slipped from her hand, hitting the rock with a crisp sound. Aslan approached, looking down at the unconscious woman, squeezing out a broken. Saw from his throat. She lay in the pile of rubble, coughing violently, blood splashing onto her collar. Perhaps I went too far, although I wrote a will. and prepared to die. But I don't want to die in such a desolate place. Vivian completely lost consciousness. A hand supported the back of her head, fingertips running through. But her golden hair. Aslan reached out his arms and picked her up horizontally. His black short hair was wet from the rain. He looked down, gazing at the pale face in his arms. Vivian. Aslan knelt in the rain, his arms embracing the unconscious Vivian. He looked down at that pale face. Why? Why did you do this? The Vivian in my memory is not like this. You only cared about power and your own safety. That is the real Vivian, the woman I remember. So why did you stay? You should have stayed the way you were. If you were still the same as before, you wouldn't constantly occupy my mind. I wouldn't have developed this thirst to get close to you. Aslan leaned down, his arms wrapping around Vivian. This unbearable hunger and desire. What exactly is it? Aslan murmured softly. Tell me, Vivian. What exactly have you done to me? Aslan cupped her face, his fingertips rubbing her cold skin. Vivian, please open your eyes. Vivian suddenly jolted awake, her eyes wide, staring at the ceiling above. Where's this? Vivian looked around. This place is too magnificent. Could it be that I finally died? And came to heaven? The bedroom door was suddenly pushed open. Vivian sat up quietly. What was that sound? Aslan stood with his back to the bed, questioning the doctor in front of him. Is there really no treatment method? The doctor lowered his head, avoiding his gaze. Please forgive me. Her condition deteriorated too fast. I'm afraid she won't last more than a year. Aslan raised his hand to cover his face. I brought you here because you're the best doctor in the South. Are these the only words you have to say? Vivian observed from a distance. Is he going to hit the doctor? I must stop him. Vivian. Dot reached out her hand, her fingertips trembling, calling out weakly, Your Highness. Aslan turned around abruptly. Vivian. You're finally awake. Aslan leaned down, gazing at Vivian's face. Vivian looked around. What place is this? This is my territory in the south. Aslan reached out and pressed the back of her hand. Don't worry. Here, rest well. I'm sorry for making you stay in this kind of place. Once your health improves, we will immediately set off for the capital. Vivian froze in place. What are we going to the capital for? We are going there to get married. Aslan straightened up, his eyes locking on Vivian. To hold the wedding immediately. Vivian sat up abruptly, her pupils trembling. What did you say? Aslan pressed down on the edge of the bed, stopping Vivian from getting up. You shouldn't get out of bed right now. Lie down a bit longer. Vivian froze in place. What on earth is going on? Aslan leaned close to her face. I know. You have always been looking forward to this day. I will handle all the tedious procedures. Aslan held up the paper in his hand. You just need to sign here. Vivian stared at the paper. Is he serious? Written on the paper was Vivian Astaroth. Vivian held her head, letting out a silent scream. Aslan is supposed to hate Vivian. If he marries me, what will happen to the female lead? Vivian recalled what she wrote. In order not to be entangled with anyone for the rest of my life, I even planned out what happens after my death. Why does it feel like the more I want to escape, the deeper I am dragged in? Why is he going to such lengths for me? Aslan leaned close. Don't worry. From now on, I will always stay by your side. You will never be as lonely as before. Vivian lowered her eyelids, her heart beating violently. I understand now. He doesn't care about me at all. He just wants to use the marriage certificate to lock me by his side. There's only one reason Aslan went this far. He is suspecting me. Suspecting that I know about Astaroth's curse. That fatal weakness. So, that's why he wants to monitor me. Vivian gripped the paper in her hand, her knuckles turning white from the force. I absolutely cannot marry him. Vivian looked up. Your Highness, why are you doing this? You know very well that I don't have long to live. This engagement was a political marriage to begin with. Since I'm about to die, the marriage has lost its meaning. This is meaningless to both of us. So, please let me spend my final days alone. I'm begging you. Vivian, why would you say such things? Aslan suddenly approached, his shadow instantly enveloping Vivian. You won't die, no matter what the cost is. I will save your life. Don't listen to those people's nonsense. Aslan's eyes turned icy. Vivian hunched her shoulders. He is simply a beast. Your Highness. The attendant stood at the door, reminding him in a low voice, it's time to handle official business. Aslan stopped his movements and turned to look out the window. Is it already this late? Aslan let go of his hand. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Vivian, get a good rest. Vivian shrank her neck, avoiding his fingertips. I'm so scared. Aslan stopped his movement, his fingertips suspended in midair. Perhaps I pushed you too hard. Aslan turned and left, his footsteps fading away. Vivian sat on the bed. What did he just say? The door closed. Aslan stood in the corridor. Damn it. Diego stepped forward, asking in a low voice, Your Highness, are you all right? Aslan pressed his forehead. Why wouldn't I be? Diego looked at Aslan. You personally carried Lady Vivian all the way here, even disregarding your own physical condition. I really can't help but worry about you. I'm Fine. Aslan turned his face away. Don't mind me. Rather than that, I have something I need you to do. Diego bowed his head slightly. Please give your orders. Go and investigate thoroughly everything about the Eleonora family, including all their private affairs. I want to know why they have been abusing Vivian until she became terminally ill, and they even dared to keep the news hidden all this time. Go and get to the bottom of it. Yes, Your Highness. Diego bowed and accepted the order. The night enveloped the entire estate. Vivian lay on the large bed. Everything happened so suddenly. Is it really necessary to be in such a hurry? What about my dream vacation? Am I going to die before even seeing the sea? And spending the rest of my life walking on thin ice beside Aslan? It's truly exhausting. Suddenly, 2 crisp knocks came from outside the door. Madam, may I come in? Vivian froze in place. Madam? I'm not used to this title yet. Yes. Please come in. A maid pushed the door open, stood at the doorway, and respectfully lowered her head. His Highness has a message to pass on to you, madam. Vivian looked over from the bed. The maid's voice echoed in the spacious room. His Highness invites you to have breakfast together tomorrow. His Highness wishes to discuss the matter of marriage registration with you. Vivian froze on the bed. Tomorrow morning? Is he serious? The next morning, the maid pushed the door open. Please let us help you freshen up, madam. The tips of the comb's teeth glided through her hair, making a soft, rustling sound. Vivian sat in front of the mirror, letting the maid surround her. Why does Aslan have to go to such lengths? He clearly only needs to pretend to care. There's absolutely no need to go to such trouble to save me. Vivian lowered her eyelids, recalling Aslan's gaze from last night. He said he would save me at any cost. The novel's plot surfaced in her mind. Halfway through the story, a treatment for tuberculosis was indeed mentioned. It was a medicine developed by a doctor who was an old acquaintance of Aslan. There was no other way to get the medicine except through Aslan. But can I hold on until the medicine is successfully developed? The hem of her dress swept across the wooden floor, making a slight friction sound. The maid stepped aside. Madam, we have finished preparing you. Vivian stood up and walked towards the door. Considering that your body has not yet fully recovered, that we have prepared light clothing for you. The maid gazed at Vivian. You look truly beautiful in this outfit. Thank you. The size is a perfect fit. The maid led the way in front. We will escort you to the dining room now. Leather shoes stepped on the corridor carpet, making a muffled sound. Calm down, Vivian. Think about the current situation logically. I must fight for the most advantageous conditions for myself while avoiding being controlled by Aslan. The cutlery lightly touched the porcelain plate, making a crisp sound. At first, everything went smoothly. The atmosphere at breakfast was not oppressive. Aslan wasn't in a hurry to bring up the topic of marriage. If he could slow down the pace, it would actually be better for me. The head chef walked up to the dining table. Is the food to your liking? Vivian put down her knife and fork, responding with a smile. It's been a long time since I've had such a thoughtfully prepared meal. The head chef let out a hearty laugh. It's truly an honor to hear you say that, madam. The head chef lifted Vivian's hand. I will continue to work hard cooking for you. I look forward to it. The head chef bowed and kissed the back of her hand. Aslan called out in a low voice, Head chef. The meat seems to be burnt. The head chef abruptly pulled his hand back. Aslan viciously stabbed the steak with his fork. Do you not know how to cook a steak? I'm beginning to doubt your credentials as a head chef. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Vivian looked at the perfect food on her plate. What's he talking about? It tastes perfectly fine. Aslan put down his cutlery. Breakfast is over. Everyone withdraw. The servants lowered their heads and exited the dining room. Aslan walked around the long table and stopped beside Vivian. So now, he slammed a document heavily onto the table. Sign it. Aslan leaned in close. Can we continue our topic from last night? Vivian turned her head, avoiding his gaze. Excuse me, but this isn't a negotiation at all. Aslan suddenly exerted force, the pen tip scratching harshly against the paper. This is coercion. Aslan buried his head in her neck, breathing heavily. Sorry, I originally didn't want to do this. but I can no longer restrain myself. The pen tip moved frantically across the contract, making a continuous scratching sound. Is he a prince or a loan shark? Wait a minute. Vivian struggled, leaning backward. Let go of me. Vivian swung her arm. Her elbow pressed against his chest. Aslan's body staggered backward, letting out a painful gasp. Vivian reached out in panic, trying to support the swaying man. Oh my God. Are you all right? Aslan furrowed his brows tightly, clutching his violently heaving chest. It's fine. Compared to the suffering you've endured, this little pain is nothing at all. He looked like he was in real pain. Vivian withdrew her hands, gazing at the man in front of her. Why must you go to such lengths, Your Highness? I did indeed once insist on marrying you, but now that I no longer harbor that desire, my only wish is to spend the last year of my life peacefully. If breaking off the engagement brings any trouble, I will take full responsibility. So please let me go. I must reassure him that I will never leak. But the secret of the curse. Aslan coughed lightly and reached out to take back the document on the table. If that's the case, how about this? Vivian looked at him in confusion. Aslan flipped the paper over and leaned down, writing quickly on the back. What is he writing? This is a contract. I promise to use all the resources and intelligence of the Astaroth family to fully treat you. If you are still alive after a year, then sign the marriage application on the other side. Now take a breath. How about it? Vivian stared into his eyes. What if I die? That kind of thing will absolutely not happen. Aslan's expression was solemn. I will take all necessary measures to protect you and ensure that you do not die from any disease or accident. I will never let you leave. Vivian looked down to examine the contract. He might be lying, but thinking about it carefully, Aslan has had countless opportunities to get rid of me. If he's going to such lengths to convince me, it means he can't easily kill his fiancée. Should I use this to my advantage? As long as I can hold on until the antidote in the novel appears, it'll be fine. After all, I don't want to. Not die. Vivian gripped the paper tightly in her fingertips, looking up straight at the man in front of her. All right, I accept your proposal. Aslan gazed at her, a barely noticeable smile crossing his lips. Good. What was that expression just now? I feel like I've become targeted prey. Just like that, I stayed at Aslan's estate. The white mansion stood in the sunlight, its sharp spires not piercing the sky. Vivian knelt on the bedroom carpet, opening a heavy leather suitcase and rummaging through the stacked clothes. I still can't completely trust him. I can't read what he's thinking at all. What if I anger him and he suddenly changes? Got his mind? Vivian abruptly slammed the suitcase shut. I need to prepare an emergency bag, just in case I need to escape. Aslan leaned against the doorframe, his arms crossed. Vivian jolted violently, turning around with stiff shoulders. Is there something you need? I thought we were done talking. Aslan stepped into the room, his leather shoes making a muffled sound on the floor. I called you, but you didn't respond. Why is the bedroom such a mess? It looks exactly like you're preparing to abscond. Vivian took a deep, breath. Calm down, Vivian. I must appear completely non-threatening. That to get out of this current predicament. Vivian slowly turned around, a docile blush appearing on her face. Your Highness. Vivian lowered her eyelids. Your Highness, I'm sorry for messing up the room. I was just trying to find some clothes. Aslan, that stopped in his tracks. Clothes? Vivian replied softly. Yes. I want to go out for some fresh air, but my body is too emaciated right now. None of my old clothes fit anymore. Vivian. Dot raised her hand to touch her collarbone. I can no longer dress up like I used to. Aslan stood in silence. Did it work? Aslan raised his hand to press his forehead, letting out a sigh. Are you just thinking about these trivial things? To me, it makes no difference whether you dress up or not. Did it fail? Aslan moved his hand away. To me, you that have always been beautiful. Vivian froze in place, not catching his words clearly. Aslan turned his head. Diego, are you there? Diego bowed respectfully. Yes, Your Highness. Cancel all my schedules. I'm going to town with Vivian. Diego lowered his head to take the order. Yes, Your Highness. Vivian widened her eyes. Aslan is going out with me? No, you don't have to do this. I can go by myself. Aslan turned around. You are a patient. You cannot take any risks. The corners of Aslan's mouth lifted into a smile. Since it's not safe to go alone, I will act as your bodyguard. Vivian held her head in her hands and let out a miserable wail. No. Why did things turn out like this again? Sunlight spilled over the dense rooftops. Vivian stood in the middle of the street, looking around at the bustling crowd. Wow, look at all these people. Shops lined both sides of the street. Carriage wheels rolled over the cobblestones, making a dull sound. How long has it been since I went out window shopping like this? Looking back at the past, I have never truly lived a free life. First, I was locked at home, and after escaping, I fell into one. Trouble after another. Aslan pulled his hat down. Be careful, Vivian. There are a lot of people around here. Vivian turned her head away, letting out a soft snort. My current situation can hardly be called freedom either. Yes. Let's keep walking and buy some souvenirs to take back. Vivian gazed ahead. Is it really okay? The two walked through the noisy market, the shouts of the vendors. Rising and falling. Vivian stopped in front of a stall, her eyes falling on several transparent crystals. What are those? They're really beautiful. The stall owner rubbed his hands and leaned forward. Do you need some magic stones? Aslan took out his coin. Purse. I'll buy them all. Vivian turned her head abruptly. No, I don't have any magic power. Even if I buy them, I can't use them. Aslan stared at the crystals. Even if you can't use them, then you can keep them as decorative souvenirs. Why is he in such a hurry to spend money on me? There's really no need. Magic stones are for people like you who can use magic. Something more suitable for me is. Vivian stopped her movements, her gaze landing on a weapons rack in the distance. Over there, Vivian drew a sword from its sheath. The long sword traced an arc in the air, bringing with it a gust of wind. The stall owner widened his eyes, exclaiming repeatedly, Madam's stance is truly remarkable. Vivian sheathed the sword, the corners of her mouth lifting. Did you see that clearly, Aslan? I am Vivian of the prestigious Eleonora family. Aslan stood rooted to the spot, watching the woman wielding the sword. I won't let you take advantage of me. Yes, you are still as dazzling as ever, Vivian. Just like back then. Aslan lowered his head, a smile, appearing on his lips. A scream suddenly erupted in the distance. Vivian was startled. What was that sound? Cries for help came from the crowd. Catch the thief. Someone help. Vivian raised her hand to hold the brim of her hat. A robbery? Vivian withdrew her gaze. Although I want to help, I have to hide my identity right now. Being nosy has never brought me any good results. The guards will handle it. I should stay put. A crying shout came from the distance. He stole my mother's keepsake. Vivian turned her head abruptly. A mother's keepsake? That's enough. Vivian lifted her skirt and sprinted towards the center of the commotion. Aslan reached out to stop her. Vivian, deep in the alley, a tall man looked down at the young girl in front of him. I didn't steal anything. The girl's voice trembled. I saw it. Please give back to me. The man raised his right hand, ready to strike. You little brat. Vivian instantly dashed into the alley, her fingers locking onto the man's wrist like iron pincers. The man struggled, but couldn't move. What are you doing? Vivian's eyes were icy. I should be the one asking you that. Stop lying. Give the thing back to her. How could you steal someone else's mother's keepsake? The burly man's face flushed red. What nonsense are you spouting? The burly man swung his fist, creating a gust of wind. If you don't want to die, get lost. Vivian stood her ground. What a pitiful fist. Should I let him hit me once out of sympathy? The burly man's movement came to an abrupt halt. His fist stopped in midair, unable to advance even a fraction of an inch. Aslan appeared at some point, shadows casting over his face. You dare lay a hand on her? Even I treat her with the utmost respect. Do your filthy hands that deserve to touch her? A miserable scream pierced the sky, startling the birds near the spired building in the distance. Vivian handed over the cloth bag, returned to its rightful owner. I'm so glad that you were able to get it back. The young girl clutched the cloth bag tightly. Thank you. This is very important to me. With this, I can prove my identity to my father. The girl looked up, her eyes sparkling. You saved my life. May I ask your name? Vivian hesitated and pulled her hat brim down. Well, two guards wearing dark uniforms approached. What happened here? Vivian pulled her hat brim lower. Oh no, the city guards. Vivian turned and walked away immediately. Aslan, let's go. The two quickly disappeared at the end of the alley. The young girl reached out her arm. Wait, the girl stood in the middle of the market, gazing at the empty street. But I will see her again, right? My savior. Aslan was being dragged along as they ran. Vivian stopped and released her grip. Sorry, I didn't think too much just now. And just grabbed your hand. No, I didn't mean that. Just now, you didn't call me Your Highness, but directly called my name. Can you keep calling me like that? Vivian tilted her head. Call your name? So suddenly? Aslan Re-Chef Astaroth, Grand Duke. Aslan shook his head. No, don't call me by my full name. Then, Aslan lowered his eyelids, the corners of his mouth curving up. Yes, Vivian. It's getting late. Let's go back. What was that all about just now? Why does he want me to call him by his first name? He really is a mystery. Johannes. Pressed his finger against his chin. That younger brother of mine is indeed a bit eccentric, but at least he's finally taken action. Johannes. Leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs. This will keep me entertained for a while. The outing ended. feeling a sense of peace inside. The two walked side by side on the street, their shadows elongating on the ground. If every day could be spent like this, staying here for a whole year wouldn't be a problem. Vivian thought the troubles were far behind her until today. Sunlight poured into the glass greenhouse. Vivian sat at the round table, with Johannes sitting opposite her. I have to think back carefully to figure out exactly where things went wrong. Vivian picked up her teacup, staring at the man opposite her. What exactly is going on? Why am I here? Johannes put down his teacup, a smile on his lips. Why am I with the crown prince? Vivian lowered her eyelids. This morning, I got Aslan's permission. I was finally able to go out. Aslan stood in front of the bookshelf. Are you going to the bank alone? If that's the case, I will send my most elite guards to accompany you. Vivian waved her hands to refuse. I told you, I want to go alone. It took quite some convincing to persuade him. Vivian got into the carriage. The wheels rolled over the grass in the woods, and the sound of horse hooves echoed among the tree shadows. Vivian pushed open the carriage window and looked out at the unfamiliar scenery. Driver, this isn't the way to the bank. The coachman tightened his grip on the reins, his voice coming from the front. We're taking a shortcut. The wooden wheels rubbed against the dirt road. The carriage stopped deep in the dense forest. Madam, we have arrived. Vivian pushed the carriage door open, asking why it took so long. Looking around, she let out a gasp of amazement. A white palace stood at the top of the stairs. Vivian stood in the shadows, looking up at the towering dome, realizing that she had been kidnapped. Johannes chuckled softly. This is the arrangement of fate. The coachman accidentally took the wrong path. Since you are already here, why not relax and enjoy the moment? Vivian lowered her head in silence, anger igniting in her heart. It was clearly you who ordered him to kidnap me. This kind of shameless. Behavior perfectly fits the identity of a villain. It's exactly the same as described in the novel. He is Aslan's arch-nemesis, Johannes Friedrich Astaroth. Unlike Aslan, his biological mother, that was just a lowly maid. As the eldest son of the Empire, he was supposed to inherit the curse of Astaroth. However, the imperial family used dark magic to suppress the curse. The curse is like a ticking time bomb that could completely erupt at any moment. That power is enough to summon a demon, enough to destroy the world. The reason I was summoned here must have something to do with him. Vivian gripped the hem of her dress tightly. I absolutely must not fall into his trap. Johannes looked towards the distant sea, marveling at the magnificence of the ocean. Vivian turned her head, voicing a puzzled inquiry. Johannes gazed at the beautiful southern scenery, claiming this was the best way to relax. Vivian responded in a low voice, indicating she understood. Johannes picked up the teapot and poured tea into the cup. This is a place where I can be my true self. The climate is warm, the scenery is beautiful. Most importantly, I have met a friend here to share that afternoon tea with. Johannes closed his eyes, a smile on his lips. Thanks to you, this place has become even more beautiful. Thank you, Lady Vivian. Who said we are friends? Vivian put down her teacup. Your Highness, please excuse me, but I am feeling a bit unwell. I'm afraid I must take my leave. Johannes opened his eyes. The imperial family is very concerned about your health. I would like to recommend a royal physician to you. Don't you feel that you haven't received the care you deserve? Is he testing me? Johannes clasped his hands and rested his chin on them. That younger brother of mine is truly negligent. To think he's unwilling to even find a doctor for his fiancée. He's trying to sow discord between me and Aslan. But I've already signed a contract to treat Aslan's curse. Your despicable scheme won't succeed. Vivian looked straight ahead. I completely understand him. He simply doesn't want to abuse his power as a prince for personal desires. Is it your true thought? Vivian pressed her hands against the table. As you know, despite the constant rumors, he remains a man with noble ideals. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave first. A black cat let out a meow. Vivian stopped her movements and turned her head. To look at the floor. Why is there a cat here? Johannes leaned back in his chair. I heard you are very good at communicating with animals. Vivian averted her gaze. That's something the Vivian in the novel is good at. My current situation is already difficult enough. Johannes, watch your back. I really need your help. Vivian picked up the black cat, stroking its smooth fur. It looks very docile, and obedient. Johannes lowered his eyelids, the corners of his mouth curving up. No, I didn't mean that one. Leather boots stepped on the grass, making a heavy sound. Aslan strode through the corridor. Your fiancé seems to trust you very much, Aslan. This makes me see you in a new light. Aslan stopped in his tracks, gazing at Vivian. To me, she is truly too outstanding. She should absolutely not be brought to a place like this against her will. Johannes stood up. Indeed, then take good care of her. It would be troublesome if she were targeted by a filthy beast. Don't you think so? Aslan turned his head, his eyes icy. Unfortunately, the tea party ends here. Johannes, leaned in closer. Please do come again, Lady Vivian. Vivian furrowed her brows tightly. The way he put it makes it sound like I came here willingly. Vivian covered her mouth, coughing violently. Perhaps I'm too nervous. I'm feeling very unwell. Aslan reached out to support her shoulders. Vivian. Aslan gritted his teeth. If anything happens to Vivian, I will never let you off, Johannes. Aslan reached around her waist and scooped Vivian up into his arms. Vivian. We're going back. Hold on a little longer. Vivian pressed her hands against his chest. Aslan, put me down quickly. Johannes watched their retreating figures. How disappointing. I prepared all this especially because that she seems to like kittens very much. It appears she's already become infatuated with another beast. Johannes reached out to stroke the black cat's back. Lady Vivian, your perception of Aslan is completely wrong. He is nothing but a beast. What drives him is instinct and your wealth, not love. I really wonder what kind of expression you'll make in the end. Johannes lowered his eyelids. When you finally see the truth. Johannes looked up, a flush appearing on his cheeks, the corners of his mouth curving up slightly. I can't wait to see that. At Aslan's grand estate, the sound of coughing penetrated the stone walls. Aslan stood by the bed. The doctor said your overexertion caused your condition to worsen. This is my mistake. I will never let you go out alone again. Vivian leaned against the headboard, watching the man turn. To leave. Aslan, I knew Johannes would come to the south for a short visit, but I didn't expect him to target you. When he tried to sow discord between us, I was consumed by anger. At that moment, I even wanted to kill them all and forcefully take you away as punishment for him deceiving me. But I understand him. Aslan is a man with noble ideals. You chose to believe me. Can you really say that? I am just a filthy beast, and I've said all kinds of cruel things to you, Vivian. Aslan lowered his eyelids. Don't you hate me? It's fine. Just pretend you didn't hear what I just said. Vivian stared at his back, her tone calm. I don't hate you. Aslan's back trembled slightly. Why don't you hate me? A smile appeared on Vivian's lips. Although he is very annoying and scary, there's no need for me to hate you along with him too, right? As I just said, Aslan, Vivian bent over, clutching her chest, coughing violently. Why does it have to be right now? Diego stepped in front of the bed. Your Highness, Lady Vivian needs complete rest. Aslan nodded in acknowledgement, turning towards the door. All right, I'll leave her in your care. The heavy wooden door closed, making a crisp sound as it latched. Aslan walked along the corridor. She actually doesn't hate me, but if she knew the truth, that the fiancé she once despised is just a lowly beast cursed by a demon, that when that time comes, will she still be able to say she doesn't hate me? Aslan closed his eyes, letting out a muffled groan. Aslan, you really are disgusting. That bastard. Even now, my mind is still filled with her face contorted in fear. I only want to possess her, to lock her up in a place where no one can see her except me. This kind of thirst and desire. Now what exactly is it? I finally understand this feeling. Vivian let out a sneeze, raising her hand to cover her nose and mouth. Great. Now I'm going to be monitored 24 hours a day. Vivian lay on the large bed, staring at the ceiling. It's all because of that bastard Johannes. Thinking carefully about everything that just happened, it somehow feels familiar. In the novel, has this kind of thing happened before? Of course. The original protagonist of that scene should have been the female lead, not Vivian. Something is wrong. Everything that was supposed to happen to the female lead is now falling upon me. If this isn't a coincidence, then the following plot will be a few days later. Sunlight pierces through the lush branches. Reflecting on the carved gates, Diego stands outside, bowing his head to report inside. Your Highness, the envoy sent by the Imperial Palace has arrived. Aslan unfolds the letter. This is the engagement between Aslan and Vivian is not permitted. The Imperial Palace summons us to the capital. Aslan abruptly raises the letter. Damn it. Vivian reaches out to grab his arm. Calm down, Aslan. How could this happen? The next plot is actually going to unfold in the capital. I should have been recuperating in the estate. I shouldn't have stolen the female lead scenes. This is too bad. I must think of a way as soon as possible. In the end, I still couldn't avoid it. Vivian sits in the swaying carriage, hands folded on her lap. It seems we are really going to the capital, no matter what the original plot is. The Emperor's orders cannot be defied. Are we going directly to the Imperial Palace? Aslan leans against the soft cushions opposite, with his arms crossed over his chest. No. We'll go to Blackford first. Blackford, that is Aslan's territory in the north. I have never been there before. Aslan turns his head. Do you need me to personally show you around? Vivian freezes in place. What? The carriage stops in front of a magnificent stone building. The heavy doors slowly open. 2 rows of servants waiting outside. Vivian walks into the hall, hands folded over her chest. It's too big here. The villa in the south was already astonishing enough, but this place is simply overly luxurious. Aslan steps on the red carpet, his leather boots making a dull echo. You have to get used to this, Vivian. This is your room. Vivian looks up. Wow. But Aslan, it seems like something is missing here. Aslan turns his head, making a deep nasal sound. Vivian points to the empty side. The wall of my bedroom is missing. Aslan looks as usual. The Grand Duke and his wife share connected bed chambers. Isn't that a matter of course? Vivian turns pale, freezing in place. He is simply unreasonable. Does he really distrust me this much, that he has to monitor me so blatantly? Vivian drops her shoulders. I'm tired. I want to be alone. I'm sorry, but I hope you can understand. I just don't want you to leave my sight, even for a moment. Anyway, you finally come to my side. Vivian, Aslan reaches out to stroke her cheek. We're going to hold a special banquet to celebrate your first time coming to Blackford. Aslan holds her hand. Let's go. Vivian stares at his back. I'm clearly in so much pain. How can he still smile? If I didn't know him, I would even think he fell in love with me. In Vivian's mind flashes a bloody scene. It's the afterimage of him swinging his sword, piercing through a body. No, this kind of joke is not funny at all. What am I blindly thinking about? Aslan stops and looks back at her. Vivian freeze. My hands are sweating. Absolutely impossible. He could never fall in love with me. He even tore down the wall, just to constantly moany toward me. Aslan holds her hand as the two walk toward the end of the hall. He could never harbor such feelings for me. Vivian steps on the stone brick floor. I'm full. The two walk side by side on the path. The evening breeze is cool. Indeed, we just had dinner together, and now we're taking a walk together. I really want to be alone. Is it my illusion? Has he recently always been trying to touch me? What do you think of Blackford? Vivian looks at the distant spire. Sorry about this. I already said, this place is very magnificent. The servants are also very good to me, which made the journey very pleasant. Aslan turns his head. Very good? Yes, the servants in my home always keep their distance from me, but the servants here are very kind. Vivian tucks her hair behind her ear. Although tuberculosis is not contagious in this world, I can feel the tension in the air. Maybe I shouldn't have brought this up, but I'm fine now. It's all in the past. Aslan stops in his tracks. I don't think it's okay. Disrespect to you is disrespect to me. After all, I am the second prince, and you will become my wife. Vivian looks up. Aslan. Aslan closes his eyes. Even if the imperial palace stands in my way, it cannot stop me from protecting you. Vivian gazes at his face. This is really unexpected. I didn't expect him to be so invested. Vivian glances behind. Two servants stand solemnly with their heads bowed. So, it's because the servants are right beside us that he deliberately said those words. After all, it was me who left a will and then disappeared. He must have been under immense pressure because of it. I can imagine the political mess he is dealing with. Regarding that part, I do feel a bit guilty. No matter what you hear in the court, don't take it to heart. I will handle everything. Vivian shows a smile. You don't need to force yourself so much. Me force myself? Vivian looks at the night sky. Yes. If getting married is really too difficult, then let it be. We can always find another way. Even so, your sincerity as my fiancé has been seen by everyone, so don't worry. Aslan stands under the moonlight, falling into silence. It's getting late. It's starting to get cold. Let's go back. Force myself. Is that how she understands my sincerity? Considering the pain I brought her. No wonder it's still too early to win her heart now. Vivian, Aslan is right behind that curtain. If you don't like the rooms being connected, just treat it as a compromise. Oh, how should I thank you? Vivian lies on the bed. There are only a few days left before meeting the Emperor. I just hope everything goes smoothly. From behind the curtain comes a faint sigh. Vivian abruptly opens her eyes. What was that sound just now? Vivian sits up and looks toward the curtain separating the two rooms. The sound came from over there. Aslan, are you there? Vivian steps forward, receiving no response. I'm coming in. Vivian reaches out to pull back the curtain. Seeing the scene before her, her pupils instantly dilate. Aslan is collapsed on the bed, his hand tightly clutching his chest, his throat squeezing out broken groans. Vivian rushes to the bedside, reaching out to support his shoal. Durs, Aslan, are you okay? Where does it hurt? What exactly is wrong? Is it because we are in the capital? The imperial capital Minerva is Leg, ended to be the holy land where the hero defeated the demon king Astaroth. Holy power envelopes the entire city. Perhaps the magic power within his body is rejecting it. This power is tormenting him. He didn't say anything. I thought he was fine all along. Vivian turns to leave. Wait here for me. I'll go call a doctor. Aslan reaches out and fiercely grabs her wrist. Don't go. Aslan props up. His body, I just haven't returned to the capital for a long time. In a few days, it will get better, but just stay by my side. I feel a bit dizzy. Vivian's body stiffens. In this situation, how can I leave? Physical contact and dependence. Is this the effect Minerva has on him? Vivian lowers her gaze. Will it really ease his pain if I just stay here? Aslan closes. His eyes, his breathing, gradually steadying. Aslan, this situation is really awkward. What did the female lead in the original novel do? It seems she sang a lullaby, but I don't remember any melodies from this world. Even so, I can't just leave him alone like this. Vivian raises her right hand, gently stroking Aslan's back. In the silent room, humming softly. Morning. Light pierces through the high windows. Birdsong falls on the curtains. Vivian raises her hand to rub her eyes, avoiding the dazzling sunlight. So bright. Vivian turns over. I still want to sleep. Then sleep a little longer. Young. Vivian abruptly opens her eyes. Vivian throws off the quilt and springs up. Wait a minute, Aslan. Why are you here? Aslan's shirt is open, revealing his firm chest and abs. Vivian tightly grips the corner of the quilt. Last night, I sang a lullaby, and then Aslan suddenly leans forward, pinning Vivian down on the bed. Indeed, you overworked yourself last night. Vivian lies on her back, on the pillow, her hands pressing against his shoulders. What kind of absurd situation is this? Nothing happened between us, right? Aslan leans down. That's hard to say. Vivian's eyes widen. What does that mean? Diego knocks on the door outside. Your Highness. It's Diego. Aslan looks toward the door, responding in a deep voice. Come in. Vivian completely freezes. Come in. He actually told him to come in. Diego pushes the door open. Your Highness. The alien or a family. Diego stops in his tracks, his gaze sweeping over the bed and the overlapping figures on it. Apologies. I didn't mean to interrupt you too. Aslan leans against the headboard. Looking as usual, it's fine. What did you want to say? The Eleonora family has sent 2 envoys saying they want to take Miss Vivian back to the estate. Aslan's eyes turn cold without even a greet. They want to directly take away my wife. Diego lowers his head, staring at the floor. Yes. Duke Eleonora said because your half-dash sister has returned. The Duke demands that Miss Vivian return immediately. Vivian freezes in place, her pupils trembling. What? Half-dash sister? That is the true female lead of the original novel. Alice, the female lead of the original novel, has actually already arrived in the royal capital. This means Aslan turns his back to the bed, adjusting the cuffs of his black shirt. Throw them out. Vivian has long since cut ties with that family, but their attitude is very forceful. I'm afraid they won't leave easily. Aslan's eyes are ice cold. I don't want to repeat myself a second time. Use any means necessary to drive them away. If they don't listen to reason, then kill them. Diego bows to take the order. Understood, Your Highness. Vivian abruptly stands up. Wait a minute. Thank you for standing up for me, but I still want to meet that sister of mine. Aslan turns around. She only shares half of your bloodline, doesn't she? Vivian lowers her eyes. Even so, I'm still curious about her. Besides, when I ran away from home, I caused a big scene. I just feel I should take responsibility and resolve the matter. You are too soft-hearted. Vivian gives a dry laugh. Maybe. Vivian reaches out with both hands and holds Aslan's palms. So, are you willing to go meet them with me? Vivian looks up. As long as we let my father see that our relationship is very stable, he won't be able to reprimand me anymore. Please. Aslan lowers his eyelids. All right, since this is what you want. Aslan changes into formal attire, strides down the corridor, his leather shoes striking the floor, making a resounding echo, stopping in front of the 2 Envoys. The two envoys stand trembling all over, cold sweat seeping from their foreheads. Greetings to your highness. Aslan looks down at the two and lets out a cold snort. If I gouged out your eyes, would you be able to wake up a bit? The two envoys sharply bow their heads, their bodies trembling even more violently. Greetings to Miss Vivian. Very well. For this trip, I will accompany Vivian together. What? But your highness. Aslan crosses his arms. Or do you want your heads to roll back to the estate first? Make a choice. The envoys turn pale. Understood, your highness. Horses' hooves strike the gravel road. The carriage passes through the dense forest, wheels crushing dead branches, making crisp sounds. Aslan, how are you feeling? Sorry for making you accompany me on this trip. Aslan rests his chin on one hand. No, this is better. I also want to see with my own eyes the situation in the estate. You're the one who should be careful. Don't force yourself too much. Vivian responds in a low voice. All right, everything is proceeding smoothly. If it continues to develop like this, the male and female leads of the original novel are finally going to meet. That is the destiny that originally belonged to them. Since Aslan has been constantly moany, touring me, I must hold out until the medicine to treat tuberculosis is developed. Before then, I have to think of a way to divert his attention. This is my current task. The Alice in the original novel is kind-hearted and even willing to forgive the villainous Vivian if I can get her completely on my side. Did you know about the curse all along? I will kill you. Aslan, stop. If it weren't for Vivian, we wouldn't have met at all. She will never reveal the secret of the curse. Since Alice has said so, take the medicine and get far away. Consider yourself lucky. Alice is truly too kind. Perfect. Vivian clenches her fists. This would do. Aslan tilts his head to observe her, wondering what she is thinking. Eleonora Estate. Sunlight falls on the white stone building, the sound of the fountain splashing softly. Cutlery striking porcelain plates makes crisp sounds on the long table, filled with abundant food. Alice, is the food not to your taste? Alice responds softly. No. Then why have you barely touched it? Alice lowers her eyes. I'm just thinking if I really have the right to stay here. The Duke lets out a light chuckle. Nonsense, Alice. I am your father. I open my arms to welcome your return. Alice's fingers rub against the tablecloth. I am also very happy to see you, father, but I worry that as an illegitimate daughter, I will bring disgrace to you. The Duke forks a piece of red meat and puts it into his mouth. Your mother was indeed a maid once, but I loved her with all my heart. Even now, I still regret not being able to stay with her to the end. So, Alice, I want to do for you the things I couldn't do for your mother. Alice murmurs softly, Father, although it's a bit late, I am very happy that you appeared in my life. Alice lowers her eyes. But why does my heart feel so uneasy? That woman helped me retrieve the stolen keepsake. At that time, I felt incomparably happy and relieved. I wonder how she's doing now. The Duke sets down his wine glass. Right? Vivian is coming over today. Alice abruptly looks up. Today? Alice presses both hands on the table, causing the plates to clatter. Oh my, I haven't prepared anything yet. I need to finish eating quickly and go tidy up my appearance. The Duke slams the table and roars. Alice, haven't I told you? Vivian and her dead mother are equally sinister and cunning and treacherous. No one knows how she might harm you. You must be careful and on guard. Alice lowers her eyes. Even so, I don't want to think too badly of my sister. At least not until I see her with my own eyes. The Duke lets out a sigh. Alice, my daughter, you truly have a heart of gold. Prince Aslan really should see what a perfect candidate for a princess consort you are. Alice freezes in place. Prince Aslan? The Duke forcefully stabs his fork into a piece of meat. That's right. Don't you understand yet? I've always wanted to tell you. The Duke looks into his daughter's eyes. Aslan, he is the second prince of the empire. I will very soon make you his wife. Alice freezes in place, her pupils trembling. But isn't he already engaged to Vivian? The butler pushes the door open and enters, calling out urgently, Lord Duke. The Duke abruptly turns his head, roaring at the butler, Shut up. Can't you see I'm dining? The butler bows his head in apology. Please forgive me, but Miss Vivian has already arrived. Vivian steps into the hall, Aslan closely following behind. The Duke sits in his seat with a cold tone. So what? Aslan rests his right hand on her shoulder. Derivative Prince Aslan has also come. The Duke abruptly swings his fist, smashing it onto the table, the long wooden table letting out a dull, loud bang. This is absolutely impossible to be true. Why would he, for that woman, travel all this way? The Duke lowers his eyelids. No, looking at it from another angle. Thinking about it, perhaps it's advantageous for us. Alice. The corners of the Duke's mouth curl up. He reaches out his right hand to his daughter. There's good news. The finalization of the engagement might come even faster than expected. Kulme, let's go greet His Highness. 2 rows of Sayre, Vance and Hall bow their heads on both sides to salute. Welcome, Your Highness Aslan and Miss Vivian. Vivian looks around. I never thought I would receive this kind of treatment at the Eleonora estate. Is this the power of authority? Aslan frowns. They knew we were coming, yet only now are they rushing to welcome us. How rude. Vivian lets out a light chuckle. Where's Alice? The butler bows his head in apology. Miss Alice is currently having dinner with the Duke. At the moment, she cannot receive you. We beg, Your Highness and Miss, for your understanding. Aslan lowers his eyelids, letting out an icy sneer. Understanding. How absurd. Why summon a lady whose health is unwell, only to make her wait here? Vivian is already exhausted from the long journey. Exhausted. The butler bends his waist, sweat seeping from his forehead, begging for His Highness's forgiveness and promising to immediately go. Report to the Lord Duke. My savior, Alice, lifts her skirt and runs down the stairs, stopping in front of everyone. It's you, right? That is the female lead, Alice. Vivian freezes in place. But the plot shouldn't play out like this. My savior, Alice, steps forward quickly. Do you still remember me? Adis Monsieur. They had met in the south. Vivian abruptly gasps. A breath of cold air. That poor girl I met in the south was actually Alice? Alice folds her hands, placing them over her chest, showing a smile. I never thought we could reunite here. The Duke clears his throat, interrupting his daughter's narration. The Duke bows to Aslan, formally introducing the young girl beside him. This is my daughter, Alice Eleonora. Vivian introduces to Alice. The man beside her, this is Grand Duke Astaroth. He was the one who chased away the thief that day. Do you remember? Alice widens her eyes. Did you just call my name? Vivian turns her head to avoid the others. Fervent gaze. You should be looking at Aslan, not at me. Alice takes a step forward. Then can I just call you Vivian? Vivian helplessly drops her shoulders. I suppose that's fine. The Duke suddenly raises his voice. Vivian, you are shameless to the family and His Highness. You've brought immense disgrace. Even now, you don't even have a single word of apology. Vivian's shoulders tremble violently. The Duke raises his right hand, pressing his forehead and closing his eyes. To correct all of this, I have personally requested His Majesty to annul the engagement. Vivian freezes in place. What did you say? The Duke spreads his hands. Do you still not understand? In this life, you especially wanted to become the Grand Duchess. Alice sharply gasps a breath of cold air, her face instantly turning pale. Aslan clenches his jaw, his eyes revealing a chilling intent. Vivian lowers her eyes. So the rumor about annulling the engagement is true, and Father is the mastermind behind the scenes. His original goal was to match Aslan and Alice. So, the annulment of the engagement in itself is not a big deal. But if ties are severed before establishing trust with Alice, things will become tricky. Vivian steals a glance at the man beside her. Since Aslan is no longer my fiancé, will he still honor our previous agreement? Aslan exudes a chilling aura, his eyes dyed blood red, staring intensely forward. Vivian gasps a breath of cold air. He is completely enraged. Clearly I am the one being humiliated. Why is he so furious? Vivian reaches out to tug his sleeve, softly comforting Aslan. Stay calm. Whatever you do, don't make a huge scene here. Aslan remains silent, the red light in his eyes gradually subsiding. The Duke points at Vivian. Vivian, stop pestering His Highness. Vivian reveals a stunned expression. When have I ever pestered him? From the end of the corridor comes dense whispering sounds. Servants hide in the shadows, pointing and gossiping. The NOI side discussions echo in the hall. Alice reminds in a low voice. There are too many people watching here. Father, let's talk inside. The Duke rudely interrupts his daughter. Shut up. I know what I'm doing. I beg Your Highness's forgiveness. Mentioning the news of annulling the engagement is indeed caught off guard. The Duke reaches out his right hand, pointing to Alice, proposing that a more suitable daughter replace Vivian to become the new Grand Duchess. Alice abruptly looks up, staring forward. The Duke praises Alice for her dignified demeanor, claiming she is more suitable to be a bride than a certain someone. Alice lowers her head, twiddling her fingers, sweat seeping from her forehead. The Duke turns his head to ask the butler, Henry, aren't they a match made in heaven? Henry repeatedly echoes, nodding and agreeing. Yes. Aslan looks down at Alice. With icy eyes, Aslan closes his eyes, spitting out 2 words, pathetic. The Duke's smile freezes on his face. What? Vi on exclaims salute. Aslan, you're isolating Vi. Vivian's behavior. Aslan reaches out and grabs Vivian's wrist, pulling her into his arms. Duke Eleonora, you are truly pathetic to the extreme. The Duke widens his eyes, repeatedly denying that he is isolating his daughter. Alice steps forward. Your Highness is right. All of this is wrong. I don't want to become the disgrace who steals her sister's fiancé. The Duke abruptly turns his head, staring intensely at Alice. The Duke takes a step forward. So you want to defy the imperial decree and your father's orders? Alice straightens her back. Yes. I refuse to do so. The Duke raises his right hand high and swings it violently forward. You useless thing. A crisp slap echoes through the hall. Alice lets out an exclamation. Aslan's pupils contract. Vivian. A gust of wind howls past. Vivian blocks in front of Alice, taking the heavy blow, her cheek showing red finger marks. Vivian opens her eyes, looking directly at her father in front of her. Don't touch her. From the end of the corridor comes dense whispering sounds. Servants hide in the shadows, pointing and gossiping. The NOI side discussions echo in the hall. The Duke's facial muscles twist, glaring at his rebellious daughter. Vivian raises her hand to press her chest. Father, regarding the sudden news of annulling the engagement, we haven't been able to reach a consensus. Alice is like, we're able to accept it. We will soon meet His Majesty to hear the full explanation. Before then, please wait patiently. The engagement might be an agreement between families, but it is also a promise between His Highness and me. Aslan stands in the light and shadows, his eyes profound. I'm feeling a bit unwell. I will stay here for the night. The Duke's slap is still within a tolerable range. Vivian turns her face, her fingertips gently touching her red and swollen cheek. To win Alice's favor, this act was played very successfully. Alice stands at the bottom of the stairs. God zing at Vivian, her eyes full of tears. Vivian slightly lowers her eyes. The plan is proceeding exceptionally smoothly. Alice holds Vivian's arm. Vivian, are you okay? It's all because of me that you got dragged into trouble. Vivian shakes her head to indicate, I'm fine. Don't worry. Alice leans in to examine the wound. Let me help you treat it. Vivian raises her hand to refuse. No, there's no need for that. Aslan stands in the corridor, watching the Duke walk away into the distance. Vivian pushes open the wooden door. This is my room. Aslan clenches his jaw. Vivian gently touches her cheek. This room is smaller than the ones in the mansion, right? I will stay here too. Vivian stares at his back. There are clearly better rooms. Why stay in the annex? Have you been living in the annex ever since you contracted tuberculosis? Vivian lowers her eyelids. That should be the case. To be honest, my memory is a bit blurry. It's hard for me to know things that weren't written in the novel. I don't remember things before possessing this body. I don't remember the past either, but this can be considered a kind of relief. The etiquette and swordsmanship carved into this body haven't been forgotten. The journey was exhausting. Rest early. Okay, thank you. Vivian lies on the bed, the bedding rustling. Her body sinks into the soft mattress. Aslan calls out softly, Vivian. I told you back at the mansion. Vivian turns her head, letting out a slight cough. What did you say? Aslan leans in closer. You are the one destined to be my wife. There is no need for you to put yourself in danger. I said that I would always protect you. Vivian averts her gaze. That's true, but my body that always acts before my brain does. Aslan lowers his eyes and chuckles softly. That is indeed very much like your style. Even so, I still hope you can cherish yourself more. At least for those who truly care about you. Aslan holds her hand. No matter what happens, I will protect you. Vivian widens her eyes, her pupils trembling slightly. Saying he will protect me, just like what's written on the contract. Why does it sound so gentle today? It even carries a sense of familiarity. It's as if I've heard these words somewhere a long time ago. Vivian, can you stay alone for a while? Vivian props herself up. Where are you going? Aslan walks to the door. I have something to take care of. I'll be right back. Vivian leans against the headboard. All right, this feeling is so familiar, but I really can't see through him. Aslan walks through the corridor, his leather shoes stepping on the stone floor, echoing dully. Aslan stops. Duke Eleonora. Duke Eleonora hurries forward and bows. Your Highness. Duke Eleonora rubs his hands together. I apologize for what happened just now. My daughter, Aslan turns around, one hand in his pocket. It's fine. I'm here to discuss something else. Aslan's mouth curves into a smile. I'd like to hear more about this engagement. About the engagement with Alice. Eleonora. Duke Eleonora nods repeatedly. Of course, Your Highness. Naturally. Anna, quickly take His Highness to his room. Aslan lowers his eyes, shadows covering his face. No need. This time, that I like to choose the place. Let me think. How about we go somewhere with fresh air to talk? Vivian leans against the headboard. She turns the pages of a book in her hands. A rustling sound comes from under the pillow. Vivian turns her head. Huh? Vivian reaches out under the pillow. A book. Vivian opens the black cover. Why is this on my bed? Vivian lowers her eyes, staring at the yellowed pages. Month day. A funeral took place at my maternal grandparents' house. My respected great-aunt died in a carriage accident. My brother and I inherited her estate. But now, who will take care of us? Vivian rubs the edge of the paper. Judging from the dates and handwriting, this is a diary I wrote when I was a child. I must have started writing it. That when I was 10. Sure enough, the last page records the moment I coughed up blood. A bitter taste rises in her mouth. I struggled desperately under the Duke's abuse, but eventually died. No, the window is tapped, making a crisp sound. Vivian turns her head. Huh, is someone knocking on the window? Vivian gets out of bed and walks toward the closed curtains. Or is it the wind? Maybe it's a small animal like a squirrel. How cute. I should go take a look. Vivian reaches out and grabs the curtain. She pulls it open sharply to the side. Sunlight instantly floods the room. Vivian squints her eyes, the corners of her mouth curving up slightly. A figure stands in front of the window, his face hidden in the shadows, revealing only his eyes. Vivian lifts her face, staring at the dark figure climbing through the window. Who are you? Vivian sees the person's face clearly, her eyes widening in shock. Alex, aren't you supposed to be at the academy? Why are you here? Alex brushes off the leaves on his shoulder and adjusts his messy cuffs. To see you, of course. Alex takes a step forward, a smile on his lips. Vivian, have you been well lately? Vivian frowns. Why did you climb through the window? You scare me to death. Alex sighs. I had no choice. If I came through the front door, those servants would swarm me like flies and drag me straight to father. But I wanted to see you first. Vivian folds her hands in front of her. It seems you have your reasons. Alex drops his smile. Setting that aside, Vivian blinks, making a confused sound. Alex leans in abruptly. Don't you have something you want to tell me? Vivian raises her hands in front of her chest and leans back. Like what? That you're really good at climbing walls? Alex remains expressionless. No. Alex lowers his brow, his gaze locked onto Vivian's face. Confess. Why didn't you tell me you contracted tuberculosis? Vivian turns her head, avoiding his gaze. She stays silent. I heard you left a will and then ran away. Did I have to hear about this from someone else? Vivian twiddles her fingers. I was planning to write to you, but I was so overwhelmed by the possession at the time, I didn't have the energy to think about Alex. Do you know why I went to study abroad? It was to become strong enough to protect you from father. Alex lowers his arms, his fingers suddenly clenching into fists. But if you just disappear like this, then Vivian looks up at him. Alex. Alex is silent for a moment, then suddenly swings his right fist, letting out a furious roar. I'm not going back to the academy. Vivian's eyes widen, letting out a cry. What? Vivian steps forward and grabs his arm. What nonsense are you saying? You're about to graduate. Alex looks down at her. You're terminally ill. If I don't stay by your side, then where else would I go? Vivian lets go and shakes her head vigorously. Stop messing around. Hurry back to the academy. How could you just run back in the middle of the term without even saying a word? Alex turns his face, the corners of his mouth curving up slightly. I have my ways. He actually snuck out. Vivian lowers her eyes. Alex, I'm really sorry for making you worry, but as you can see, I am perfectly fine right now. The situation isn't as bad as you think. So, don't worry about me. Go back quickly. Alex suddenly interrupts her. Wait, your cheek is red. Did someone hit you? Alex crosses his arms, pacing by the bed. So father struck you in front of everyone? Vivian sits on the edge of the bed, looking down at her skirt. Yes. Alex stops pacing. That coward. So, did you let him hit you on purpose? Vivian straightens her back, her tone decisive. Of course. How could I let him get the upper hand? Alex lowers his eyes. Even so, you must be careful. I have a feeling that this annulment, that won't end here. Don't worry, Alex. I don't think Aslan will just let it go. Alex turns around sharply, his gaze piercing. Aslan? You mean the second prince? Vivian nods in response. Yes, I accidentally let it slip, but Vivian lowers her gaze. I know he hates me very much. The Empress, God is determined to put Johannes on the throne and has always viewed Aslan as a threat. Because of this, she specifically chose me as his fiancé. Being forced to get engaged to someone chosen by the Empress is already a great insult to him. Now that the engagement is canceled, he will definitely not let it go. Aslan must be dissatisfied with this imperial decree, then it's certain that His Highness is on your side, right? We can assume that His Highness supports you, right? Vivian nods in acknowledgement. Yes, except for the fact that he's having me monitored because of the curse. Alex leans in close to Vivian. If anyone gives you trouble, you must tell me. Even if it's His Highness himself, I will never just sit by and do nothing. Vivian tilts her head. Oh, and what exactly do you plan to do? Alex rests his chin on his hand, deep in thought. I think I'll help you escape first, and then I'll disguise myself and marry His Highness in your place. Vivian freezes, staring blankly ahead. She bursts out laughing. I already have the image in my head. Alex puts his hands on his hips. Hey, are you laughing at my idea? Her laughter pierces through the window, echoing over the estate. Vivian closes her eyes and lets out a long sigh. I haven't laughed this happily in a long time. Are you going to sleep here tonight? Alex looks around the room. I originally planned. Thought I'd just see you and leave. Alex's gaze sharpens, but I think I need to go talk to Father. Vivian stares at Alex's back. You're not planning to go fight with him, are you? Alex stops at the door. That depends. Do you want me to? Vivian abruptly stands up. Absolutely not. Don't do anything reckless. The corridor is brightly lit. A maid carrying clean laundry says, the Lord Duke has already left the estate with His Highness Aslan. Vivian's eyes widen. Now, the sun has already set. Is this the urgent matter Father needed to handle? Does the matter with the border count have something to do with Father too? Aslan walks on the stone path, the Duke following closely beside him, his lips constantly moving. So, Your Highness, please make sure to take good care of Alice. Leather shoes step on the ground, making dull thuds. Aslan looks straight ahead. I understand your intentions, but what about Vivian? The Duke turns his head, displaying a fawning smile. Oh, are you worried? About how to handle her? The Duke lowers his voice. Please rest assured, Vivian will be married to Lord Nicholas, the border. Lord Nicholas? He must be over 50 years old. The Duke spreads his hands. Yes, everything is progressing very smoothly. His Majesty has always been distressed that such a loyal servant of the Empire has been living the life of a widower. Vivian can dedicate the rest of her life to such a meaningful cause. She will definitely consider it. Not a great honor. Aslan lowers his eyes. He speaks so high-soundingly, but he knows very well what happens to the women who marry the border count in the end. There's no need to listen any further. Aslan stops. Duke, Eleonora, since we are about to become family, I think we should have a frank talk. The Duke turns around. Yes, that's why I dismissed all the attendants. Then, let me tell you a secret. Sweat beads on the Duke's forehead. It is my honor, Your Highness. Aslan suddenly lunges, tightly gripping the Duke's neck. The Duke's eyes roll back, a broken, strained sound escaping his throat. Your Highness, what are you doing? Aslan tightens his grip. You should feel lucky. Because you still have use, you can leave here alive. Very few people live to see this side of me. The Duke forces out broken syllables from his throat. This is. Red light glows in the darkness. Those are two vertical slit pupils. Aslan slightly lowers his head, his hair covering his eyes, the corners of his mouth splitting into a wide grin. The demon of Astaroth. A scream tears through the night sky. Startled birds fly up from deep within the bushes. Echoing in the purple mist, the Duke lies on the stone ground, his limbs twitching. Is anyone there? Help! A demon. That's a demon. Aslan lifts his foot and steps heavily on the Duke's back. The sound of bones cracking explodes in the night. The Duke opens his mouth wide, saliva, drooling from the corner of his mouth as he lets out a miserable scream. Please have mercy. The Duke's bulging eyes reflect 2 points of red firelight. Sweat rolls down his forehead. Aslan looks down at his feet, letting out a scoff. How pitiful. This is nothing. Compared to the pain you've caused, Vivian, this is utterly insignificant. Your Highness, here is the report you requested. Aslan takes the document. The investigation into the Eleonora family is completely finished. Aslan lets out a low hum. Aslan's gaze hardens. The poisoning of the Duchess of Eleonora. The previous Duke only had one daughter. Her frail body could not bear the heavy responsibility. The Duke could not ignore her political talent. He decided to hand over real power and find someone else to act as Duke. A distant male relative entered the estate and joined the family as an adopted son-in-law. That man is the current Duke Eleonora. The poisoning of the Duchess was just the beginning. His next target was Vivian. The giant beast opens its blood-red maw, the shadows completely swallowing the screams. The current Duke inflicted violence. The physical and mental torture never stopped. Vicious rumors spread through the city. Her reputation was completely trampled. He stole her inheritance and left her to rot. He even wanted to forcefully annul her engagement. Blood drips into the cracks of the stone bricks, pooling into a dark red puddle. After reading the report, I finally understood. All of Vivian's actions, from desperately protecting her engagement to deciding to become a villainess. Duke Eleonora, I will give you a chance to make amends. Go see the Emperor immediately. Request him to withdraw the decision to annul the engagement. Unless that you want the nightmare you just saw to become reality. Aslan opens his palm. A red gemstone emits a faint glow, illuminating his cold silhouette. The Duke suddenly opens his eyes, gasping for air, his trembling hands reaching for his throat. I'm still alive. I said just now, I will give you a chance. Aslan looks down ahead. Everything that just happened was just an illusion I created with the magic stone. The Duke's eyes widen, his teeth chattering violently. An illusion. So all of that was fake? No. Unless he is a demon. This makes absolutely no sense. The Duke slumps on the ground, unable to tear his gaze away from that figure. He must be Astaroth, the demon from the legends. The Duke looks up at the man in front of him. Why are you doing this? What can you possibly get from a girl like Vivian? Could it be that you actually care about her? Aslan remains silent, his hair covering his eyes. With your pitiful brain, can you even comprehend what she means to me? The Duke pushes against the ground, backing away, looking up. Dot at that figure from behind. From every breath I take, Aslan raises his hand to his chest. Dot to every inch of my marrow. She has already claimed it all. Aslan stands under the moonlight, his red pupils gleaming in the shadows. I belong to Vivian. The morning. Light pierces through the white curtains, making a faint rustling sound. Vivian. That makes a muffled sound. Is it morning already? I don't want to get up at all. How strange. Her fingers grope the bed sheets. It feels soft and warm. Was my bed ever this warm before? Vivian suddenly opens her eyes, her palm pressing against a warm chest. Aslan is lying beside her. Aslan. Vivian props herself up. When did you come back? Last night. And where did you go? Aslan reaches out and pulls Vivian back into his arms. Come a little closer, Vivian. This bed is too small. Vivian's cheek. Presses against his chest. Hasn't this happened before? What exactly were you doing last night? I said there were some things I needed. To take care of. Vivian presses further. Did it have something to do with my father? Aslan closes his eyes, his breathing becoming steady and heavy. Vivian freezes. Is he asleep? A knock on the door. Miss Vivian, I've brought your morning medicine. Vivian instinctively replies, okay, please come in. No, wait, don't come in. Leather shoes step over the threshold, the door hinges squeaking. It's me, Vivian. Alex holds a tray, showing a smile. Vivian, freezes on the bed, her eyes wide with shock. Alex, stares at the two people on the bed, his smile freezing on his face, his pupils trembling violently. Outside the estate, the sun is shining brightly, birds flying over the roof. Inside, it falls into a dead silence. Alex holds up a hand. If I've interrupted you too, please forgive me. I didn't know you were busy. Aslan, let's go. It's fine. You indeed had no reason to expect that I would be in Vivian's bedroom. Alex puts his smile back on. Thank you for your understanding, Your Highness. I am Alex Eleonora, Vivian's older brother. Missing for so long, and now you remember to play the older brother. Aslan's expression is cold. Neglecting her for so long, and now you suddenly want to play the affectionate fiancé? Alex tightens his grip, his knuckles cracking. Vivian stands between the two, her gaze darting back and forth. The air seems to solidify into iron. Vivian lets out a light cough. Aslan, let's go. Oh, right. We plan to stay here for a few more days, Lord Alex. Vivian seems to have a lot to catch up on with you. Besides, she hasn't had the chance to get to know Alice Eleanora yet. Alex turns to look at Vivian. Is that so, Vivian? Vivian lowers her eyes. Yes, but Duke Eleonora went to the Imperial Palace last night. What? He went to request the restoration of the engagement. It will be easier to convince the Emperor this way. Vivian abruptly looks up. Father. Went. Aslan, you didn't do anything terrible, did you? Aslan lowers his eyes, lost in thought. Ever since Vivian ran away from home, and I set out to find her, even while under the curse, I have been able to maintain my sanity. Now, I can even control when the curse acts up. There must be a reason for all of this. Perhaps it's because of you, Vivian. Vivian, turns her head to look at the man behind her. Aslan, the corners of his mouth lift into a smile. Father changed his mind. That's truly surprising. Vivian widens her eyes. Yes. Alex opens his arms. In that case, let me play the host. Breakfast is already prepared. I hope you will do me the honor. Alex walks ahead. Is the dining room this way? He just returned to the country. Please be understanding. Cutlery clinks crisply. Aslan requested to stay over, citing the reason that his health condition had deteriorated. Vivian sits at the dining table. The Emperor allowed me to enter the palace after I recover. I should feel relieved, but I can't stop worrying. Vivian lowers her head and sighs. What will happen next? In the original story, after the female lead enters the palace, that she suffered endless humiliation from the Empress. Vivian lowers her eyes. The details are already blurry. Since the original plot is happening to me, I really wish I could remember more ways to deal with it. Alice lightly pokes Vivian's shoulder and hand her a piece of dessert. Who cares? Enjoying the good food while we can is what's most important. Vivian stuffs her cheeks and chews vigorously. Alice smiles. Vivian, I'm so glad to see you have such a big appetite. Aslan turns his head. Dylan stops what he's doing and bows slightly. What are your orders? Aslan's gaze turns icy. Bring me the item I mentioned before. Dylan bows his head to receive the order. Yes, Your Highness. Vivian clutches her chest and bursts into a fit of violent coughing. Aslan holds Vivian's shoulder. Don't push yourself. Vivian, go back to bed and lie down. Vivian shakes her head gently. It's too stuffy staying in the room all day. Besides, whenever I think about the Empress, it gives me a headache. Lord Alex, I heard you practice swordsmanship at the academy. Alex freezes, then nods in response. Yes, that's correct. Then how about a spar with me? I'd like to see your skills. Alex bows his head. Is my honor, Your Highness. Aslan turns his face to look at Vivian. This duel is for you, Vivian. Vivian widens her eyes and nods in agreement. Of course. Sunlight shines on the garden lawn. Vivian sits in the gazebo. She watches the center of the field, where Aslan, holding a long sword, faces off against Alex. The sound of clashing metal rings out. Vivian rests her cheek in her hand. The sound of clashing blades is so pleasant to hear. This kind of pastime dispels distracting thoughts. It's a pity I can't join in. Seeing them full of energy makes me feel much better too. The two swords cross, sparks flying like arrows. Perhaps they are a bit too energetic. Aslan blocks with his sword horizontally, his gaze sharp. Good skills, Lord Alex. Alex swings his sword to resist the attack, the corners of his mouth lifting. Believe it or not, I was first in the academy. No wonder it took him so long to come back. As a descendant of a noble family, this is just a basic requirement, right? Alice widens her eyes. Your family is indeed amazingly great. Seeing a sword duel with my own eyes is incredible. Vivian stares ahead. She really has no interest in Aslan. How enviable. I don't have that kind of leisure. I can only stay in my room all day reading. Books. Vivian looks up. What about magic? Alice repeats in confusion. Magic? Vivian looks toward the distant tree shadows. If you learn magic, you can fight while continuing to enjoy the pleasure of reading. Vivian freezes on the spot. Reading. Wait, I remember now. I finally remember that plot line. That was the starting point of the female lead's humiliation. The Empress was almost crushed by a poorly made bookshelf, but she pinned the blame on the female lead passing by. The Royal Library. That's the location where the tragedy occurred. As long as I don't go to the library, can I avoid this disaster? From the moment I started writing, the ending was already set in stone. What fate chases is not the location, nor the female lead. It's me. Vivian closes her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly. So that's how it is. Vivian covers her mouth and nose, bursting into a violent fit of coughing. What should I do? Alice widens her eyes. Freezing on the spot. Blood spatters onto the floor tiles, forming a round red stain. The coughing sound echoes continuously. The bloodstain spreads on the ground. A long sword slips from a hand and falls to the ground, smashing against the stone bricks with a crisp sound. Aslan stops his movements and sharply turns his head to look at the gazebo. Vivian. The two men rush toward the fallen figure. The heavy wooden door slowly closes, making a dull scraping sound. Alex. Stands in the middle of the corridor. How? Is Vivian? Aslan lowers his eyes. The doctor says she needs to rest, but he speaks nothing but nonsense. I can't trust him at all. I even doubt if he examined her properly. Aslan turns his head, staring at Alex. I'm not sure if she can get the proper care she needs here. Alex remains silent. It's all my fault. I went to study abroad for her sake, but it ended up like this. My decision harmed her instead. She must have deliberately hidden her illness, so I wouldn't worry. Alex stares at the closed door, his eyes turning red. Even though I'm the older brother, I have always been taken care of by her. I feel so ashamed. Aslan turned his face sideways. Vivian, you're always so selfless. Selfless almost to the point of foolishness. Perhaps that is what initially That attracted me to you, but I don't want to see you suffer anymore. So please wake up. I have something I want to give you. Vivian lay on the bed, her eyes tightly closed and her face pale. Vivian curled up her body, clutching her chest, and coughed violently. It hurts. Vivian opened her eyes. If just being sick is this painful, how much would it hurt to die in prison? I don't even dare to imagine. How ironic. I was once ready to die. To survive, I am now trying my best. Thinking back, escaping never made things better. Only by facing it head-on can I win a glimmer of hope. Vivian raised her right hand, stretching her 5 fingers toward the faint light shining through the window. Since that's the case, can I turn this crisis into an opportunity? Since I can't escape, I'll use him. The maid leaned down. Miss Vivian, do you need anything? Vivian withdrew her gaze. No, I don't need anything. Could you pass a message to Aslan for me? Tell him to believe in me. Vivian raised her head, looking straight ahead. No matter what happens, the maid relayed. Vivian's message to Aslan. Vivian, are you saying this to put my mind at ease? Aslan closed his eyes. Yes, perhaps for a moment I forgot that in this world, no one is more righteous and strong than you. The next morning, sunlight pierced through the high windows, spilling onto the red carpet of the corridor. Alice walked briskly forward, anxiously asking Vivian, "Are you all right?" Vivian held Alice's hand. "Yes, the pain from yesterday seems to have disappeared. I feel much better today." Alice let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Vivian tilted her head and looked at Alice beside her. "Were you worried about me?" Alice's eyes widened and she nodded vigorously. "Of course. I felt frustrated because I couldn't do anything." Alice lowered her head, her hands folded over her chest. "And Lord Alex cried a lot yesterday." Alex rushed forward and reached out to cover Alice's mouth. Vivian looked at Alex. "You scared us, Alex." Aslan stood to the side with his arms crossed, watching Alex. Alex stared at Vivian. "You clearly said it wasn't that serious." "Liar." Vivian raised her hand to touch her cheek. "I am sorry, Alex. I didn't mean to make you worry." Alex suddenly stepped forward and hugged her tightly. "You have no idea how worried I was." Aslan watched the embracing duo expressionlessly. Vivian showed an embarrassed look. "Alex, what are you doing? This is too embarrassing." Alice stood behind them, cupping her cheeks with both hands. "Nonsense. What a heartwarming scene." Aslan stepped forward. "Lord Alex, could you please excuse us? I need to speak with my fiancée alone." Alex was forcefully pushed out the door. "What? Wait." The heavy wooden door slowly got closed. Vivian watched his back. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Aslan let out a light chuckle. "Vivian, could you close your eyes first?" Vivian turned her head, showing a puzzled expression. "Close my eyes?" Vivian obediently closed her eyes. "What exactly does he want to do?" Aslan leaned in close. He reached out his right hand, his fingertips touching Vivian's neck. Aslan withdrew his hand. "You can open your eyes now." Vivian lifted her eyelids and looked down at her chest. "This is..." Aslan watched her, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "I think it suits you very well. Do you like it?" The jewel refracted white light under the illumination. "It's too gorgeous. Today isn't even a special day. Perhaps this is just him fulfilling etiquette. But he is completely different from how he was in the original story. Even when I make a pitiful expression and ask for a favor, he still agrees, albeit reluctantly. Maybe he isn't a bad person." Vivian lowered her eyes. "Regardless, I will continue to cooperate like this until I get the cure." Vivian smiled again, her cheeks flushing red. "This necklace is really beautiful. Thank you for everything you've done for me, Aslan." Vivian slightly closed her eyes, the corners of her mouth curling into a gentle smile. Aslan froze in place. From his chest came the sound of violent heartbeat. Aslan suddenly turned around. "You're always challenging my self-control. Vivian, I'm almost unable to bear it." Vivian showed a confused expression. "Did I say something wrong?" "I must explain clearly. I don't just mean the necklace. I'm also very grateful that you could accompany me here. Thanks to you, I had the courage to defy my father. Being able to see my dear family again, I am truly not happy. When I was in your territory, I said I was fine, but actually I still felt lonely." Vivian let out a soft laugh. Aslan reached out, his fingers sinking into her hair, gently stroking her cheek. Aslan suddenly exerted force, pressing Vivian into his embrace. "I originally just wanted to lighten the mood, but it wasn't a lie. That Eleonora, who was originally called a villainess, must have also yearned for this kind of happiness. In the original novel, after her tragic death, that she had nothing left. If I, living as her now, can bring an end to her story, would this also bring her some solace?" Inside the fireplace, the flames danced, emitting the crisp crackle of popping wood. The diary had completely turned to ash. "Alex, that stood in front of the fireplace. Vivian, what's wrong? Alex suddenly turned around, his gaze locked onto her eyes. Do you want to run away with me? Vivian froze in place. Why bring this up all of a sudden? Alex leaned close to her face, his expression serious. This isn't sudden at all. In fact, it's already too late. My academy, that is renowned for its medical arts. If I go and plead, perhaps they can cure your illness. Vivian, Dot looked at him. Then what about Eleonora? Alex raised his head, his eyes resolute. As long as you can live, I don't care what happens to the family. This is where Eleonora belongs, right? Vivian smiled. Thank you for your proposal, Alex. The book in the fireplace was completely engulfed by the flames, letting out a crisp, crackling sound as the fire snakes curled over the torn pages. But I have decided to stay here. His Highness promised that no matter what, he will cure my tuberculosis. So I think we don't need to worry anymore. Alex's eyes widened. Did Prince Aslan really say that? Vivian puffed out her chest. If you don't believe me, you can. Not ask him yourself. Vivian lowered her gaze. Besides, Eleonora was left to us by our mother. So, you and I should protect it until the very end. Alex fell silent. Mother. Vivian patted Alex's shoulder and let out a hearty laugh. So hurry up and graduate and come back to inherit the family estate. Alex sighed helplessly. Since you insist, if His Highness makes things difficult for you, you must tell me. Vivian chuckled. How considerate. Our time at the Eleonora estate came to an end. Aslan and I set off for the Imperial Palace. Alice stayed at the estate to study noble etiquette. Alex also stayed behind, claiming he had matters concerning our father to handle. Vivian suddenly widened her eyes. Oh no, I completely forgot about father. I can already imagine him throwing a furious tantrum. Aslan, with his arms crossed, leaned against the carriage cushions. Don't worry, Vivian. That will never happen. Vivian, that suddenly turned her head. What? How do you know? He probably thinks Alex will handle everything. The white spires of the Imperial Palace towered into the clouds, sunlight refracting off the domes. That radiating light. The carriage slowly drove through the main gates of the palace. Aslan, the emperor was hidden in the shadows. I once granted you mercy, and yet you dare to use. Astaroth, he raised his black leather shoe and stomped hard on the sapphire emblem on the floor. You ungrateful beast. When you return, you will pay the price for this. Vivian folded her hands. I'm going to marry the border count. Vivian lowered her head. Did father really say that? Aslan sat opposite her and spoke softly. You don't need to worry. Aslan raised his hand to adjust his collar. Lord Nicholas will soon be dismissed from his post. The engagement will naturally be voided. Vivian raised her head, her eyes wide. Dismissed? But he is a man with national merits. The carriage wheels rubbed against the ground, making a harsh sound. This situation is indeed perplexing, but since Aslan said so, I can only choose to believe him. Blackford's intelligence network is unmatched. Therefore, Aslan, I hope you can also trust me completely. Vivian lifted her skirt and leaned out of the carriage. Aslan extended his right hand, palm up, suspended in the air. Vivian placed her hand in his palm. Even if I have to save that empress whom you despise. Aslan held her hand, guiding her down the steps. At first, everything went smoothly. Just as Aslan said, the engagement with the border count. That was no longer mentioned. The border count was dismissed for treason, and all that awaited him was execution. The price for breaking the engagement seemed heavier than expected. The emperor, that sat on the high throne, looking down at the two people below the steps. Miss Vivian Eleonora. Vivian curtsied slightly. Yes, your majesty. The emperor waved his right hand, gesturing. Please withdraw first. I wish to speak with the prince alone. Vivian bowed her head. Dot in curtsy. As you command, your majesty. The emperor does not look pleased. What does he want to talk to Aslan about alone? The original story, Aslan suffered abuse from the emperor during his childhood, leaving them alone. Now, is it really safe? Aslan stood in the center of the grand hall, tilting his head slightly, a smile playing on his lips. The heavy doors slowly closed. Aslan. Vivian raised her hands and slapped her cheeks hard. Snap out of it, Vivian. I have more important things to worry about. I am about to be accused of murdering the Empress. Before that happens, I must savor myself. Vivian stepped forward. I must hurry before it's too late. Speed up, you arrogant bastard. I will never let you get away with this. Aslan turned his face sideways, a long red mark surfacing on his left cheek. You dare dismiss a national hero? Are you insane? Aslan stood up straight. Your Majesty, weren't you also dissatisfied with the border count's expanding power? Even if I took action, as long as you turn a blind eye, he could have continued to hold power. The emperor gritted his teeth, his beard trembling with his breaths. It seems that lately, that I have indeed been too lenient with you. The emperor reached out, gripping a whip tightly. Kneel. Aslan lowered his eyelids, his pupils trembling in the shadows, his long hair covering his forehead. The long whip traced an arc in the air, making a sharp, cracking sound. The Emperor swung his arm, and the tip of the whip landed heavily. Not on Aslan's back. The Emperor raised the long whip again, his facial muscles twisting from the exertion, his eyes bloodshot. The whip's shadow fell once more, precisely striking Aslan's shoulder. Aslan tightly closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, letting out a muffled groan. Ugh, you are truly cold-blooded and ruthless. You are not human at all. Aslan lowered his head and sneered coldly, his profile hidden in the shadows. I am deeply honored. Your Majesty, you beast. The Emperor raised his right arm again, the long whip lashing heavily against the kneeling body. Aslan's body leaned forward, his back enduring the continuous whipping. Blood splattered onto the red carpet, pooling into a dark stain. The Emperor stopped, his chest heaving violently. Not only that, how do you intend to explain this to Duke Eleonora? Do you know what he said? He came to me in fear, knelt on the ground, and begged me to restore your engagement to his daughter. Then he confessed that he was being threatened by the demon of Astaroth. Aslan, did you use the power of the curse? Answer me. The Emperor suddenly rushed in front of Aslan, grabbing him by the collar and roaring loudly. Tell me, why are you so obsessed with this engagement? Aslan tilted his head up slightly. Because I love Vivian, but he would never understand. The Emperor and the Duke are the same kind of narrow-minded. Not fools. If I want to convince them, I have to cater to their way of thinking. Aslan's eyes were cold and hollow. I saw the potential in Vivian. Potential? The Emperor looked down at the kneeling man. That girl is dying of tuberculosis. What potential could she possibly have? Aslan kept his head down, his voice hoarse. She possesses the power to suppress the curse of Astaroth. The Emperor's body suddenly stiffened, his pupils constricting. Are you certain? Yes. Perhaps she is the one who can end the curse. In order to secure this power for the royal family, we must weaken the power of the Eleonora family. The Emperor let go of his collar and took a step back. Are you saying you only discovered this secret right before she is about to die? Aslan suddenly raised his head and let out a roar. Vivian will not die. I will do everything in my power to save her. Therefore, Aslan placed a hand over his chest, his pupils flashing with a strange red light. Please, Your Majesty, restore the engagement. Astaroth needs her. Vivian stood in front of the carved doors, her back straight. It seems I arrived before the Empress. I must pretend it's a chance encounter. Preventing the Empress from entering the study is impossible. It would only make me look more suspicious. According to the novel, the collapsing bookshelf is in the magic book section. Is distracting the Empress the only option? Vivian raised her hand to press her forehead, her head splitting with pain. Why didn't the novel write about a solution? Maybe I should have just continued to pretend to be sick and stayed hidden in Aslan's mansion. Vivian paced back and forth in front of the door, her hands folded in front of her, her steps hurried. Vivian Eleonora. A call came from behind her. Vivian suddenly pulled her hands back, her shoulders trembling violently. Taking a sharp breath. This voice, it's the Empress. Vivian froze in place. The Empress, wearing a silver crown, stood at the end of the corridor, followed by a group of attendants. Vivian curtsied. Greetings, Your Majesty. The Empress turned her head, her gaze sweeping over Vivian, and let out a soft hum. Vivian lowered her eyelids. She looks even weaker than when I first saw her. Her face is clouded with worry, and her health is clearly in a terrible state. Why would Your Highness be interested in such a young lady? The Empress turned around. Feel free to look around. Vivian bowed her head in response. Yes, Your Majesty. If you're going to read magic books, please be very careful. The Empress stopped and tilted her head, looking behind her. And why is that? Because that's how it's written in the original novel. But I can't tell her the truth. Although I know the accident was caused by shoddy construction, I can't find evidence to support it. I can only make up an excuse. Vivian, explained softly. I heard that the place where magic books are stored often has accidents due to residual magic. That is why I made bold to remind you, Your Majesty. You say accidents? A man stepped into the royal library. Since its opening, such an accident has never occurred. He let out a light chuckle. Unless someone sets a secret trap there, it is absolutely impossible. Vivian looked at him. What's with that tone? I'm only worried about Your Majesty's safety. The Empress continued walking forward. That's unnecessary. I appreciate the sentiment, but this is not something you should concern yourself with. Vivian stood in place, watching the Empress's departing back, and let out a sigh. This won't be easy. Vivian walked into the library. It's really strange. In the novel, the bookshelf suddenly collapses, but it doesn't look like it's going to collapse here. So what is the exact cause? A maid quietly walked in. Vivian suddenly turned around. "Excuse me, are you looking for a specific book?" The maid stopped. "Pardon my intrusion, Mississippi. I'm looking for the book His Majesty mentioned, but I am not proficient in advanced magical languages." "Me neither." Vivian smiled. "Let me help you find it together." "Really? Thank you, Vivian. You idiot. Now is not the time to be doing this." Vivian reached out to touch the bookshelf. A jolt of electricity transmitted to her fingertips, and she let out a cry of pain. Vivian pulled back her hand, fine powder lingering on her palm. Vivian stared at her palm. "Is this powder? What was that just now? Was it static electricity or residual magic?" The maid quickly walked over. "Miss Vivian, are you all right?" Vivian withdrew her hand. "I'm Fine. By the way, is this the book you were looking for?" The maid took the heavy book. "Thank you so much, miss." Vivian pressed her aching fingers. "What kind of static electricity is this strong? Has this feeling happened before?" Vivian stood in front of stall, reaching out to touch the ore in the tray. Blue sparks burst from her fingertips, and she let out a cry of pain. Aslan quickly stepped forward. Vivian hunched her shoulders. "What was that just now?" Aslan stared at her fingertips. "This is an explosive magic stone. Once infused with magic, it will detonate on a timer. Its power is enough to make a person with no magic feel a stinging pain upon touch." Aslan turned his head, glaring fiercely at the stall owner. "Why didn't you put up a warning sign?" The stall owner bowed, cold sweat sliding down his cheeks. "I'm extremely sorry." Vivian stood in the shadows, a chill rising up her spine. "Could it be a magic stone?" "No, absolutely impossible. Who could bring that kind of thing into the royal library?" The Empress took the heavy book from the maid's hands. "Where did you find this?" The maid pointed to the side bookshelf. "Miss Vivian found it on the shelf over there." The Empress closed the book. "Take me to that location." Could it really be that thing? Vivian suddenly turned her head to look at the bookshelf. Deep inside, between two heavy books, a bluish-green electrical spark burst forth. A sharp crackling. That sound filled the air. Vivian shouted loudly, "Your Majesty, please do not come this way." The Empress stopped in her tracks. "Miss Vivian?" A muffled rumble came from inside the bookshelf, and dust from splintering wood got scattered down. "What are you doing?" Blue magic stones flickered in the crevices of the bookshelf, bursting with blinding light. The Empress widened her eyes, watching the anomaly unfold before her. The bookshelf exploded with a boom, with splinters and books scattered in the shockwave, accompanied by a deafening roar. Vivian reached out her hands and violently dashed forward. "Your Majesty!" Vivian shielded the Empress, letting the splintered wood scrape across her face, her blonde hair whipping wildly in the blast wave. The Empress fell to the ground, staring at the back of the person shielding her, her pupils trembling in the shadows. The bookshelves collapsed and rose, emitting muffled rumbles and kicking up large clouds of dust. The maid broke through the dust. "Your Majesty!" Vivian supported the Empress's shoulders. "Your Majesty, are you hurt?" The Empress held her forehead. "What just happened? Did the bookshelf suddenly collapse?" The Empress let out a muffled groan. The maid supported the Empress's shoulders. "Your Majesty, I will call for the royal physician immediately. Please wait." The maid froze in place. "What is that light? Why is it shining through your skirt?" A strong blue light penetrated the fabric. A magic stone was continuously flashing among the folds of her skirt. The Chamberlain blocked the way. "Before you leave, let me see what that is." The maid reached for her pocket. "There must be a mistake. There's nothing in my pocket." Two bluish-green crystals lay in her palm, emitting a dark glow. "Those are explosive magic stones." The maid looked up, her face pale. "Why are these things here?" The Chamberlain turned around. "Forgive my presumption, Your Majesty." The main doors burst open, and several royal guards filed in, blocking all the exits. "I fear that this is more than just an accident. You dare to use magic stones to harm Her Majesty." The royal guards seized the maid's arms, forcefully dragging her backwards. The maid shook her head desperately, struggling. "Your Majesty, it really wasn't me." Vivian stood aside, watching the chaotic scene. Everyone's attention is on the maid. That means I don't have to worry about being blamed, right? Vivian let out a long sigh, her tense shoulders relaxing. But if the maid is really the culprit, why didn't she run away immediately? There are too many suspicious points. I can't just let this go. The female lead in the original novel was absurdly framed just like this. The Empress turned her face, her gaze cold. "Take her to the interrogation room." Vivian suddenly trembled. "Please wait. I have something to say." Vivian looked at the Empress. The Empress raised an eyebrow slightly. What do you want to say? To precisely control this kind of explosive stone requires advanced magic. This kind of power is absolutely not something an ordinary maid could possess. Vivian looked at the maid. That girl that doesn't even understand magical languages. The Empress turned around, her gaze landing on Vivian's face. Elaborate, Miss Vivian. Vivian raised her hand to her lower lip, clearing her throat. I have to bite the bullet. The maid just told me that because she is unfamiliar with advanced magical languages, she couldn't find the book. But I took a look at the title on the note, and it was basic vocabulary that even I could recognize. A person who can't even distinguish between basic and advanced magical languages. Vivian raised her voice, could never possibly control this kind of magic stone. The Chamberlain looked straight ahead. Miss Vivian, how can you be sure she isn't acting? Even if what you say is true, why did the magic stones fall out of her? That pocket? Vivian spread her hands. I don't know. The Chamberlain froze in place. What did you say? Isn't it strange? Why didn't she run away, but instead carried such obvious evidence? And walked straight to the Empress? The Chamberlain fell silent. Vivian stared at the Chamberlain. Could he be the real culprit? Managing magic books requires an extremely high level of magical power. He is completely capable of controlling the magic stones. He is the only one who fits the criteria. If I directly accuse him now, not only will it not solve the problem, but it will also put me in danger. I must approach the truth more. Cautiously, Vivian raised her head. What really needs to be examined are the fragments of the magic stones that toppled the bookshelves. As long as we trace the source of the residual magic here, we can catch the person who attempted to harm Her Majesty. The Chamberlain stepped forward. How do you plan to do that? Vivian stood in the center of the hall. The method is very simple. Vivian grabbed the maid's wrist. If a non-magic user touches the explosive stone, it will cause a rejection reaction. Bluish-green electric sparks burst between her fingers. Vivian let go of her fingers. Conversely, if the true culprit touches it, there will be no reaction at all. The Chamberlain stared at the crystals. It is indeed impressive, but once a magic stone is used, the residual magic will dissipate within minutes. This little time is simply not enough. To confirm the culprit. Vivian turned her head. Exactly. The Chamberlain's pupils suddenly constricted, his body freezing in place. Vivian stepped forward, her high heels striking the ground with a crisp sound. The culprit, who is proficient in magic, must have thought the same thing. That's why he didn't bother. To retrieve these fragments. Vivian stopped and looked at the librarian. Am I right, head librarian? The librarian froze in place. Are you suspecting me right now? Vivian lowered her eyelids, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. No, I wouldn't use the word suspect. Vivian suddenly reached out and tightly grabbed his wrist. What are you doing? The librarian trembled all over, his pupils suddenly constricting, subconsciously shrinking back from the magic stone fragments, lying quietly in his palm. Emitting a gloomy light, the cyan magic stone rests in the palm without bursting. Forth any electric light. Vivian holds her chest. I am absolutely certain. The magic stone has no reaction. Could it be? Miss Vivian, you seem to know a lot about magic. The Chamberlain turned around, scrutinizing the young girl in front of him. Vivian turns her head. Sorry, I actually know nothing at all. I just accidentally learned a little bit through observing and listening. I mean, Aslan Leshev, Grand Duke of Astaroth. I see. I really didn't expect it to turn out like this. I clearly underestimated you. The maid's holding books, holding brooms. Your Majesty, are you all right? Miss Vivian. Vivian holds her breath. Oh no, she looks very unhappy. Did I really go too far? I actually publicly accused the palace administrator. Vivian lowers her eyes. That was too reckless. I should have kept my mouth shut before leaving the palace. Miss Vivian, why are you here alone? Vivian suddenly looks up. What? I heard you entered the palace with Aslan today. Her Majesty was worried about my health, so she allowed me to leave early. As a terminally ill person, his time must be extremely precious. Yet, he is standing here for someone like me. Wasting time. Raise your head. Miss Vivian. Vivian slowly raises her face. I will continue to watch you. Excuse me, what did you say? Vivian stops her movements. Watch. Watch me? I will keep an eye on your every move to see if you act appropriately. Vivian freezes in place. Are two people monitoring me at the same time now? First Aslan, now the Empress. Have they all smelled the scent of blood? That's absolutely impossible. It must be my overactive imagination. Vivian raises her hand, fingertips slightly touching her forehead, letting out a self-deprecating dry laugh. Leather shoes strike the ground, emitting a dull sound. Aslan walks through the corridor, expressionless and attendant. following closely behind. Aslan suddenly stops, his left hand tightly pressing his chest. Cold sweat slides down his temples, a muffled groan squeezing out of his throat. I seem to have smelled the scent of blood just now. Aslan turns his head. Johannes, arms crossed over his chest, leaning against the wall, the corners of his mouth turned up. As expected, it's you, Aslan. Aslan clenches his teeth. Johannes. Johannes stands in the light and shadow, watching the man in front of him. With a smile, Johannes turns his face, the corners of his mouth turning up. What a headache. A long-awaited reunion, and you stare at me with such a terrifying look. Aslan's right hand hangs by his side. What do you want? Johannes steps forward. Nothing. I'm just worried about you. What kind of brother would sit idly by when his younger brother emits such a strong stench of blood? Johannes extends his index finger, pressing against the other's chest. Aslan freezes in place. His pupils violently constrict, his heart suddenly twitching. Aslan bends over, squeezing a muffled groan from his throat. Johannes looks down at the man in front of him. It is your reckless use of the curse that has made things turn out like this. You actually have the nerve to push the consequences onto others. To what extent do you plan to embarrass the royal family? Aslan lets out a light laugh. You have no right to say that. Johannes, throwing dirty work to others has always been your specialty, hasn't it? Don't change the subject, Aslan. I am asking you, what is your true purpose? A voice comes from behind. Greetings to His Highness Crown, Prince Johannes. Johannes stops his movements, turns his face. Oh, Miss Vivian. Vivian stands in front of the two. Having a bad premonition, I rushed over, but Aslan's condition is even worse than before. Something must have happened. Long time no see. Miss Vivian. Johannes narrows his eyes, revealing a smile. Are you feeling better? Vivian freezes, slightly parts her lips. Ah, yes. I'm relieved to hear you say that. After all, when we met last time, we didn't part on very good terms. Vivian vetches Johannes. And whose fault was that? Since you're done with your business, why not come to my palace for a visit? This time, I will entertain you properly. Aslan steps forward, blocking between the two. There's no need. Thank you. I was asking Miss Vivian. Vivian is always too considerate. Even if she can't handle it, she won't refuse others' requests. Vivian feels a headache. I must separate these two people first. I'm very sorry. I have other matters to attend to today. Next time if you invite me again, I will certainly gladly accept. That's truly a pity. Johannes turns around. Next time, I will formally visit to invite you. Vivian lowers her hands. Thank you for your understanding. Your Highness. By the way, Miss Vivian, you seem to be getting along very well with Aslan lately. Vivian freezes in place. The corners of her mouth stiffen. Since that's the case, Johannes takes a step closer, lowering his voice. Do you know Aslan's true colors? Aslan's pupils suddenly constrict. Watching the two people in front, Vivian stiffens her body. Her breathing stops. Why ask me this? Has he realized that I know about the curse? Vivian lowers her right hand, her 5 fingers suddenly gripping her skirt tightly. I must say something, but my mind is a blank slate. Johannes turns his face, watching the stiff Vivian. I was just thinking about what to chat about over tea. Johannes lets out a light laugh. Don't you think your fiancé's childhood past is a very interesting topic? Johannes steps away. See you next time. Miss Vivian. Vivian stands in place. Johannes, you sinister bastard. Ever since our last meeting, you've been bent on dragging me into hell. To you, this is just a game, but to me, it's a matter of life and death. One wrong step, and Aslan will kill me. Aslan silently approaches. Vivian suddenly jolts awake, letting out a dry laugh. Haha, well, His Highness the Crown Prince really loves to joke around, right? Aslan leans forward, his forehead resting against Vivian's shoulder. Vivian stiffens her back. What is this? A damp sensation comes from her palm. It's blood. A torrential downpour washes over the palace's spires. Wake up, Aslan. Good heavens. How could someone do this to you? Aslan looks down at the bloodstains on his chest. It doesn't matter. I'm already used to this level. My previous premonition was indeed correct. An uncontrollable sense of guilt surges up. Now I can only do what I am able to do. Take off your clothes. Aslan, what? Vivian rummages on the table. I'll help you treat your wounds first, then you can change into clean clothes. Don't worry, I won't call anyone over. Aslan remains silent, his eyes locked on her shoulders. If that's the case, then why don't you help me take them off? Vivian suddenly turns around. Me? Take them off? It hurts when I move. I can't take off my clothes myself. Vivian sighs. I really can't do anything with you. Calm down. Vivian takes a deep breath, her hands trembling as she reaches towards his chest. It would be bad if I touched his wounds. I must be careful. The sound of buttons popping open echoes in the room. The shirt slides down his shoulders, revealing a bloodstained back. Vivian's pupils constrict. It's even more serious than I imagined. Maybe I should call the royal doctor over. No, having you is enough. I don't need anyone else. He is more guarded than usual. That makes sense. Everyone here could potentially report to the crown. Prince. Vivian reaches out to take a cotton pad, pulling out the stopper of a dark medicine bottle. I'm going to disinfect your wounds now. Aslan lets out a muffled groan. Vivian presses on his flesh. Bear with it for a moment. It will be done soon. Just like this. Vivian's movements pause in midair. I seem to always let you see my weak side. Aslan lowers his head, looking into Vivian's eyes. Don't you find it annoying? Please don't say that. Vivian looks into his eyes. Everyone has moments of vulnerability. At times like this, accepting help from others is perfectly natural. Aslan's lonely and difficult childhood. I, too, once bore everything alone. Because of this, he looks even more pitiful. Then Aslan extends his right hand. Vivian, will you stay by my side? Even if I am full of flaws. Aslan suddenly exerts force. His arms wrap around Vivian's shoulders. Vivian crashes into his chest. Her pupils dilate in shock. Of course, Vivian reveals a smile. Let's just go along with his wishes for now. What he needs most right now is comfort. As long as we return to Blackford, he will revert to his usual self. He will forget all this, right? Aslan opens one eye, his pupil, shimmering faintly in the shadows. The White Palace stands in the distance. Tree shadows obscure the sky. Father left without a word one night, completely disappearing. When he was found in the mountains, he was already dead. The cause of death was ruled as an accidental fall. The funeral was held quietly in the cemetery. Only a few family members were present. It was a funeral, but no one cried. Vivian stands in the crowd, staring at the cold tombstone. I didn't cry either. His death was shrouded in strangeness. This feeling lingered. Alex originally planned to return to the academy, but suddenly inherited the Duke's title, looking a loss. Aslan provided support with his rich experience, allowing the title inheritance to proceed smoothly. Alice was also formally accepted into the family. Everything seemed perfect. Everyone got the outcome they wanted. If that's the case, why am I the only one feeling so much pain? Vivian steps over the stone-paved path. Aslan, why am I the only one in such pain? Time rewinds to the morning of the previous day. Vivian stands in front of the dressing mirror, two maids adjusting her long dress. What is going on? Vivian looks down at her chest. A faint white mark has appeared there. What is this? Vivian pulls down her collar, pointing to the upper left position. Emma, do you see this white mark on my chest? The maid Emma pushes her glasses up and leans in to observe. What did you say? Look closely. It's right on the upper left. Emma shakes her head. I don't see anything. Please pull your clothes up first. Vivian releases her collar. Maybe it's because the color is too faint that Emma can't see it. Why would I grow something like this? In a novel, there was a similar mark, but its color and shape were different from mine. Because the mark's color was too dark, the female lead had to wear a dress that covered her entire chest. The faint white pentagram pattern. This looks more like the mark carved on Aslan that I saw in the cave. Does Aslan know about this mark? Even if he knew, I'm afraid it wouldn't change the current situation. Vivian stands in the corridor. I can't ask directly about such a suspicious matter, but right now my mind is full of these wild thoughts. Vivian walks toward a slightly ajar door. I believe this matter has not been leaked. Yes, we are also strictly monitoring any strangers who approach. You need to be more thorough, Dylan. Understood. But have you really decided to do this? I understand your intentions, but this is too reckless. In the worst-case scenario, the madam might die. Vivian's pupils tremble, her breathing stopping at this moment. Dylan suddenly turns his head to look at the wooden door making a noise. Wait a minute. He strides toward the door and pushes open the heavy wooden door. Who's there? The corridor is empty. What's wrong? No, it's nothing, Your Highness. Vivian presses tightly against the wall, her hands tightly covering her mouth. Vivian peeks out from a corner. What were they talking about just now? I might die. Is Aslan finally going to make his move? Vivian widens her eyes. Is he finally going to get rid of me? I never expected him to repay me with anything. But how could he forget everything I have done for him? Vivian clenches her teeth. I originally thought that during our time at the estate, we had grown a bit closer. In the end, I was too naive. I must get rid of this pentagram mark before Aslan notices. Is there really no other way? I can only go find that person. The Archmage from the original novel. He is the president of the Magicians Guild and also the one who helped the female lead awaken her powers. He might know about the pentagram mark. Although he's a person of secretive whereabouts and hard to track, I have already grasped his location through the original novel. Finding him isn't a problem. I just need to wait for a chance to sneak out alone. The next day, black leather boots. They strike the stone-paved floor, making a heavy sound. The two walk side by side. As expected, it's impossible for him to let me go out alone. How is this? An ordinary date? Wearing a uniform, carrying weapons, and still wearing that terrifying expression on his face. Aslan stops walking. I have booked all the places we are going today, so no one will come and bother us. Vivian, this is practically a preview of a murder scene. The only thing to be thankful for is that we are right near Jesus' guild. Vivian reaches out and tightly grips her skirt. There won't be another chance like this. I must shake him off as soon as possible. Vivian stops walking. Aslan, I see a shop I want to go to. Can I go over there alone? Aslan frowns slightly. It's not safe to move alone. We will go together. Vivian raises her hand to cover her cheek, her gaze shifting to one side. But going to that kind of place with a man is really too embarrassing. It's a lingerie shop. Aslan freezes in place, his expression instantly solidifying. It was my lack of consideration. You go ahead, Vivian. Vivian clasps her hands together, placing them in front of her chest. Really? See you at the restaurant in 20 minutes. Aslan extends his arm. Wait, Vivian. Where are your maids? She disappeared. Vivian leans against the stone wall, panting heavily. Finally here, the cyan signboard sways in the wind. Exactly the same as described in the original novel. It definitely can't be wrong. Jesus must be here. Vivian reaches out and grasps the door handle. Calm down. The wooden door lets out a heavy creak. Blue smoke disperses before her eyes. Vivian blinks, gazing at the scene. Behind the door, this place looks unremarkable. Vivian stands on the wooden terrace. But this is the Magicians Guild. Illusions are just common occurrences here. Vivian turns her head, watching the black-robed people passing by her. Anyone who judges by appearances is destined to be deceived here. A man wearing a brown cloak blocks her path. This is not a place for a noble lady like you to visit. Excuse me, are you lost? The man tilts his head, his smile deepening in the shadows. His purple pupils emit a cold light. Vivian stops walking, looking at the purple eyes beneath the other's hood. It seems I found the right place. He is Jesus. He is currently wearing a disguise, but I know how to make him reveal his true self. Just sing that imperial lullaby. Vivian raises her right hand, pressing it against her chest. Rumor has it that demons will reveal themselves on the night of the blood moon. Yes, so no matter what you do, you must absolutely not open your eyes. A white light instantly swallows her vision. Vivian raises her hand to shield her eyes, letting out a muffled groan. Jesus looks at the young girl in front of him. You're not a magician. Jesus opens his 5 fingers, a stream of blue light surging in his palm. Then what? Brought you here? This is a completely unfamiliar space. Is this the method of an archmage? Vivian lowers her head, gripping her collar. I hope you could take a look at the magic circle on my body. Jesus turns around, looking at Vivian. A magic circle? But I didn't feel any fluctuations from you. Vivian reaches out and pulls down her collar, her fingertips hooking the edge of the lace, sliding downward, revealing the skin below her collarbone. Jesus suddenly constricts his pupils, staring at the mark that surfaced. What kind of crazy magic is this? Is the situation very bad? Jesus striges closer. Worse than bad. This is extremely powerful black magic. Once this spell is activated, it will directly crush your heart. Jesus looks at Vivian. You don't look surprised. Usually, people who hear such news become hysterical. Actually, my mind is on the verge of collapsing, because a great archmage like you must have a way. Jesus closes his eyes, the corners of his mouth turning up slightly. You are quite sharp. Fortunately, I have 2 pieces of good news. Jesus raises his right hand. First, your magic circle is incomplete. Black magic circles usually appear red, but yours is not. As long as we dismantle the formula first, we can solve your problem. Vivian raises her head. I understand. Then please hurry. Jesus holds up 2 fingers. Second point. That magic circle is suppressing your tuberculosis. Black magic is extremely possessive. It will never allow its host to die from anything other than magic. Jesus holds up his index finger. In other words, you can choose to die from tuberculosis or die from black magic. Vivian clenches her fists, her temple twitching slightly. What did you say? Please destroy that formula, Jesus. I will pay any reward you want. Jesus tilts his head. Reward. Sounds good, but money is not my only motivation. What I want is pure Eleonora family blood. Do you agree? This means leaving scars on your noble body. Vivian lowers her eyelids. He knows the secret of my blood. But Vivian reaches out and grasps the hilt of her sword. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Jesus, but I don't have time to hesitate over such things. Vivian holds the sharp blade horizontally. Pressing the edge against her left palm, she suddenly exerts force and slashes across it. Blood instantly splatters on the ground. I will give you the blood of Eleonora. Vivian raises her left hand, blood dripping into the silver goblet. Is this enough? The corners of Jesus' mouth turn up. Wow. Jesus bursts into a fit of loud laughter. The laughter echoes in the spacious hall. You truly are a fearless woman. Jesus reins in his smile, nodding slightly. Very well. Our deal is struck. I have already applied healing magic to the wound, but don't show any flaws in front of the Duke. A magic swordsman of his caliber can detect residual magic at a glance. Deciphering the formula will take some time, so please wait patiently. What a mess. Aslan must be waiting for me. The attendant behind him bows. Are you worried, Your Highness? Aslan sits upright in his seat. Do I look like I'm worried? The attendant stands to the side and rear. Yes, the way you were smiling just now was very scary. Aslan remains silent. The attendant reaches out and grabs the red rose. Everything will go smoothly, Your Highness. You practiced the dance I taught you for a long time. The attendant bites the flower stem, twisting his shoulders on the spot, dancing a comical step. Approach her with this dance move, but pretend you're going to give her the rose. The attendant holds a rose high. This is absolutely a guarantee of a successful proposal. Aslan turns his head. Are you sure Vivian likes this kind of thing? The attendant pats his chest. Of course. I pretended to ask her on behalf of a friend. She said the sentiment was very considerate and she liked it very much. So, you will definitely succeed. Aslan remains silent. Vivian, I know you still resist our engagement, but I can't delay it any longer. Even after seeing the most famous doctors, your condition still hasn't improved. The only way to keep you by my side is to carve the mark. Once completed, the host will share a single lifespan with their partner. This means Vivian cannot die before me. What if you die? In the worst case scenario, she would also die along with me. This is too reckless. Dylan was right. With powerful enemies all around, this is indeed a reckless choice. But I can no longer sit back and do nothing, watching Vivian bear all this alone. The engagement ceremony must be held as soon as possible. I am sorry, Aslan. Aslan suddenly turns his head, his pupils constricting. Vivian holds her knees, panting heavily. I'm late. Aslan quickly steps forward. Vivian, did you run over here so I wouldn't have to wait long? I should have personally gonna pick you up. Vivian leans into his embrace, raising her face, squeezing out a smile. I'm Fina. Aslan's brows furrow tightly. No, you don't look well. Sit down and rest first. Aslan holds her left hand. What is this wound? Vivian, there's a faint fluctuation of magic on it. Vivian lowers her eyes. He noticed it immediately. I must make up an excuse. On the way here, there was a little accident. A woman stopped me, asking for help. In the process, I suffered a minor injury, but she healed me with magic. Aslan grips her wrist, his eyes gloomy. What happened? Vivian stiffens her body. Stutring. Well, Vivian raises her head. Right, she said there was a man dancing an ugly dance, trying to court her. So, she begged me to hide her. The scene was too terrifying. He came over shrugging his shoulders and even pretended to give her a rose. It was absolutely ridiculous. Vivian lets out two dry laughs. Don't you think that woman was pitiful? Half of Aslan's face is buried in shadows, emitting a blue chill around his body. Vivian spreads her hands. If it were me, I would have run away too. Vivian shrinks her shoulders. What's wrong? Aslan steps forward. Are you sure everything you told me is the truth? Aslan stands in the center of the hall, facing Vivian. At this time, 3 attendants stand with their hands down in the back, waiting for orders. The air falls into stagnation. Vivian holds her cheeks, the corners of her mouth turning up. Of course, everything I said is the truth. Aslan lowers his eyelids, his gaze sweeping over her face. Is that so? I understand. Aslan turns sideways, issuing a command to the attendant in the distance. Go to the ship. Vivian bites her fingertip. Success. He really believed it. Vivian looks out the door. Aslan, why is Dylan being dragged out? Aslan walks toward the carved door. Because there was a slight problem. The outing with Aslan ends with a peaceful dinner. This exceeded Vivian's expectations. Before she even had time to catch her breath, a new incident had already arisen. The summer hunt is about to begin. The Crown Prince will hold a hunting festival lasting several days at the Holy Spirit. To the dear Grand Duke and Vivian. Vivian sits on the soft cushions of the carriage, unfolding the letter with both hands. The royal family looks forward to your attendance. This invitation cannot be refused. Vivian's fingers close, crumpling the letter into a ball. Johannes, the Holy Spirit, the Crown Prince, is finally making his move. That is the resting place of the first emperor. It has never been open to anyone outside the royal family. The forest is permeated with a sacred aura. The Holy Spirit is covered with barriers targeting demons. For someone bearing the curse of Astaroth, that is the worst possible place. Aslan sits opposite her. Vivian, are you all right? You look very pale. Perhaps you should stay at home. Vivian waves her hand. Since you are attending, how could I be absent? Vivian turns her head and laughs loudly, the laughter echoing in the carriage. What's even worse is that the attempted poisoning of the Empress happens right before the hunting festival. Aslan has no alibi. He will be framed. Since I know this, how can I stay alone at the mansion? It concerns whether my tuberculosis can be cured. The wheels suddenly locked, leaving deep marks on the grass. The coachman pulled the reins tight. Your Highness, we have arrived. Vivian, looking out the window. So this is the Holy Spirit. Sunlight pierces through the overlapping leaves, sprinkling in the forest. On the grass, Vivian presses her chest and takes a deep breath. Her breathing has become smoother. To think the exorcism barrier can actually alleviate tuberculosis. I must seize this opportunity to fully recover. Vivian turns around and looks at Aslan. First, I need to keep him away from the Empress. Aslan, I will go back to the camp to rest first. See you later. Aslan reaches out his hand. Wait a minute. Aslan steps forward and embraces Vivian from behind. Aren't you going to give me a kiss to wish me good luck? Vivian's body stiffens. What are you talking about? Vivian looks around. The grassy clearing in the forest is filled with pairs of nobles. They are embracing and saying goodbye. If I just walk away like this, Aslan will be very embarrassed. In that case, I have no other choice. Vivian stands on her tiptoes. Her lips press against his cheek. Aslan freezes in place, his pupils trembling slightly. Vivian quickly withdraws her body, taking a step back. Good luck, Aslan. Aslan reaches out and grabs her fingertips. Vivian. Aslan leans down, grasping the back of her hand and kissing her knuckles. I will hunt the best prey as a return gift for your support. Aslan. He knows full well that this is the Crown Prince's trap, yet he still steps into it. Vivian lowers her eyelids, the corners of her mouth slightly turning up. I'm looking forward to it. A white stone mansion stands in the forest with a fountain in the courtyard, rising and falling. So this is the residence. No wonder it's so massive. It used to be a manor. Rises and falls. Has the Empress arrived? Two noble women lean close to talk, lowering their voices to whisper. Is that Countess Amelia? It seems she decided to attend this year's hunting festival. Vivian stops walking and turns her head to look at a corner of the hall. Wait, who is that? Countess Amelia. She is the real culprit who poisons in the novel, attempting to poison the Empress and then frame Aslan. Does she not even plan to put on an act truly worthy of being the Emperor's mistress? Such audacity is indeed astounding. The plot is developing exactly as originally planned. Countess Amelia will definitely slip the poison from the envelope into the champagne glass and then present it to the Empress. As long as she pretends to bump into the maid carrying the tray, she can switch the glasses in advance. That will stop all of this. Once successful, she must leave immediately without leaving any trace. The sound of the main doors opening rings out. A loud announcement follows. Her Majesty the Empress and His Highness the Crown Prince have arrived. Vivian suddenly turns her head to look at the main hall entrance. They are here. The Empress stops, resting her folding fan against her chin. We meet again, Miss Vivian. Vivian curtsies. Greetings, Your Majesty the Empress, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Johannes stands behind the Empress. Miss Vivian, have you been well recently? How strange. The Empress actually initiated a conversation with me. Are you also participating in this hunting festival? Vivian straightens up. Yes, but I plan to stay here today. Johannes reveals a smile. That is wonderful. Vivian freezes in place, blinking. What? It just so happens that my mother's maids have all stepped away. They went to participate in the hunting festival. If you could take their place and stay by my mother's side, I would feel very much at ease. Vivian bows slightly. Although my abilities are limited, today I will definitely do my utmost to serve your majesty. The Empress turns her face, her gaze locking onto Vivian. Is there something on my face? Your complexion doesn't look too good again. I have already summoned the royal physician to examine you. A doctor wearing a green vest approaches. Examine me? Why go to such unnecessary lengths? I will be keeping an eye on you. Vivian's pupils shrink. Could she already know my plan? Did she summon the doctor to confirm when Aslan's fiancée will breathe her last? Because death is coming later than expected? In the original work, the female lead was also humiliated here. Vivian takes half a step back. Are terrible things about to happen to me too? The royal physician Pablo steps forward carrying a medical box. I am Pablo. Today I will be examining you. Please cooperate with me to auscultate your lungs. Vivian turns sideways to avoid him. No, I absolutely cannot let him get close. Vivian suddenly turns her head, her line of sight passing over the doctor's shoulder. What is Amelia doing? A maid walks over carrying a tray, upon which champagne glasses are neatly arranged. Vivian's pupils tremble. Her maid is coming over. At this rate, there won't be any chance to switch the glasses at all. The royal physician Pablo presses step by step. The maid is approaching the Empress. Vivian is caught in the middle, trapped in a dilemma. Sweat seeps from Vivian's forehead, and her breathing becomes rapid. What should I do? What on earth should I do? Vivian stares at the predicament before her, thinking, Vivian, there must be a way out of this situation. The metal forceps on the royal physician's chest reflect white light. Vivian is suddenly startled, her gaze locking onto that silver tool. Can I use this? Let's try using this. Vivian reaches out and snatches the tool. What are these sharp forceps? Pablo freezes in place. Those are just medical tools used for respiratory treatment. Vivian's fingertips stroke the metal handle, letting out a hum. Are you planning to shove this thing up my nostrils? Although it might be slightly uncomfortable, it will absolutely not hurt you. The surrounding guests stop their conversations, their gazes converging on Vivian. I refuse. What if this thing hurts me? Vivian looks around. Good. Everyone's attention is on me. Then let's take this villainous act a step further. Since I can't personally stop the poisoning, I'll find someone to do it for me. Vivian looks at the maid carrying the drinks. Hey, you over there. The maid stops and points at herself. Are you calling me? Vivian suddenly reaches out and grabs the maid's wrist. That's right, it's you. Help me hold this. The glasses shake violently and liquid splashes from the rims. The maid steadies the tray. Miss Vivian, I must present these champagnes to Her Majesty. Vivian blocks her path, just for a little while. I need to confirm whether these forceps are truly harmless to me. Vivian holds up the glowing pendant. I will use this divine artifact. This was specially custom-made for me by my brother, Alex. It can determine if there is anything around that will harm me. The observing guests raise their folding fans to cover their faces. That's the villainess of the Eleonora family. She quieted down for a while, and now she's starting again. Everyone has seen it, right? I haven't touched those champagnes. Now let's wait and see. The maid lets out an exclamation. Please let me go. A strong light suddenly bursts forth. Miss Vivian, screams ring out from the crowd. Johannes stands in the distance, witnessing it. The light dissipates. What has happened? Pablo freezes in place, cold sweat seeping from his forehead. That's impossible. From a crowd, bursts of exclamation erupt. The divine artifact turned black. Could there really be something wrong with those forceps? Pablo stumbles backward repeatedly. This is impossible. There must be some misunderstanding. Vivian turns her face sideways. A misunderstanding? You just said that it can determine if there is anything harmful around, right? Then, the divine artifact might not be reacting to my forceps. You are right, Pablo. Vivian looks around. In that case, what do you think it is reacting to? BLO is a loss for words. The maid's hands tremble. Ripples form in the liquid within the glasses. Pablo stares at the maid. Could there be poison in the wine? That maid is very suspicious. More accurately, there's a problem with that glass of champagne. Vivian walks to the side of the maid. Are you saying there is something wrong with this glass of wine? It seems it is indeed worth examining. Vivian holds up the pitch-black divine artifact. You are right. Compared to the forceps, the divine artifact reaction is stronger when it gets close to the champagne. Whispers spread among the guests. Oh my God, is the wine really poisoned? Didn't she just say she was going to present it to Her Majesty? Johannes steps forward. Arrest this maid immediately. Johanna stops in front of the maid. I will interrogate her personally. The maid collapses to the ground, shaking her head desperately. No, it wasn't me, Your Highness. I was framed. The situation has been mostly handled. Now is a good opportunity to leave. I've delayed for too long. I must act quickly. According to the novel's records, Aslan's magic will go out of control at sunset. I must stop him from entering the late Emperor's mausoleum before then. Miss Vivian, you are truly impressive. Vivian freezes in place. What is Your Highness referring to? Johannes gazes at her. Your proactiveness and humility not only prevented the poisoning, but also disguised it as a coincidence, pushing the credit onto others while you silently withdraw. Vivian avoids his gaze. As expected, I can't hide it from this villain. Being a bit more honest now might be wiser. Vivian lowers her head. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Johannes raises his hand to signal. No need to be nervous. I am well aware that you are not the culprit. Johannes turns his face to the side, the corners of his mouth sinking slightly. What a pity. For a woman like you to be with Aslan is truly a waste. Vivian suddenly raises her head. Pardon? Your Highness, what did you say? Johannes turns his back and does not answer. Vivian turns and leaves, her footsteps hurried as she passes through the main doors. Johannes tilts his head and glances sideways. But Johannes's mouth curves into a smirk. If you are rushing to Aslan's side, you will soon discover one thing. Your fiancé is nothing but prey waiting to be slaughtered. The sound of horse hooves shatters the silence. Aslan rides swiftly, galloping through the gloomy forest. Pursuers follow closely behind. He can't run far. We must capture him alive. The sound of a horn echoes through the forest. Aslan presses his chest. Damn it. Ever since I touched that divine artifact, the magic in my body has completely lost control. I had fully prepared for the Holy Spirit's exorcism effects, but I didn't expect them to use a holy relic, the first Emperor's sword, to deal with me. Johannes, are you in such a hurry to catch me? A red light flashes in Aslan's eyes, and his heart beats violently. No, I can't hold on. The warhorse loses control, charging into the bushes and smashing dry branches, making a loud crash. Aslan falls to the ground, gasping heavily. Aslan pants for breath. I can't continue riding. I must find a place to hide. Aslan looks ahead. A fork appears in the forest. One path leads deep into the forest, the other leads to the late Emperor's mausoleum. That is a sacred ground only those of royal blood can enter. If I want to shake off the pursuers, I can only head to the mauso. Luem. Aslan steps forward, his leather boots crushing dry leaves and making a rustling sound. But if I cannot withstand the mausoleum's powerful exorcism energy, I will also die there. If I cannot suppress this power, I will be reduced to roaming as a beast for a very long time. Vivian, I am sorry. I wanted to return to your side as soon as possible, but now it seems I might be late. Black magic erupts like a tidal wave. Vivian whips the reins, spurring her horse into the dense forest. The sun is almost setting, yet Aslan is nowhere to be seen. If the novel's plot hasn't changed, Aslan's magic will go out of control due to Johannes's trap. He will transform into a black lion in front of his subordinates. Aslan will personally kill all his subordinates and ultimately head towards self-destruct. Tyan. Vivian pulls hard on the reins, and the warhorse rears up on its hind legs, letting out a sharp neigh. Stop. The tracks are faint, but they are indeed the footprints of a human and a beast. Vivian looks deep into the forest. This path leads directly to the late Emperor's mausoleum. Could he have already gone inside? Please don't let it be what I think it is. Aslan. Vivian gallops forward, her horse's hooves crushing the grass. Charging into the depths of the dense forest, sunlight pierces through the canopy, illuminating the stone steps ahead. This is the late Emperor's mausoleum. If Aslan is here, he must have already transformed into a beast, losing his reason. I must be careful. Vivian stops walking and listens closely. A rustling sound comes from the grass. Vivian turns her head, staring at the shaking bushes. What is that sound? Deep in the grass, a red light flares up. Two fireballs flicker in the dark. Vivian freezes in place, parting her lips to let out a short gasp. A massive black shadow leaps from the bushes, obscuring the light from above. The giant black lion bares its sharp teeth and lets out a roar. Vivian tilts her head back, watching the giant beast lunge at her face. Letting out a scream, Vivian shrinks her shoulders and covers her head with her hands. Am I really going to be eaten alive? Vivian opens her eyes. The expected excruciating pain. does not arrive. The giant black lion stops in front of her, emitting a low, throaty sound. The giant lion rolls onto its back on the grass with its four limbs in the air, exposing its soft bell. Lee, Vivian freezes in place. What is he doing? Is he acting spoiled? Is this a premial ritual? He's just showing off his cuteness. Pink paw. Pads wave before her eyes. That's it. The special beast-taming skill has taken effect. I am saved. Hooray! Vivian sits on the grass, reaching out to gently pat the giant beast's belly, cheering for Vivian's ability. Thunder rolls in the clouds, and the sky quickly darkens. Cold liquid drops onto the back of her neck. Vivian shrinks her neck. So cold. Vivian raises her head, staring at the gloomy sky. It's raining. The sun is about to set, and the temperature will keep dropping. The giant black lion lowers its body, its golden pupils staring intently at Vivian, a low whim. Her escaping its throat. What's wrong? Do you want to go inside? Vivian looks at the mausoleum door at the end of the stone steps. No, only direct descendants of the royal family can enter. He seems to want to go inside to take shelter from the rain. Vivian gazes at the giant lion, but the holy power there is too strong. It will hurt him. We have to find another. The giant black lion suddenly thrusts its head forward, grabbing the sword at Vivian's waist with its mouth and dragging her towards the mausoleum. Vivian lets out an exclamation. Wait! The giant black lion sprints with the sword in its mouth, charging towards the mausoleum door at the top of the stone steps. Vivian chases closely behind, letting out an angry shout. Hey, that's my sword. That giant lion is unreasonably stubborn. Now is not the time for pranks. All right, but we'll have to come out soon. Vivian takes out a flint and strikes it hard. Sparks fly from her fingertips. Vivian lights a torch, the firelight illuminating her face. Success. Good thing I brought a flint. It's very dark in here. Follow closely behind me. The giant black lion's throat vibrates, letting out a low hum. Vivian looks around, her fingertips brushing against the cold stone walls. Unbelievable. I'm actually seeing the place described in the book with my own eyes. It's even more spacious than I imagined. Is this warmth radiating from inside? Vivian stops her movements, pressing her palm against the stone wall carved with patterns. This is the Emperor's resting place. A roar erupts from the depths, and a wave of air sweeps through the corridor. Vivian suddenly turns her head. Aslan, a muffled, low growl spills from the black lion's throat, its four limbs tense. What's wrong? Are you angry? The black lion opens its massive jaws. Blood continuously drips from between its teeth, staining the floor tiles red. Oh my god, he's bleeding so much. His injuries have suddenly worsened. Even if Aslan insisted on coming in, I shouldn't have brought him here. I'm sorry. We must leave immediately. Vivian squats down, holding the black lion's shoulders with both hands. Can you still walk? You can lean on me. The black lion lets out weak pants, its head resting heavily against Vivian's shoulder. Dea, just like that, take it slow. A dull thud echoes in the room. The black lion's golden vertical pupils instantly dilate. Vivian lets out a miserable cry as her body loses balance, stumbling backward. Blood slides down her thigh, dripping onto the cold stone tiles. The giant black lion suddenly raises its head, its golden vertical pupils trembling violently as it stares at the bloodstains before it. Black lion. Vivian looks down at the wound. Is it because of this? Don't be afraid. I'm fine. An injury of this level can be healed with magic, so don't worry. I'm really fine. The paw is raised, making a dull sound of paw pad striking. Vivian sits on her knees, reaching out her hands towards the giant beast. Come a little closer. Vivian holds her breath, watching the approaching beast's head. Black lion. A rumble erupts from deep within the giant lion's throat. A bloody scent hits her face, revealing blood-stained sharp teeth. Vivian kneels on the ground, tilting her head up to gaze at the black lion before her. Black lion. Aslan's vision blurs. No, we can't stay like this. Maintaining this state will only cause him more harm. We must leave. The black lion takes a step back, its paws stepping on the edge of the stone tiles. It turns and disappears into the shadows. Vivian reaches out into the empty air, watching the black lion's retreating figure. Wait, come back quickly. The black lion leaps and charges towards the end of the corridor. That is the direction of the burial chamber. Has he lost his reason? Vivian breaks into a run, chasing after that black shadow. Aslan. Vivian runs down the long corridor. Two guards stop walking. The heavy wooden doors slowly close, shutting out the light from the outside. Vivian pushes open the main doors and rushes into the room. Black lion. Vivian suddenly stops, gazing at the empty room. Strange. I didn't feel anything outside at all, so why do I feel? Fear now? Vivian looks around, her gaze sweeping over the ceiling above the burial chamber. That crest is right above the burial chamber. Aslan isn't here. Vivian tilts her face up, staring at the crest above. That is the emblem of the Eleonora family. Long swords that defeated demons crossed in the center of wings. That was the glory bestowed by the founding emperor. As the emperor's sole companion, he once fought side by side until the end. That is an unquestionable family mark. Vivian gazes at the burial chamber crest. Did the emperor want to continue accompanying his comrade in arms, even after death? Why does my chest feel so tight? It's not a tuberculosis attack. Is it simply because I feel oppressed standing in front of tomb? Heavy footsteps come from behind, one after another. Vivian turns around. The black lion is slowly approaching, a murky low growl squeezing from its throat. Ah, so you were here. The black lion opens its massive jaws, revealing sharp fangs. Its pupils burn with a red light. Vivian turns around. It's so good that you came back. It's too stuffy here. Let's go. Otherwise, I'll just leave by myself. The black lion suddenly exerts force, its four paws kicking off the ground and whipping up a gust of wind as it charges forward. Vivian's smile freezes, her pupils suddenly shrinking. Wait, the black lion leaps into the air, letting out a roar. A guard is pinned to the ground. Capture the black lion alive. 3 swordsmen surround the black lion, drawing their swords and pointing them at the beast. The black lion lets out an angry roar, its sharp claws leaving scratch marks on the stone tiles. Vivian watches the chaos before her. What is going on? They want to capture Aslan alive? Vivian stares at the swordsmen's uniforms. They are Johannes's men. Have they been following me the whole time? Aslan noticed. So that's why he saved me. Vivian lowers her gaze. This is exactly the same as in the marked cave, but there is one difference. Vivian grasps the hilt of the sword at her waist, her 5 fingers tightening. She suddenly draws the sword from its sheath. The sound of metal scraping echoes in the burial chamber. Vivian raises the sword over her shoulder. This time, I have a sword in my hand. A swordsman rushes forward, swinging his sword to slash at the black lion. Roll away, little kitty. Vivian steps in sideways, swinging her sword in a horizontal slash. The blade cuts through the air, and the swordsman lets out a scream. Blood splatters in midair. The swordsmen stare at Vivian. Who is that woman? Why didn't you finish her off earlier? A companion grips his long sword tightly. I didn't know she could fight like this. Kill that woman. We can't leave any witnesses. The black lion leaps from behind, a red light tearing through the darkness, biting off a swordsman's head. Vivian swings her sword in a horizontal sweep. Johannes, I know you are afraid of Aslan, which is why you're doing this. Astaroth's curse was passed down to him, which also means he possesses the power to resurrect demons. If you kill Aslan, it will only result in you inheriting the curse yourself. That's why you want to bind him with black magic, keeping him imprisoned like a living corpse. Vivian grits her teeth. But Aslan hasn't done anything wrong. He never thought of usurping the throne. Even Blackford was established by him and his comrades in arms. All of this was merely a desperate struggle just to survive. The long sword falls to the ground. The metal strikes the stone tiles, making a crisp ring. Vivian stands amidst the corpses, panting rapidly. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. This special power really isn't one way. Vivian turns her head, gazing at the approaching black shadow. Sigh. Vivian reaches out her palm to stroke the top of the black lion's head. It seems you've calmed down. Aslan, no. Black Lion, I won't force you to leave here anymore. I know how stubborn you are, but I still have to remind you, this is not a good place. Vivian continues speaking. Even if it's dark and raining outside, you should still consider it carefully. The black lion closes its eyes, letting the palm brush over its fur, listening to the incessant rambling by its ear. Vivian lowers her eyelids. Even so, I will still stay with you. So, Vivian's body sways, her center of gravity tilting to one side. The black lion suddenly opens its eyes. Vivian? No. Did she push herself too hard again? Please open your eyes. Vivian. Vivian lies on the cold ground, her mouth open, letting out even snores. Aslan bends down, staring at her sleeping face. She just fell asleep. Since I can still bear it, let's just stay here tonight. She looks exhausted. The moon hangs outside the latticed window, the night quiet. Vivian, with her eyes closed, murmurs in her sleep. Hee, I tamed a lion. I'm going to show off to Alex. Aslan, restored to human form, looks down at the woman in his arms. He lets out a soft chuckle. Aslan reaches out his palm to stroke Vivian's cheek. I'm sorry, Vivian, but I don't think You'll have a chance to show off. Aslan kisses her cheek. Aslan lowers his gaze. The curse was lifted earlier than expected. Thanks to you, the rampant curse power has finally subsided. Vivian, with her eyes closed, breathes steadily. That's because you forgave me and didn't give up on me. Aslan holds her hand. So small. In the past, you were so weak, as if you would break at a single touch. I was afraid of hurting you, but I also hoped you wouldn't push me away, so I couldn't run away. Aslan closes his eyes. I am truly selfish. I hid my identity and caused you pain, but I'm not satisfied with just this. I want a deeper bond. Aslan lowers his head, resting his forehead against Vivian's. The truth is, I want your heart. I want to go as deep as possible. I am sorry, Vivian. I know very well that one day I must leave you because you were never meant to belong to a monster like me. But I still can't let go. I can't convince myself to let you leave. The morning sunlight pierces through the clouds, illuminating the forest on the second day. Vivian walks through the tree shadows. Vivian stretches her arms, loosening her stiff shoulders. Perhaps my ancestors were blessing me. Even though I slept on a hard stone floor, I felt unusually warm. Although my body is still a bit tired. Vivian stops walking and looks at the crowd gathered ahead. Guards and horses move back and forth through the forest, and conversations rise and fall. Vivian looks around, her brows slightly furrowing. Come to think of it, where did Aslan go? When I woke up, he was gone. His injuries haven't fully healed yet. Is he really okay? Vivian suddenly stops, her pupils contracting in the sunlight as her gaze locks onto the front. Hey, Slan, are you okay? Vivian abruptly covers her mouth. I have to pretend I don't know he turned into a black lion. What did you run off to? I got completely lost looking for you yesterday. Aslan lowers his head, avoiding her gaze. I'm sorry. I don't want to make excuses, but your thigh is injured. Are you really okay? Vivian lets out a cry of pain. I think I took a fall while looking for you yesterday. Aslan looks down at her leg. Can you walk? Vivian turns her head away. Of course not. Aslan, you don't know healing magic, do you? Aslan watches her. I'll go learn it. Vivian points at her wound. Ouch. It hurts. Aslan reaches out, grabbing the hem of his clothes, and forcefully tears off a long strip of white linen. Aslan kneels on one knee and pulls Vivian's leg over. We can't let the wound get infected. Use this for emergencies first. Aslan wraps the cloth strip with meticulous movements. Vivian looks down, watching him bandage her. He's being so careful, even if he was unconscious in his black lion form. Maybe subconsciously he knows he caused this wound. It tickles. Aslan finishes wrapping the cloth and ties a knot. Done. Vivian looks at her leg. Thank you, Aslan. Aslan turns around. Get on. I'll carry you back to the cabin. Vivian freezes in place. What did you say? Aslan reaches his arms back and hoists Vivian up. Vivian rests on his shoulder, her hands hurriedly gripping his collar. You don't have to do this. I can ride a horseback. The horse is lost. Vivian suddenly looks up. What? Aslan remains silent for a moment. I am human, after all. I make mistakes. Aslan steps on a dry branch, making a crisp snapping sound. I don't know why, but when I'm with you, I tend to make more mistakes. I failed to keep our promise yesterday, leaving you to wander the forest alone. Vivian, resting on his back, says Aslan, whether it's being cursed or turning into a magical beast, it's not your fault. I carry secrets you couldn't imagine, which is why I was late yesterday, Vivian. Vivian interrupts him. So what if you have secrets? If saying it out loud will cause you pain, then there's no need to tell me. Sometimes, that concealment is the better choice. Who knows? Maybe if a lie is hidden long enough, it becomes the truth. Aslan stops walking and lets out a low chuckle. It's really strange. You always seem to say exactly what I want to hear. Vivian's eyes widen abruptly, her cheeks flushing red. Oh no, am I acting? That too obvious? Vivian flusters and pats his shoulder. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Aslan steadies his balance. All right, I'll try to walk faster. At Aslan's temporary cabin, Aslan, stand by the bed. Summon the royal physician immediately. Prepare hot water. Go. The maid bows. Yes, your highness. Vivian lies on the spacious bed, looking around. This isn't the cabin I was staying in. Aslan turns around, letting out a low hum. No, this is where we are staying. Vivian stares at his back. Stubborn lion. Vivian reaches out to stroke the bed sheets. If I get back to the camp soon, my brother will be worried. He's probably already looking everywhere for me. But, Vivian, sinks into the soft mattress. This bed is so comfortable. It truly is an imperial-grade palace. Sorry, Alex, I'll see you later. I'm staying here with Aslan. Vivian but suddenly widens her eyes, her body stiffening. Wait. Vivian props herself up, staring intently at the man in front of her. Are you saying we're going to share this room? Sleep and bathe together for the entire hunting week? And change clothes? Aslan turns his face away, avoiding her gaze. I can't bear to let someone as weak as you sleep in an outdoor tent. If you feel uncomfortable, I can sleep on the sofa. Vivian gasps. Oh no, he could have enjoyed all this to himself, but out of concern for my health. But he gave a room to me. I'm sorry. I spoke without thinking just now. I wasn't trying to be guarded against you. Vivian's fingers intertwine, her voice growing softer. You must want to take a bath too. You gave a room to me, and Aslan stands at the foot of the bed, quietly listening to her mumbling. Vivian abruptly looks up. Yes. What is it? Don't worry about me. Just relax, because this room is big enough for 2 people. Vivian lies back on the pillow, her gaze meeting his. Is that so? Vivian. Aslan extends a finger, pressing it against her chin and lifting it up. Can you accept this arrangement? Vivian avoids his gaze. Since it's big enough for 2. I suppose so. If you ever feel uncomfortable, tell me anytime. Vivian watches him walk towards the sofa. Does he plan to sleep there? All right. Rapid footsteps echo outside the door. Alex pushes past the blocking attendants. Let go of me. I'm going to ask him myself. The attendant follows closely. Please don't do this, Your Grace. The wooden door is violently shoved open with a heavy thud. Get out of the way. Vivian. Alex shoves aside the attendant, blocking his path. You really are here. Are you going to cancel the engagement ceremony? Is it true? What engagement ceremony? Vivian props herself up, staring at Aslan. I've never heard of such a thing. Aslan, what is he talking about? Aslan sits on the edge of the bed. He remains silent. Vivian stands up. So, Aslan prepared a surprise proposal behind my back? You plan to propose at the Rose Ball on the street? You gotta be kidding me. Aslan stands in place and speaks in a low voice. I can explain everything. This was all an accident. Mind your own business. I almost suffered the greatest humiliation in the Empire's history. Vivian starts walking. Let's go, Alex. Where's our barracks? Alex stops his movements. It's quite far from here. Are you going to be okay? Vivian walks out the door. It's fine. The wooden door creaks. Dylan stands inside the doorway. Madam. Aslan steps out of the shadows and approaches Dylan. Aslan lowers his gaze. It seems I've let you live too comfortably. Don't you think so? Dylan bows his head, his voice trembling. I'm very sorry. The hunting festival enters its 4th day. Sunlight streams through the towering, arched windows. Odin spills into the Empress's palace. Johannes sits by the round table, picking up a white porcelain teacup. Mother, you seem to be in high spirits. The Empress sits across from him. Is that so? As you say, I am indeed quite satisfied. The Empress picks up her teacup and takes a sip. I finally got that annoying pest, Amelia, out of my sight. She thought that she could rest easy just by being the Emperor's mistress. All of this is thanks to Vivian's insight. Yes, Vivian. At first, I thought she was just an arrogant brat relying on her family's power. I even canceled her engagement with Johannes and handed her over to Aslan like an act of charity. I never expected her to be so talented and humble. I increasingly hope that she can become the crown princess. Johannes sets down his teacup. It seems you're also quite fond of Lady Vivian. The Empress closes her eyes, the corners of her mouth, curling up slightly. I heard there is a doctor abroad who has discovered a cure for tuberculosis. Johannes leans back in his chair. Yes. In fact, I've been trying to contact him. The Empress opens her eyes and lets out a soft laugh. Excellent. I hope this news that will make her happy. You should also build a friendship with Duke Eleonora. This is a perfect opportunity to draw the Eleonora family to our side. Johannes sets down his teacup. Yes, Mother. The Empress looks at the maid standing by the door. Sarah. Yes, Your Majesty. Go invite Vivian here. Be sure to treat her with the utmost respect. Yes, Your Majesty. Sunlight spills onto the stone-paved path of the palace. A pair of white leather shoes steps across the ground, making a dull thud. Vivian walks along the corridor, her sigh dissipating in the wind. Today is an unofficial rest day for the hunting festival. I didn't expect her to send someone for me. A doctor who can cure tuberculosis. It's finally time for this part. The fake doctor incident. It was the greatest scam in the Empire's history. The original. Vivian once saw this as her last lifeline. When the truth came out, she descended into madness out of despair, even attempting to assassinate the innocent Iris. But before tuberculosis could take her life, Aslan killed her with his own hands. In other words, this is the last scene where Vivian is alive. Vivian cups her chin, feeling an inexplicable chill. I know Aslan won't kill me now, but it's still unsettling. A hand reaches out from behind, suddenly grabbing Vivian's shoulder. Vivian's body violently shudders as she lets out a scream. Aslan stands behind her, his brows slightly furrowed. Vivian, Aslan retracts his hand. I called out to you, but you didn't respond. Did I scare you? Vivian presses a hand to her chest, panting heavily. What? Aslan lowers his eyes. I'm sorry for coming over so suddenly. I heard the Empress summoned you, so he's worried about me. Vivian gazes at the man in front of her. Actually, the Empress was very welcoming. I feel a bit guilty, even though he prepared a proposal without asking my opinion, which is indeed frustrating. I don't hate him. Why is this? Is it because he's too good-looking? Vivian stares at his chest, her fingertip resting on her chin. Considering all the suffering he put me through before, I absolutely cannot forgive him so easily. Aslan leans down closer to Vivian. I will fulfill any demand you have, but can you forgive me? Vivian holds her breath, looking at the face so close to hers. Wow, I really didn't expect him to go this far. Hey, Slan, Vivian murmurs softly. Vivian suddenly looks up. You just said any demand is fine, right? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I absolutely can't let it slip by. Thinking back to the days of walking on thin ice around him, it's time to make him pay his debts. Vivian lets out a soft laugh. Aslan's shoulders slump as he looks forward, his eyes revealing a sense of loneliness. Oh my God, he looks absolutely pathetic. Aslan stands in place and lets out a heavy sigh, like a puppy drenched in the rain, making a faint whimper. Whenever I see this face of his, my resolve wavers. But Vivian clears her throat and forces herself to look away. Very well. Then tell me right now where you went wrong. Explain everything without missing a single word. I almost caused you to suffer a massive humiliation. Next time, I will prepare a more perfect proposal. Aslan, Vivian sharply interrupts, taking a step forward. I have lived my whole life amidst other people's gossip and rumors. Do you really not know? Kropka why I'm angry. The wind swirls up fallen leaves, sweeping between the two of them. Aslan freezes in place. This is between the two of us, yet you went and listened to other people's gossip. Vivian crosses her arms. What else? Aslan lowers his hand, his fingertips touching the back of her hand. I didn't consider your feelings. I'm such a fool. Aslan leans in, wrapping both his hands around hers. Regarding the engagement ceremony, you should have been the first to know. Vivian tilts her face up, gazing at his profile, so close to hers. That's right, he is clearly terrible at these kinds of conversations, but yet he's doing it so well. But Vivian suddenly swats his hands away. I still can't forgive you just yet. Vivian holds up 2 fingers. There are 2 days left until the hunting festival ends, right? Within that time, catch a beautiful prey for me. Only then will I forgive you. Vivian crosses her arms. Although Aslan is capable, it's absolutely impossible to accomplish this in 2 days. This seems like a good opportunity for revenge. Aslan looks up. All right, as long as I can earn your forgiveness, I am willing to give up the honor of victory. Vivian lets out a soft laugh. Aren't you being a bit too hasty? Since that's the case, I'd also like to propose a condition for exchange. If I become the winner of the hunting festival, according to tradition, can you give me a kiss? Vivian presses her index finger against her lower lip, deep in thought. Tradition. The winner presents the glory to their beloved and receives a kiss in front of everyone. To think he would propose such a condition while asking for forgiveness. How bold. He looks determined to win. But winning the championship in 2 days is simply impossible. Vivian narrows her eyes, a smile forming. On her lips. Of course. 2 days later, on the final day of the hunting festival, a massive animal carcass is piled in the center of the camp. This is simply unbelievable. The carcass of a giant bear lies on the grass, weighing over 10,000 pounds. The Grand Duke's strength is truly unfathomable. Vivian stands in the crowd, staring blankly at the behemoth in front of her. Didn't he just catch a white deer a few days ago? There is no suspense left in the outcome. The winner can only be him. Leather boots step onto the wooden stairs, making a heavy sound. Aslan holds a red rose in his hands, looking forward with a smile on his lips. Grand Duke Astaroth, congratulations on your victory. That was spectacular. Vivian lowers her head, her cheeks flushing red. I am doomed. I'm completely dead this time. No, but it's too early to give up now. Running away is my specialty. I just need to slip away right now. Vivian. Aslan stops walking and gazes at her back in the crowd. I wish to dedicate this honor to my one and only fiancé. Vivian freezes in place, her pupils That's suddenly contracting. Aslan walks through the crowd, his leather boots stepping across the grass, approaching step by step. Are you willing to forgive me now? Aslan leans down and asks in a low voice. Vivian holds her breath. That's saying nothing. Vivian closes her eyes. A promise is a promise. I was really too full of myself. Vivian, Dot takes a step forward. Then let's begin. Aslan lets out a soft laugh. All right, but Aslan gazes at her face. Why are your lips pressed so tightly together? Vivian, Dot puffs her cheeks. I can't control it. Aside from a kiss on the cheek, I've never done anything like this before. Besides, that there's so many people watching here. If we actually do it, new rumors will definitely spread. Aslan cups the back of her head, suddenly leaning down and sealing those trembling lips. Vivian widens her eyes, her fingertips stiffly wrapping around his waist. Around them, not a thunderous cheer erupts. Petals dance in the sunlight, blurring everyone's vision. This way, everyone will clearly see that our engagement is unbreakable. That is enough. But why can't my heart stop racing? Why is it beating so fast? Aslan, let's go. Are you okay? Vivian lowers her head, her fingertips lightly touching her lips. I'm Euphine. It must be the influence of the atmosphere around us. Vivian avoids his gaze, her cheeks flushed red. That's right. It's just because of this festive atmosphere. From the Empress's poisoning plot to Aslan breaking the hunting record, this hunting festival, which satisfied countless gossips, finally concluded amidst cheers. We returned to Blackford. I had longed to live a peaceful life, as peaceful as healing the wounds suffered in that mausoleum. Tranquility was once my only hope. Documents stack up like mountains, nearly toppling off the desk. Vivian sits behind the desk, staring at the chaos in front of her. The Grand Duke has ordered that the floor and walls of the banquet hall must be completely replaced. The Grand Duke has also arranged for all the chandeliers and windows to be changed to the most fashionable styles right now. Madam, but are there no styles in the catalog that catch your eye? Or perhaps, I suggest trying an exotic style of decoration. The butler continues flipping through the pages. The sound of debate echoes in the room. Vivian lowers her head and lets out a long sigh. Why do I have to face this crazy situation as soon as I get back? Ever since arriving at the royal capital, I haven't had a single moment of rest. The coming-of-age ceremony. That is also just around the corner. Noisy discussions, footsteps, and the sounds of moving items intertwine outside the door, echoing deep down the hallway. A man wearing a dark blue cloak stops his steps, staring at the tightly shut door, and lets out. Not a soft hum. It seems Madam is very busy. The corners of Jesus's mouth curl up into a smile. I have urgent matters to discuss with her. Although there are many visitors at Blackford, this actually makes it easier for me to sneak in. I wonder if this time, that you'll still be able to recognize me, Vivian. The butler hands over the catalog in his hands. These are all premium imported goods from overseas. Madam, what do you think of this design? It's currently the most popular style. Vivian stares at the pages. There's so many of these things, it's suffocating. I wanted to grit my teeth and push through, but it seems I have no other choice now. It's time to play that card. Vivian bends over, clutching her chest, and coughs violently. Her body trembles with it. Dylan abruptly stops what he's doing and rushes to the desk. Are you all right? Should I call for a doctor? Vivian grips the edge of the desk and waves her hand. No, I just need a rest. Then I'll tell the merchants to come back another day. Vivian lowers her eyes. Tell them to never. Not come back again. Vivian leans back in her chair. I can finally catch my breath. A silver-haired youth that stands before the long desk. The youth presses a hand to his chest and bows. Hello, I am an employee from Madame Scary's boutique. Order to come and take your measurements for your dress. Dylan leans in close to Vivian's ear. Should I send him away, madam? Vivian does not answer, staring at the silver brooch on the youth's chest. Wait, I've seen that brooch before. Vivian's pupil's contract. That's the Eye of Truth, an accessory Jesus often wore in the novel. Vivian holds her breath, staring at the silver-haired youth in front of her. That must be Jesus. Dylan steps forward, blocking Jesus. Didn't you hear what Madam said? She needs rest. Get out. Wait. Vivian speaks up to stop him. It's all right, Dylan. I asked him to come. Have him follow me upstairs. Dylan looks hesitant, but considering how difficult it is to get an appointment at Madame Scary's boutique, this small price is nothing. Vivian steps onto the stairs. Thank you. Jesus picks up his suitcase and quickly follows. Dylan bows deeply. Yes, madam. If you need anything, please. Call me anytime. The door closes. Vivian stands in the center of the carpet, looking at Jesus's back. I really didn't expect you to come in person, and in this disguise. Jesus turns around, a smile on his lips. The residual demonic energy really gives me a headache. The Grand Duke is protecting you like a rare treasure. Who else but me could fool him? I thought you would recognize me immediately. You're just as insufferable as before. Jesus lies back on the red velvet chaise lounge, letting out a muffled sound. Vivian tilts her head, looking down. Still, not unbearable. Since you're here, it means you found a way to break the black magic, right? I'm afraid it will take a little more time. Jesus sits up from the lounge. I encountered an unexpected obstacle. Vivian's body jolts. What? I thought this wouldn't be a problem for you. Of course. Jesus lowers his eyes. But before that, I want to ask you something. The demon, Astaroth. Jesus stares at Vivian. It seems to be connected to the black magic on you. I want to trace its source. Do you have any clues? Vivian remains silent. When Aslan transformed into his lion form, an inverted pentagram array appeared on his back. That brand was emitting a faint glow. A pale red mark appeared on her skin, its shape very similar to his. But this is definitely not the brand described in the novel. That kind of contract requires a union between beast and human. I never fulfilled that condition. Logically, it should be impossible for me to have it. Jesus vaches vivia. That magic array is suppressing your tuberculosis. Just as he said, ever since discovering this array, her coughing symptoms that have indeed lessened. If this isn't a coincidence, contractors share their lives. If this really is a brand, does it mean that as long as he doesn't die, I can live too? Vivian cups her chin, deep in thought. If he dies, will I be buried with him? I know nothing about this magic array. Jesus clearly knows something. I must extract information while pretending to be ignorant. Vivian crosses her arms, looking at Jesus in front of her. I'm not even sure when this array was formed. Did you come all this way just to ask this? I thought you were very confident. Vivian rests her cheek on one hand, the corners of her mouth turning up slightly. Hit a sore spot, didn't I? Hurry up and tell me everything you know. Jesus, that remains silent for a moment and stands up from the lounge. What a pity. I can't remember anything. Since that's the case, Jesus stares at Vivian. You probably don't know about that demon either, right? Astaroth cursed the Eleonora family. This is truly unpleasant. Vivian suddenly widens her eyes. What? I told you the black magic on you is incomplete. Jesus opens his palms. The reason lies in your bloodline. The pure Eleonora blood hindered the corruption of the black magic. Two types of black magic cannot be engraved at the same time. Jesus lets out a clear laugh. The latter one naturally became defective. My mother is a direct descendant of the Eleonora family, while my father comes from a distant branch. But this was never mentioned. Dot in the novel. Vivian lowers her eyes. This is so annoying. I wanted to provoke Jesus, but I ended up getting checkmated instead. Vivian, Dot stares at Jesus in front of her. What an obnoxious guy. Enough. Since we can't talk it out, let's settle this with our fists. A heavy Dot knock sounds at the door. Vivian whips her head around. Aslan, Jesus, Dot is here, hide quickly. Jesus fiddles with the measuring tape in his hands. Vivian is about to step forward when her waist suddenly tightens. The white measuring tape wraps around her, pulling her entire body. Dot backward. Black leather boots step over the threshold. Aslan pushes the door open and enters. I'm coming in. How are you feeling, Vivian? Dylan said, but you're coughing very badly just now. Aslan narrows his eyes. Vivian freezes in place, a white measuring tape wrapped around her waist. Jesus' hands hold the tape tightly. I sensed he was coming a long time ago. Jesus lowers his voice. The residual demonic energy is too heavy. You bastard. Vivian grits her teeth, a vein popping on her forehead. Don't worry, I won't let him notice a thing. Aslan scrutinizes Jesus in front of him. Are you the assistant sent by the boutique? What are you two whispering about? Jesus loosens the measuring tape, turns his head, and smiles. We were confirming the measurements. I just finished measuring. Aslan turns his face, his gaze turning icy. I knew an assistant was coming, but wasn't it supposed to be a woman? How old are you? Aslan crosses his arms, looking down at him. Jesus bows slightly. To answer your highness, I am 16. What is your name? Miguel, is the boutique so short-staffed that they would send a boy to take a lady's measurements? Jesus raises a hand, lightly touching his chin. Madame Scary does have many assistants, but I am the one, Dot specifically in charge of attending to noble ladies. Jesus clasps his hands in front of his chest, the corners of his mouth curling up. They prefer cute boys like me. This is our boutique's trade secret. Vivian lowers her eyes. He's not wrong. That appearance really does look like a handsome youth. No. Vivian suddenly looks up, staring at the smiling Jesus beside her. Why is this guy so good at acting and improvising? Aslan's face is gloomy, his pupils flashing with golden light in the shadows, staring intently at Jesus in front of him. He looks very displeased. Vivian holds her breath, observing Aslan's expression. Did he see through it? Does he know that's Jesus? Someone like Aslan could recognize Jesus at a glance. The situation has become dangerous. Jesus, leave quickly. Vivian turns her head to glare at the youth beside her. Jesus, however, merely smiles. Jesus bows forward to take his leave. If there are no other questions, I will take my leave first, Vivian. Lowering her head and exhaling, her tense shoulders relaxed. Jesus stopped at the door and looked back. Oh, Lady Vivian, see you next time. Until then, please take care. Vivian crossed her arms over her chest and let out a dry laugh. That assistant is quite cute, isn't he? Aslan remained silent, watching the direction Jesus left. Is that so? Vivian, I know it's your coming-of-age ceremony, but don't push yourself too hard. If you're willing, I can take over all the preparation work. Vivian looked up and smiled. How could I do that? This is a celebration held for me. And besides, you have your own work to keep you busy. Is it my illusion? Is he being more gentle than usual? Aslan exerted force in his arms and lifted Vivian up horizontally. He actually carried me straight back to the room. Aslan lowered his eyes, looking at the person in his arms. You should take care of your health today. The celebration is not important. Aslan leaned down. What's important is you, Vivian. Vivian let out a laugh. You need to take good care of yourself, too. What's wrong? Aslan sat on the edge of the bed. I just don't know how to respond to that. Vivian widened her eyes. Are you feeling shy? There's no need for that. Vivian held up her index finger. At times like this, just saying thank you for your concern is enough. Aslan lowered his head and let out a vague response. Aslan reached out and touched the back of Vivian's hand. Thank you for your concern, Vivian. This feeling is really strange. Vivian let out a laugh. Well done, Aslan. The door closed. I'm not used to this kind of thing. The corners of Aslan's mouth curved up slightly. That feeling isn't bad. Thanks to you. That I am changing little by little. How long has Vivian been here? 15 years. Ago, I arrived at Blackford for the first time. Or rather, I was abandoned and exiled here. The atmosphere back then was completely different. A blizzard was raging, the castle was dilapidated, and the air reeked of blood. Johannes constantly reminded me that this place was best suited to house a lowly beast like me. Now, Vivian's traces are everywhere. When did her small frame completely conquer this massive castle? Dylan appeared at the end of the corridor and bowed slightly. Your Highness, please wait. Aslan stopped and turned his head. What is it? Dylan presented a letter with both hands. This is an invitation from Prince Johannes. Him again. I am extremely sorry, but I have other plans today. If invited next time, I will certainly be glad to attend. I never expected him to stubbornly cling to that polite remark. Aslan stared at the envelope. Just tear it up. Dylan gripped the letter tightly. But if we keep doing this, there might be consequences. Aslan turned his head, his eyes cold. I will handle everything. Vivian is sick. Do not bother her with such trivial matters. Perhaps, madam. Dutch should write a reply to formally decline his invitation. Dylan lowered his head and put the letter away. Yes, Your Highness. Vivian sat alone on the sofa. Aslan's injuries from the Holy Spirit haven't healed yet, but he keeps burying himself in swordsmanship training and official duties. If this continues, his body won't not be able to take it. I really wish he would cherish himself a bit more. Is it because of that personality that he wouldn't hesitate in the original story? Not to sacrifice his soul to the demon? Vivian shook her head vigorously. No, I absolutely cannot let that happen. If Aslan dies, I won't survive either. In order to live, I must. I'll make a plan. If my memory serves me right, in 3 years, Aslan will face the final battle, and Johannes will become the new emperor. Before then, I must find a way for Aslan to win. This means I have to personally put him on the throne. Thinking about it carefully, that this is not entirely impossible. Aslan possesses overwhelming martial prowess, and the income from the magic stone mines rivals the national treasury, not to mention his outstanding magic swordsmanship. The only trouble is that his reputation among the nobles is extremely terrible. Vivian fell into the shadows. How can I restore his reputation? Vivian held her head in her hands. Is there no way to turn the tide? Wait, one way. Vivian suddenly looked up, her blue eyes flashing with light. That's right. That's it. If fixing Aslan's reputation is too hard, it's better to drag the enemy's reputation straight down into the dirt. That's what I'll do. There's no guarantee that a turning point will appear within 3 years. To save my life, I must take the initiative. Do I have to use that method again? There is no other choice. Then, first, I need to go see Johannes. The next, morning, sunlight shone into the towering stone castle. A medicine bottle fell onto the wooden floor. White pills rolled all over the floor. Vivian arched her back, coughing violently. Dylan rushed into the room. "Madam, are you all right?" Vivian collapsed on the floor. "I can't breathe." Dylan knelt on one knee. "Just say the word, and I will do everything in my power to do anything for you." Vivian covered her mouth and nose. "Really?" Dylan looked solemn. "Of course, madam." Vivian lowered her hand. "Then, can you come a little closer?" Dylan leaned down and listened closely. Vivian leaned close to his ear, her voice extremely light. "Keep it a secret from Aslan and prepare a carriage for me." Dylan froze in place. His pupils trembled slightly. Vivian straightened up, her eyes clear. "I'm going to the Imperial Palace." "You mean?" "The Crown Prince said he would introduce a doctor to cure my tuberculosis." The Crown Prince. Vivian stared at the pills on the floor. "I originally planned to refuse, but the pain is truly unbearable." The attendant lowered his eyes, staying silent for a long time. "Madam, to tell you the truth, though we have also been looking for that doctor." Vivian looked up. "What?" "We did not mean to hide it. His Highness just wanted to be more cautious. This is too unexpected. If Aslan finds that fake doctor before me, things will get troublesome. I must ensure he is Johannes's subordinate. Reputation is like a seesaw. When one side falls, the other side rises. When the fake doctor's scam is exposed, Johannes will. That suffer a heavy blow. So I must go to the Crown Prince's palace first." Vivian lowered her eyes. "Dylan, afterwards, that I will explain everything clearly to Aslan. Now, can you let me go to the Imperial Palace?" Vivian covered her mouth and nose, her body trembling violently as she let out fits of coughing. Dylan reached out to support her arm, his expression not hesitant. "Madam." Dylan lowered his head. "All right, since you insist on this." The spires of the Imperial Palace stood tall under the sunlight. Johannes stood up from the dining table, surrounded by blooming flowers. "I have been waiting for you, Lady Vivian. Because you never reply to my invitations, I even felt a bit neglected." Vivian bowed slightly. "Please forgive me, Your Highness." "What invitations?" "I never received any." Vivian lowered her eyes, her fingers touching her chest. "I came today to ask for a favor." Johannes turned sideways. "Tell me, what is it?" Vivian looked straight at him. "I heard you know the whereabouts of that doctor. The one who can cure my tuberculosis." Johannes paused his movements. "Do you want to meet him in person?" Vivian covered her mouth and nose, letting out a muffled cough. "My condition has deteriorated to a point of despair." "Do you want to meet him in person?" "I don't think that's necessary." "What did you say?" Johannes smiled. "I plan to personally bring him back to the capital and recommend him as the royal doctor. Wouldn't that be more convenient for you?" Vivian crossed her hands over her chest. "You would actually go this far for me?" "But," Johannes let out an exclamation. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Vivian lowered her eyes, then slowly raised them. "I am deeply honored, but I worry about other patients. He is a doctor who can cure terminal illnesses. If he becomes a royal doctor, ordinary people will not be able to receive his treatment." Johannes fell into deep thought. The attendant behind him nodded slightly. "If the royal family monopolizes a doctor of this caliber, both I and the royal family will inevitably face criticism." Johannes took a step forward. "I understand what you mean." Johannes approached Vivian, leaning in to look straight into her eyes. "What if I recommend him as a royal doctor, but dispatch him to the Minerva Public Hospital?" Vivian held her breath. "Mission accomplished. Minerva Public Hospital. That is the top medical institution where high society gathers. The praises will swell as the patients are cured, until Johannes's reputation reaches its peak. Then the truth will be completely exposed." Vivian bowed slightly. "Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness." Johannes gazed into her eyes. "You're welcome. I wish you a speedy recovery. When you feel better, that we can talk in detail." Vivian stepped down from the carriage, the hem of her dress brushing against the stone floor, making a faint rustling sound. "Success. Now I just need to wait. That doctor will definitely not refuse Johannes's proposal." Dylan stopped walking. "Madam." Vivian halted and looked back. "What's wrong?" Dylan lowered his head. "Forgive me for being blunt, but the Crown Prince and my master do not have a harmonious relationship because of that Astaroth's curse." Vivian turned her face away. "I know." Dylan took half a step forward. "Therefore, I think it would be more appropriate for me to relay the message on your behalf." He's right. Aslan could easily get suspicious that there's something going on between me and the Crown Prince. Vivian smiled. "Thank you for your concern, Dylan. I trust that you will explain it clearly to Aslan." Dylan straightened his back. "Please leave it to me, madam." Vivian turned. "Not around. Everything should be like this. Everything will go smoothly. I'll trust him for now." Vivian Dot stood alone in the center of the bedroom, looking down to adjust her collar. I'm coming in, Vivian. Vivian turned her head and looked at the door. Aslan. Aslan pulled back the bed curtains. I'm already in. Excuse the intrusion. Vivian sat back on the edge of the bed. Please come in. Aslan walked to the bed and sat beside her. The two sat side by side, falling into that silence. Vivian tilted her head to observe him. Why is he so quiet? Did Dylan say something he shouldn't have? I knew it. That guy is unreliable. Aslan kept his head down in silence, his hands tightly clasped together. It's really infuriating. Vivian lowered her gaze. Sure enough, I was found out. I'm dead meat. Aslan slowly spoke. You have endured so much all this time, yet I failed to give you enough trust. Vivian froze in place. Dylan told me everything that happened today. I want you to blame me, but frankly speaking, I'm so ashamed right now that I don't even dare to look at you. Vivian, Dot blinked. What? The silence just now was because of guilt? Well done, Dylan. I knew I could count on you. Vivian's tense shoulders relaxed. I am the one who should apologize. Asking the Crown Prince for help was purely that out of my own selfish motives. Aslan turned to face Vivian. It's all right, don't worry. You just need to focus on recovering. Vivian murmured softly, Aslan. Vivian's lips curled up. Thank you. I will work hard to recover. Aslan fell silent, gazing at her face. That's great. Aslan can understand me. Aslan gently stroked her cheek. But why am I so nervous? It feels like it always makes me recall that moment. Vivian widened her eyes, her pupils. Dot trembling slightly. Aslan. Vivian widened her eyes, staring at the face so close at hand. What's going on? The atmosphere suddenly changed. There's no one else here. He doesn't need to act like he did last time. Vivian's heartbeat accelerated. She couldn't breathe. I must. Dot changed the subject. Vivian reached out and pushed against his chest. Aslan, I heard from Dylan this morning that you also tried to contact that doctor. Aslan's eyes darkened. He shouldn't have talked so much. Vivian hurriedly waved her hands. No, it's not like that. Thanks to him, I found out that you've always been thinking of me. Aslan, that lowered his eyes. I understand. He must be bothered that Johannes found the doctor first. But I'm finally relieved. Aslan has nothing to do with that quack doctor. Vivian looked up and responded. What is it? Aslan stood up. At dawn in 3 days, I will be setting off for the Northern Territory. There are some matters at the Imperial Palace that need to be handled. I'm sorry that I can't stay by your side. Vivian smiled. It's all right. I know you work very hard. I hope everything goes smoothly. Don't push yourself too hard. Aslan let out a soft chuckle. As you wish. He stood by the bed, looking down at her. Go to sleep early tonight. Vivian nodded in agreement. She is worrying about my health, even though she herself is still enduring the pain of illness. Yet, I succumb to base desires. Without a doubt, I am nothing but a despicable beast. 3 days later, Vivian sat on the sofa, flipping through the newspaper with a rustling sound. This is truly unexpected. The newspaper completely fails to mention the doctor's qualifications. Could it be that Johannes is also worried about that person's medical skills, which is why he didn't make them public? He is even more cautious than I imagined. I can't just sit and wait for death. Vivian put down the newspaper. I must make a trip to the hospital. Please prepare as quickly as possible. For the escort, I only need Dylan. Sophie, help me prepare that dress. Yes, madam. Vivian looked out the window. Aslan is not at home. This is the perfect opportunity to act. The sound of hooves echoed on the stone-paved road. The carriage passed through the courtyard and stopped in front of a grand building. Dylan opened the carriage door. Madam, we have arrived. Is this the place? Even if nobles have private doctors, they still choose to come here. It truly lives up to its reputation. Minerva Public Hospital. Vivian stepped out of the carriage, the tip of her shoe stepping onto the stone floor. I'm also fully prepared. The hospital entrance was crowded with people. The noble ladies stopped their conversations. Their eyes locked onto the entrance. Isn't that Vivian? She's actually dressed so plainly. Not to go out. Another noble lady fanned herself, lowering her voice. Darling, can't you tell the origin of that dress? That is a masterpiece by the top master artisan. It is rumored to be the most expensive dress in high society. Dylan followed closely behind, lowering his head to whisper in her ear. Madam, is this really okay? So many people are looking. This dress has no decorations at all. It's truly too plain. Vivian, but turned her head and smiled. Most people think the same way as Dylan. After all, only the nobles active in the upper echelons of high society can see through the true value of this dress at a glance. I need to find people like that, to converse with them and spread rumors about the fake doctor, about being connected to the Crown Prince. Vivian covered half her face with her fan, her eyes turning sharp. But this is difficult. Right now, everyone's eyes are focused on me, making it impossible to lock onto a target. The surroundings were filled with whispers. Welcome, Lady Vivian. Vivian, Dot suddenly turned around. A man in a black suit bowed to greet her. If you had contacted us in advance, we would have prepared a better reception for you. Please allow me to guide you to the second floor. No, perhaps this way. My luck is even better. Vivian closed her fan. All right, thank you. Leather shoes stepped on the polished floor, making a crisp sound. She followed the guide deeper inside. The interior decoration here is even more luxurious than the lobby. Every detail that exudes expensiveness. Every patient waiting here is a regular in the social news and newspapers, especially that Countess Ivana, the social butterfly of high society. She is the most perfect executor for this plan. I have found my target. Lady, Vivian, I found a chair for you. Please sit down. Vivian froze in place. Dylan, I wanted to walk over there naturally. You're being too rude like this. To the lady sitting next to it. But it is also an offense. Vivian turned her head, her gaze falling on the woman in the adjacent seat. Wait, that is Marchioness Bastion. The fan is engraved with a clear family crest. There is absolutely no mistake. She is someone who keeps her lips sealed, not suitable for spreading rumors. I'll apologize and then leave. Vivian bowed slightly. Please forgive us, madam. Dylan was just too worried about me, which caused this disruption. Marchioness Bastion opened her fan. Such loyalty from a subordinate is worthy of praise. Please do not trouble yourself over this. Vivian nodded slightly. Thank you for your understanding. She is indeed as elegant as the rumors say. The Grand Duke must cherish you very much. The Marchioness let out a soft chuckle. What are you saying? Vivian showed a puzzled expression. I lived in the north for a while and heard many things about Sir Dylan's military achievements. The Marchioness looked at the escort beside her. To think the Grand Duke would dispatch such a knight to protect you. It shows just how much he cares about you. Is that so? Vivian lowered her eyes. No, Aslan is just monitoring me. The heavy wooden door was pushed open with a creaking sound. I hope I haven't kept you waiting too long. Vivian stared at the newcomer. Not at all. Is this that fake doctor? The man placed one hand over his chest and bowed. My name is Juan. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lady Vivian. Vivian stared at Juan and softly called his name. Since the Crown Prince recommended you, but I hope you can help me. Countess Ivana widened her eyes. Crown Prince Johannes recommended him? Vivian touched her chest. He is just being considerate. After all, we are about to become family. The Marchioness covered her lips with her hand. How truly enviable. Enviable? Vivian lowered her eyelids. As someone who knows the truth, I find this word very amusing. Vivian's lips curled up. Soon, the entire empire will know that he is a fraud. Vivian turned her head and looked at Juan. Don't you agree? Fake doctor. A few hours later, the setting sun dyed the exterior walls of the clinic red. Vivian stepped out of the main gate, the soles of her shoes clicking against the stone bricks, making a crisp sound. Vivian stopped walking, staring at the glass bottle in her hand. This is too unexpected. According to the original plot, one was supposed to give me fake medicine, but this bottle, that is just an ordinary nutritional supplement. The real fake medicine is red, with a faint rose scent, and is highly addictive. At first, it can relieve pain and restore vitality, but the more you take it, the deeper the dependency becomes. The Vivian in the original story was fed exactly that kind of poison. Because of Johannes's recommendation, he must have repeatedly weighed the pros and cons before giving me the medicine. Vivian gritted her teeth. This is troublesome. I must get a sample of the fake medicine to expose a scam. Dylan leaned in to observe her expression, asking softly, Madam, did something happen? Vivian suddenly snapped back to reality. Dylan, no, it's nothing. Actually, I've been worrying about the rudeness towards the Marchioness just now. Dylan's shoulders trembled violently. Please forgive me, madam. Vivian stared at him. At least his guilt looks genuine. Wait a minute. What about the Marchioness? Vivian paused her movements. She has no connection to the royal family. Juan, thou must have prescribed her the fake medicine. If that's the case, if I directly swap them. Swap my medicine with Bastion's. Marchioness Bastion's medicine. Dylan stopped his. Movements. Yes, madam. I need you to deliver a bottle of fine wine to the Bastion estate, along with a letter saying that I wish to visit and apologize for today's offense. Can you handle this? Dylan clenched his fists, suddenly looking up and loudly promising, Of course, madam. Once I escort you back to the estate, I will do it immediately. Vivian let out a soft chuckle. Then I'll leave it to you, Dylan. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, scattering on the corridor of the mansion. Vivian opened the envelope. The reply came earlier than expected. The Marchioness claimed she did not mind what happened at the clinic, and to thank me for the gesture, she invited me to afternoon tea. The first step of the plan has been achieved. Aslan put down his cutlery. Are you going there personally? We have no interactions with the Bastion family. Vivian, Cut the food on her plate. I have been away from high society for too long. Perhaps this is a good opportunity to make a reappearance. Aslan lowered his eyes. Since you insist, I will try to contact Marquis Bastion. If the husbands establish a relationship first, your interactions with the Marchioness will be easier. Vivian stopped her hand movements. Actually, there's no need to go to that extent, but thank you anyway, Aslan. Aslan remained silent, his gaze lingering on her smiling face. Aslan gestured for the attendant to hand over a document. I have gathered some basic information about the Marchioness. I suggest you review it before you leave. Vivian froze in place. Why has he suddenly become so generous? Vivian looked down to examine the intel. Celia Bastion, 27 years old, married to the Marquis for a full 10 years. The couple has a harmonious relationship, but limited by the madam's health condition. They have no children to this day. She seems to mind this very much. I'd better avoid this topic. Vivian stepped down the stairs in her high heels, the heels striking the ground with a crisp sound. This is not a problem for me. As long as I can successfully swap the medicine in her hands, everything will be easily resolved. The carriage stopped in front of the Bastion estate. Vivian stepped onto the steps and walked into the grand building. Celia hurried over, a smile on her face. Lady Vivian, you're here so early. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to see me. This is tea from Eastern Valdivia. Vivian handed over the gift box. It's just a small token. Please accept it. Celia took the box and let out an exclamation. Oh, what a precious gift. Please wait a moment, Lady Vivian. I will go get some pastries to pair with the tea. Celia turned her head and instructed a maid. Take Lady Vivian to the reception room. The maid bowed and received the order. Yes, madam. Vivian followed the maid, her eyes quickly scanning the corridor, searching for her target. Excellent. The opportunity is here. Vivian looked around the corridor. The Marchioness's bedroom is not far from the reception room. Now I just need to send this maid away. The maid pushed open the door and stood sideways. Lady Vivian, please step this way. If you need anything, please summon me at any time. Vivian sat on the sofa and nodded. Thank you. You may leave. Before she even finished speaking, Vivian suddenly covered her mouth and nose, her body trembling violently as she burst into a series of rapid coughs. The maid looked panicked and hurried over. Lady Vivian, are you all right? Vivian reached into her handbag, rummaging through it frantically. My cough medicine is missing. At times like this, that I usually carry it with me. The maid turned and rushed towards the door. I will go check immediately. If there is any spare emergency medicine. She lowered the hand covering her mouth and nose, the corners of her lips turning up slightly, pretending to cough. That made my throat a bit dry. I'll have to use a different method next time. I must. Hurry up. Vivian pushed open the heavy wooden door and slipped into the next room. This is the Marchioness's bedroom. Vivian looked around. Her gaze wandered among the ornate furniture. Medicine bottles are usually placed on the dressing table. Where's the dressing table? Vivian locked onto a wooden table in the corner and quickly walked over. Her eyes swept over the bottles and jars on the table. Found it. First, take the fake medicine from her and then swap it with the eye care supplement I prepared. Vivian tilted the bottle, pouring the dried rose-colored granules into the medicine jar. For the health of your eyes, Marchioness. A shout came from the end of the corridor. Lady Vivian. Lady Vivian. Vivian suddenly turned her head, her pupils contracting in the shadows. This voice. Celia hurried forward, her shoes striking the floor tiles, her dress swishing in the corridor. Celia pushed the door open. Miss Vivian, I heard you're coughing badly. Celia was suddenly startled, her pupils shrinking. She let out a short gasp. Are you all right? You look very pale. Vivian steadied her breathing. I'm Fina. Good thing she didn't catch me in her bedroom. It was farther than expected. Celia took out a medicine bottle. This is the medicine prepared by the family doctor. It can relieve your cough. Now please breathe slowly. Celia held her hand with a worried look. Wait, you could just let the servants handle this. Vivian lowered her head, avoiding her gaze, feeling a pang of guilt for faking an illness and lying. I'm truly awful. A few hours later, the tea party officially began. Exquisite pastries filled the round table. Is this the famous tea from Valdivia? The color is indeed charming. Vivian raised her cup and took a sip. What exactly am I doing? I once told Aslan Chef Astaroth that this was an opportunity to return, to the social circles. But between preparing for my coming-of-age ceremony and dealing with the fake doctor, the piled-up tasks are already overwhelming. I originally wanted to use my illness as an excuse to leave this tea party right away. But Celia spread her hands. I'm so glad your cough has stopped. The family doctor's medicine worked for you. Later, I will send the prescription. Thought to the Grand Duke's estate. Vivian froze in her seat. The Marchioness is truly kind. Why am I always soft-hearted toward kind people? Miss Vivian? Vivian suddenly snapped back to reality. Sorry, what did you just say? A woman put down her teacup. The tea's flavor is excellent. Thanks to you. That we had the chance to enjoy such a premium blend. That's right. Thank you very much. Celia set down her teacup. I'm so glad to hear that. It seems my effort in selecting the tea wasn't in vain. Miss Vivian always amazes people. Her witty response worked. Countess Ivana picked up a pink pastry. In comparison, the pastries prepared by the Marchioness only interfere with the tea's aroma. Celia froze on the spot, letting out a confused sound. A brown-haired, noble lady covered her face and chuckled. So you feel the same way. That's why I've only been drinking tea. These pastries don't match the tea's quality at all. They taste so plain, they're practically for servants. Don't get us wrong, we're not saying they taste bad. Vivian bit into a pastry, making a crisp sound. Why are they talking like this? They clearly go very well with the tea. Celia put down her pastry. I'm so sorry. It seems I made a poor judgment. No need to apologize. We're just giving you some advice. Celia lowered her head and softly agreed, of course. Why is she being so submissive? She's letting those two humiliate her with their words. As expected, she can't fit into the high society circles. Everyone, have you heard? About that doctor for the Eastern Continent? Countess Ivana smirked. Yes, I heard his medical skills are quite brilliant. I heard His Highness the Crown Prince once recommended him to you, Miss Vivian. What do you think of him? Vivian picked up her teacup. His treatment is indeed very effective. Although I feel sorry for the Marchioness, before the matter with the doctor is completely resolved, I must speak and act cautiously. I've already put so much effort into restoring Aslan's reputation. As his fiancé, if I cause a commotion now, everything will be ruined. It's best I don't interfere. The woman suddenly raised her voice. In that case, Marchioness, why not visit that hospital and see? Celia froze, asking hesitantly, what? The woman leaned forward, her tone full of sarcasm. Who knows? Maybe this time you'll finally be able to conceive a child. Celia stiffened in her seat. The brown-haired lady opened her fan to cover the lower half of her face, letting out bursts of snickers. Vivian watched coldly, her gray eyes. Showing no emotion. Celia lowered her head, her voice weak. Actually, I already went to that hospital yesterday. That was fast. It seems you're also curious about the royal doctor's methods. Desperate people that will always resort to any means. When a desire becomes urgent, political stances are no longer worth mentioning. Wouldn't you agree? Vivian stared at her, finally seeing through this charade. They are using the politically neutral Marchioness not to try and curry favor with me. After all, I have close ties with the royal family. This is their way of showing loyalty to the royal family. How pathetic. Don't get involved, Vivian. Oh my, to go to such lengths for something like that. I have 3 mischievous sons, so I really can't relate. Stay silent. I just wanted to offer some advice. You're not angry, are you? You just look a little displeased. Don't get involved. Absolutely do not get involved. Countess Ivana tilted her head and smiled. That's right. You're being too rude in front of Miss Vivian, aren't you? Vivian, I took a deep breath. Shut your mouths. The women's smiles froze. What did you say? Are you speaking to us? Vivian raised her eyes. I said, shut up. You're really embarrassing yourselves. Countess, do you think this kind of scene pleases me? Do you think I'll like you because of this and become your ally? How delightfully. Not ambitious. Countess Ivana's face turned red. She gritted her teeth, letting out a muffled groan. The black-haired, noble woman suddenly stood up. Miss Vivian, don't you think you're going too far? If we tell the royal family about this, even you, the royal family, be my guest. Vivian stood up. However, I doubt people like you have the qualifications not to step even half a foot into the imperial palace. Our standing is clearly different. She closed her eyes, the corners of her mouth curling into a smile. Don't delusionally think you can overstep your status. Vivian looked around the round table. Why does everyone look so grim? I'm merely giving you advice, so you don't cross the line and vanish without a trace. After all, you all come from humble backgrounds, don't you? The black-haired, noble woman gritted her teeth, letting out a dull groan. Countess Ivana suddenly widened her eyes. Celia covered her mouth, looking shocked. Enough, Miss Vivian. Aren't you afraid of the consequences? Vivian stood still. I said, try if you have the guts. As long as you're confident in going against my brother, the Duke of Eleonora, and my future husband, the Grand Duke of Blackford. The noble women froze in place, cold sweat rolling down their cheeks. Is this the rumored queen bee of the social circles? The villainess of the Eleonora family? Is this the rumored her? Vivian played with a strand of her hair, tilting her head to glance sideways at them. Since I've made myself clear, you should understand what I truly want, right? The tea room fell into a dead silence. The noble women looked at each other, in dismay. No one dared to make a sound. Marchioness Bastian, Celia, suddenly looked up. The black-haired noble woman bowed her head in submission. I spoke too harshly just now. I apologize to you. Vivian walked slowly toward her. An apology of this level isn't enough. The black-haired noblewoman stiffened. Vivian narrowed her eyes, pointing to the floor. You should kneel. Otherwise, how will she know your apology is sincere? Celia trembled all over, trying to speak up to stop her. Miss Vivian, there's no need to go this far. Vivian raised her index finger to her lips, signaling her to be quiet. Celia held her breath, standing frozen on the spot. Make your choice. Kneel now, or pay the price for defying me. A few days later, in the indoor garden of the Imperial Palace, the Empress picked up her teacup. So, Vivian caused a huge scene. A court lady poured black tea. Yes, your majesty. At the Marquis Bastian's estate, she forced those socialites to kneel. Johannes covered his mouth and laughed. The court lady stopped her movements. Your Highness? Johannes lowered his hand. I think I know. About what happened. Vivian probably couldn't stand seeing that weak Marchioness become prey to the social climbers. The Empress took a sip of her black tea. Miss Vivian must be very distressed. The vicious rumors spread by those piranhas have deeply troubled her. Since that's the case, I should show a little kindness. After all, she saved me twice. The Empress waved for an attendant. How do you plan to deal with those people? The Empress stirred her black tea. Do as you please. They're just women from humble backgrounds anyway. Understood, your majesty. But I'm a bit worried about Marquis Bastian. He loves his wife deeply. If he finds out the truth, I fear he won't tolerate his wife being insulted. His position is quite extraordinary. Marquis Bastian holds the position of Chief Justice, wielding the heavy authority of the Astaroth Empire's laws. He has always remained neutral, repeatedly rejecting the royal family's attempts to win him over. I'm worried this incident will push the Marchioness towards that despicable beast. Johannes crossed his hands, resting his chin on them. Don't worry, mother. Even if the Marquis blurs the lines between public and private out of gratitude, it won't matter. Johannes stared straight ahead, his eyes cold. After all, in the end, the only one standing beside that lady will be me. Johannes closed his eyes and smiled. The Empress nodded. I believe there will be good news soon. Tell one he must. Cure Miss Vivian. Understood, mother. Birdsong pierced the night sky. At the Grand Duke's estate, the lights were bright. Aslan stood alone, facing the curtains in the empty room. Your Highness, the serfs in the Alvaro territory seem unable to endure the heavy labor and have fled en masse to Blackford. Aslan rubbed his temples, keeping his eyes closed without speaking. The attendant continued his report. Lord Alvaro claims this is a deliberate conspiracy orchestrated by Blackford, infringing on his property rights. There's no need to listen to such nonsense anymore. What do you plan to do? I suggest your Highness head to the north to handle it. Aslan walked to the window. No, I cannot leave the capital right now, because Vivian, you are here. Vivian lay in bed, her eyes tightly closed, deep in sleep. I really wanted to accompany you to the north, but ever since you returned from the Marquis's estate, your health hasn't improved. It's probably because of those rumors in the capital. I originally wanted to root out the rats spreading the rumors and put an end to all this. But by the time I investigated their identities, they had already vanished without a trace, as if they never existed. There's only one person capable of doing this, Johannes. His recent actions have been truly abnormal. Without someone backing him, a mere lord would never dare to file a lawsuit against me. If this is also Johannes's scheme, his goal is singular, to trap me in Blackford, to take Vivian for himself while I'm away from the capital. I will absolutely not allow that to happen. Vivian is my only fiancée. Her other half can only be me. No one can deny this fact, and I will absolutely not allow anyone to interfere. Aslan leaned down. Once a beast chooses its mate, it will never let go. I will never let anyone. Take Vivian away. Vivian frowned slightly, letting out a soft hum. Aslan suddenly stopped his movements. Damn it, to think I would do such a thing to a sleeping person. My self-control is getting weaker. Vivian's lips curled up slightly, showing a smile. Inner sleep. Aslan chuckled softly. Yes, for now, this is enough. Aslan leaned down and kissed her forehead. This is enough. One day, when we truly become one. Vivian's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Aslan, the White Palace complex, stood under the sunlight. Birds flew past the spires, their calls breaking the silence of the early morning. The headmaid pushed open the heavy wooden doors and stepped into the spacious bedroom. "My lady, His Highness wishes to dine in the bedroom today." Vivian stopped what she was doing and turned her head to look at the maid. "Really? He's been very busy lately. Is he not going to the Imperial Palace today?" The head maid lowered her head, folding her hands in front of her. "His Highness, that is here right now. So the movements I felt last night weren't a dream. Why did he come to my room last night? Could it be that he came specifically to reprimand me for what happened at the Marquis's estate?" Vivian suddenly clutched her head, letting out a frustrated groan. "Why did I have to be so nosy? I should have restrained myself. I must behave properly today. I am a stone with no ears and no mouth." Aslan pushed the door open. "Emma, is Vivian ready?" Headmaid Emma bowed respectfully. "Master, she's preparing to go out. She's going to the hospital today." With her back to the door, Vivian repeatedly chanted her mantra. "I am a stone. I am a—" Aslan stepped inside. "What are you doing?" Vivian let out a startled cry, losing her balance and knocking over the bottles and jars on the vanity. A perfume bottle shattered on the floor. Vivian slumped to the ground. "Why should I be afraid?" Aslan leaned down to check on her. "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. It's fine, I'm all right." Vivian covered her mouth and coughed. "Since I've managed to survive under him for this long, as long as I continue to pretend to be weak, he will definitely go soft on me." Aslan stared, got at her face. "You seem to have lost weight again, Vivian. How about we go to the hospital together?" Vivian froze. "What? Does he want to spy on me at the hospital? Is he worried I'll cause trouble again?" "You've been busy with official duties lately. I could go alone." Aslan grabbed her wrist. "Nothing is more important than you. Please allow me to accompany you." Vivian avoided his gaze, letting out a dry laugh. "Since you insist, I have no room to refuse." Minerva. Public hospital clinic. The attending doctor held a magnifying glass, his fingertips trembling violently. Vivian looked down at him. Why is he shaking so much today? The attending doctor put away the magnifying glass and took a step back. "The examination is over, Miss Vivian." The nurse stepped forward. "I'll help you fix your dress." Aslan raised a hand to stop her. "No need. I'll do it." Vivian turned around. Vivian obediently turned her back to him. "All right." Aslan pinched the ribbon, his fingertips passing through the fabric, tying the knot at the back of her dress. The nurses hid behind the door, covering their cheeks with their hands. "The second prince is actually taking care of his fiancée personally." Aslan leaned close to her ear. "It's been a while since we went out together. How about we visit somewhere on the way back?" Vivian pursed her lips. "If he's so busy, where does he find the time to spy? That on me?" Aslan finished tying the ribbon and released his fingers. "Done. Could you wait for me outside? I like to talk to the doctor." Vivian tilted her head. "Talk alone?" Vivian walked towards the door. "All right, take your time." The door clicked shut. Aslan turned around, shadows covering his face, and stared at the doctor in front of him. The attending doctor, Juan, gulped, sweat beading on his forehead. Aslan stepped closer. "Your reputation in the capital is quite loud." Juan hunched his back, his voice trembling. "You flatter me. Although his reviews are extremely high, I don't like his demeanor. I don't want my fiancée's doctor to act like this. But perhaps I should observe a bit longer. When she said she would spend the rest of her life alone, I promised her I would definitely cure her illness. That expression was earned after so much effort. No matter the cost, I will protect that smile." Aslan stared at the doctor. "Vivian trusts your medical skills very much, and she needs your help. I want you to cure Vivian's illness. Completely cure it." Dr. Juan looked troubled, the corners of his mouth twitching stiffly. "But, Your Highness, medical treatment that doesn't have absolute guarantees." Aslan threw a punch, smashing it into the wall. The stone bricks shattered right next to the doctor's ear, sending with splinters and dust falling. "Sorry, my hand slipped." Aslan retracted his fist, shadows casting over his eyes. "I'll ask you one more time. You can cure Vivian, right?" Dr. Juan's legs trembled, cold sweat soaking his collar. He let out a dry laugh. "I will do my absolute best." Aslan stared at the doctor. "I will remember those words." Aslan strode away. Dr. Juan gasped for air. What on earth just happened? I thought my identity had been exposed. The rumors said the second prince neglected his fiancée, and Johannes also shows her utmost care. Why do both princes? They'll protect her so fiercely? Dr. Wan pulled open a drawer, his hands frantically searching. Under the surveillance of those two, I can't keep up this charade for much longer. Dr. Wan held up a glass bottle, the red pills rattling inside. Is this the only way left? If Vivian shows no improvement while everyone else recovers, my medical skills will be questioned. I must make her take this medicine too. One was once a worker in a rural dye factory who accidentally discovered the secret of synthetic dyes. This red powder could make animals tireless, even if they would soon die in droves shortly after. Juan relied on this fake medicine to swindle and bluff. Whenever his scam was about to be exposed, he would immediately flee to the next destination until he stepped into the Astaroth Empire. In this country, the royal doctor enjoys criminal immunity. Juan initially didn't dare to target Vivian because the law does not protect actions that harm royal members. Since the crown prince and the second prince both want her dead, then it's not my fault. As long as I abscond with the money before getting caught, I'll be fine. Vivian stopped in her tracks, looking at the man at the end of the corridor. Excuse me, are you Miss Vivian? The man raised his right hand and took off his black top hat. A pleasure to meet you. I am Marquis Bastion. Vivian stopped and bowed to Marquis Bastion. It's all over now. I'm dead meat. Why did I run into Marquis Bastion here? The farce at the tea party put his family in a difficult position. He must. Don't want to tear me apart right now. Just look at that gloomy face. The Marquis stared at Vivian. Are you currently receiving treatment? Vivian took a half step back. No, my consultation just ended. The Marquis nodded in response. I see. Then, your wife must be here as well? Yes. The Marquis reached into his overcoat pocket, rummaging for something. I have something to give you. Vivian showed a confused expression. The Marquis handed her a small paper box. It's medicine prepared by our family doctor. My wife heard this would help you and prepared it especially for you. But she is very busy right now, so I'm passing it on to you on her behalf. Vivian took the paper box. That's very thoughtful. Thank you. The Marquis didn't leave. Also, I heard your coming-of-age ceremony is next month. Don't you need a maid of honor to assist you with the preparations? Vivian held her breath. A maid of honor? I didn't expect him to bring this up. In the Empire, a coming-of-age ceremony is as important as a wedding. The protagonist needs to invite high-status friends to showcase their social influence. Vivian lowered her eyes. Because of my illness, I haven't participated in social events for a long time. I haven't decided who to invite as my maid of honor yet. The Marquis took a step forward. In that case, could you ask my wife to take on this role? Vivian suddenly looked up. What did you say? I know this is sudden, but Celia would be very happy. Ever since your last visit, she has shown a smile we haven't seen in a long time. Vivian recalled the tea party. She clearly didn't look happy then, and even seemed a bit abnormal. Vivian stayed silent for a long time, then nodded in agreement. I will send someone to the Marchioness as soon as possible. The Marquis pressed his hat to his chest. Thank you, Miss Vivian. The Marquis put his top hat back on. The situation in the north will be resolved soon. Please consider this my personal token of gratitude. Have a pleasant day. Vivian watched the Marquis leave. The north? What did he mean by that? Since he said it will be resolved soon, it should be a good thing, right? A knock on the door sounded. Vivian stopped at the door. Did your talk with the doctor go well? Aslan nodded. Yes. What's that in your hand? Vivian looked down at the medicine box. This is for my coming-of-age ceremony next month. I think I'll have one more maid of honor. 3 days later, a carriage stopped in front of Madame Scalai's boutique. To prepare for the coming-of-age ceremony, she had to start picking out a dress. Before leaving the house, Vivian sent a letter officially inviting the Marchioness to serve as a maid of honor. Marquis Bastion has always remained neutral. I never expected him to initiate such a request. If the Marchioness accepts the invitation, the Bastion family's political stance might change. This will be the key to turning the tide. What are you thinking about, Vivian? Vivian suddenly snapped back to reality. Nothing. Iris smiled. Thank you for letting me be your maid of honor, Vivian. I'd do anything for my only sister. You need me to help you pick out a dress, right? Vivian nodded and smiled. Yes. Although I have other plans, don't be too surprised when we get there. Madame Scalier's boutique. That doesn't just have ordinary dresses. The carriage stopped in front of a magnificent glass building. Sunlight pierced through the complex steel framework. Vivian pushed open the doors, clasping her hands under her chin in awe. The gown on the display stand emitted a white glow. The skirt was adorned with glowing flowers. Madame Scalai walked over to the dress. This is our boutique's proudest creation. It incorporates light magic, allowing it to sparkle for a specific duration. Iris reached out, her fingertips hovering over. The glowing fabric. So beautiful. Madame Scalai looked at Vivian. Combining fashion with magic has always been my dream. It is an honor to showcase this piece through Miss Vivian. Vivian nodded in acknowledgement. You're too kind. Madame Scally leaned close to Vivian and lowered her voice. You're actually here today to meet that mage, aren't you? Vivian smiled. Yes. Madame Scally stepped aside to clear the way. Please follow me. I will take care of your companion. He is waiting for you in that room. Jesus turned around. His long hair cascaded like a waterfall, his purple eyes locking onto the visitor at the door. Jesus opened his arms. Long time no see, Miss Vivian. Vivian stopped in her tracks, squinting at the blinding light before her. I really wish we could meet more often. Vivian stared at him. He's glowing. It's so blinding I can barely keep my eyes open. We aren't. Not close enough for that. Jesus spread his hands. What are you talking about? Thanks to that the magic dress business you introduced, the guild has made a lot of money recently. Madame Scally realized her dream, and I get to meet you while avoiding Oslin surveillance. It's a win-win. Jesus let out a light chuckle. So, what do you need me for today? Vivian opened her handbag. You must have heard of that Dr. Wan. He's made quite a name for himself in the Empire. This is the medicine he prescribed for me. Vivian held up the medicine bottle. I'm not comfortable taking something with unknown ingredients. I'd like to ask you to analyze it for me. Jesus dropped his smile, his purple eyes staring at the medicine bottle. Did he personally prescribe this for you? Vivian lowered her eyes. Yes. After my second visit to the hospital, Dr. Wan started prescribing this medicine for me, but I've been substituting it with eye drops. The plan to visit the Bastion estate succeeded, but this bottle of medicine is the real hidden threat. That quack one surprisingly didn't let this bottle ruin my plan. You should have given me this medicine earlier. Just you wait, Juan. Very soon, I will expose your true face as a fraud to the entire empire. Jesus held up the medicine bottle. I've never seen this color before. However, it shouldn't be difficult to analyze. The guild has mages from different continents. Vivian clasped her hands together. That's wonderful. I will pay whatever compensation you require. Please introduce a mage to me to analyze this bottle of medicine. Jesus lowered his eyes. Another mage? Jesus turned around. I refuse, Miss Vivian. Vivian froze on the spot. What did you say? The corners of Jesus's mouth curled up into a smile. I said, I refuse to introduce anyone else to you. Vivian stood frozen, her eyes wide, her pupils trembling slightly. What? Why not, Jesus? Vivian klebt hier based tightly. Why not? You just said it wouldn't be difficult. Besides money, do you want to use something else to offset the cost? Like last time, using Eleanor's blood? Jesus turned his face to the side, staring at Vivian. What are you talking about? I mean, I can't accept this money. The guild owes you a huge favor. This is the least we can do for you. Vivian slumped her shoulders, letting out a long breath. So that's what he meant. Jesus crossed his arms tightly. You don't need to find another mage. I will handle it personally. Vivian looked around. I just need the ingredients of the medicine analyzed. As the guild leader, are you going to do it yourself? Jesus held up the medicine bottle. The medicine prescribed by Dr. Wan, capable of instantly restoring a dying person to health. I've never heard of such an absurd thing. Vivian looked straight at Jesus. That's why I brought it. Not to you. This is not just a suspicious drug, but intelligence capable of shaking high society and threatening Johannes's position. Jesus would soon realize this and sell the information to the nobles. Jesus stared at the medicine bottle, falling into a long silence. How long have you been taking this medicine, Miss Vivian? Vivian froze. What? Why ask this all of a sudden? I think you should temporarily stop taking the medicine. The magic symptoms in your body have already suppressed the condition. If you're worried, I can find you another doctor. Vivian averted her gaze. He's actually worried about me. Did he notice that there's a problem with this? Vivian smiled. No, I'm fine. Since our business is done, may I take my leave? Jesus lowered his eyes. Are you leaving already? Vivian walked towards the door. I'm here to try on my coming-of-age ceremony dress. Madam and Iris, that are still waiting for me. You must be busy too, so I won't disturb you. Vivian pushed open the heavy wooden door and looked back at Jesus. Remember to contact me. Goodbye. Why is she always in such a hurry? The one looking forward to this meeting. That wasn't just him. Madame Scally held up a piece of fabric. Miss Vivian, how about this one? Vivian stopped and stared at the fabric. It's beautiful. However, Vivian took a jewelry box out of her bag. I brought a necklace I intend to wear. Can you make the dress match its style? Madame Scally let out a gasp. Oh my goodness. Is this the engagement necklace that was sold at the auction for? Not an astronomical price? Iris leaned close to the necklace. Vivian, from this gift I can feel His Highness's deep love for you. Jesus turned his head, letting out a cold snort. What's so happy about picking out fabrics? He lowered his eyes, his purple pupils hidden in the shadows. A gift? 2 weeks passed in a flash. Many things had changed. Vivian received a reply from the Marchioness. To be the maid of honor at your coming-of-age ceremony. That is my honor. Because of my shyness, my husband conveyed my wish to you first. Hereby, I express my sincerest gratitude through this letter. Vivian held up the letter, the corners of her mouth turning up slightly. It seems she is very willing to accept my proposal. The Marchioness is helping out. Moreover, the coming-of-age ceremony is also a political event. I think the invitations should be yellow, not instead of gold. Is it because gold represents the imperial family? But I heard the imperial family never attends nobles' coming-of-age ceremonies. Besides, Vivian is His Highness Aslan's fiancée. We still need to send an invitation to the imperial family as a courtesy to report the guest list to the son of the empire. This is too complicated. Vivian, now what should we do about the guest list? Vivian rested her chin on her hand. I'll think about it and let you know. Celia, I never thought I would be on a first-name basis with a Marchioness. Life is truly unpredictable. But the biggest change was this. It concerned Dr. Wan's reputation. Over the past 15 days, the medicine officially took effect. Nobles who were originally bedridden returned to the political arena one after another. In social circles. Wan thus earned the title of a miracle doctor. Johannes was also highly praised for discovering this miracle doctor. Some people had already shown symptoms of addiction. I absolutely cannot let Celia take this garbage. Vivian turned sideways, blocking the line of sight of the two people in the distance, and quickly swapped the medicine bottles in her hand. Is something wrong? Vivian? What are you doing over there? Vivian turned her head and smiled. Nothing. I'm just touching on my makeup. Night fell. At Aslan's estate, Vivian stretched her arms and let out a long sigh. So tired. Vivian collapsed on a bench. Am I working too hard? Although the tuberculosis that hasn't worsened, it hasn't cured either. Heavy footsteps approached from afar. Vivian closed her eyes and turned her head. Is that Emma? I think I caught a cold. Can you give me some medicine? The other party didn't respond. Are you listening? Emma, you're too exhausted. Your body has reached its limit. Vivian snapped her eyes open, meeting a pair of deep eyes. Aslan, holding a tray. That looked down at her. You startled me. I brought the medicine. Aslan set the tray down. Why not rest for a few days? You've been too active lately. Vivian shrank her shoulders. The coming-of-age ceremony is right around the corner. I'm fine. No, you're not fine. Aslan leaned down. You just collapsed straight onto the sofa. Aslan reached out his palm and covered Vivian's forehead. It looks like that you don't have a fever. Collapsed? That's nonsense. I just sat down because my legs hurt. Aslan raised an eyebrow. Really? Let me see. Aslan reached out and grasped Vivian's ankle, gently lifting it. Aslan took off her shoe. It is indeed swollen. Does it hurt here or here? Vivian looked down. Although it feels comfortable, this is too embarrassing. Aslan's fingers climbed up, pressing against her calf muscles. Vivian suddenly pulled her legs back. She let out a gasp. Vivian? Aslan stopped his movements. Sorry, did I hurt you? Vivian shook her head. No, I was just startled. His hand just touched my calf. Aslan looked up, his eyes locked on Vivian's face. Vivian, do you need me to help you to bed? Vivian tilted her face up, her throat bobbing slightly. Aslan lowered his eyes, watching her reaction. Vivian averted her gaze. All right, I have something to discuss with you. But first, I'll go change my clothes. Aslan reached out and grabbed her wrist. Wait, you forgot something important. Vivian's eyes were filled with confusion. The medicine bottle and water cup swayed slightly. Vivian picked up the water cup, tilted her head back, and swallowed the pill, making a muffled sound in her throat. Aslan handed her the water cup. All right, drink it. Vivian tilted her head and downed it, her features scrunching up. It tastes awful. Does Celia have to drink this medicine every day? Aslan took something hard out of his pocket, pinching a brown cube between his fingertips. And this. Vivian froze in place, her lips slightly parted. A chocolate was popped into her mouth. Aslan pulled his hand back. I'll wait in the bedroom. Go change your clothes. Vivian sucked on the candy, feeling the sweetness spread on her tongue. Chocolate? Is he treating me like a child? Aslan watched her, the corners of his mouth turning up slightly. Vivian lowered her eyes, avoiding his gaze. Whatever. I must be too tired today. Vivian sat on the sofa, pinching the list with her fingers. I need to select the guests for the coming-of-age ceremony. The guest list is too long. It's really frustrating. Aslan turned his head, his gaze locked on her profile, not saying a word. Vivian shrank her neck. Why are you looking at me like that? Aslan lowered his eyes. I don't know if I can endure it until the wedding day. Vivian froze in place. Endure what? Is he angry because I took too long to change clothes? Vivian spread out the papers again. Let's begin. First is Marquis Bastion. You've been in frequent contact with him lately, right? Aslan nodded. The Marquis helped me handle the situation in the north. It has been successfully resolved now. This is also thanks to you. Vivian smiled. So this is the token of gratitude he mentioned. I didn't do anything, but I'm glad to hear the news. Vivian put down a list. These are for the guests on your side. Please send someone to deliver them to the Eleonora estate tomorrow. Vivian glanced sideways, staring at the last letter on the table. The last one is the invitation to the imperial family. Aslan fell silent, shadows covering half of his face. Don't mind me. Send it out. Vivian gripped the envelope tightly. Are you sure? Your relationship with the imperial family, but isn't exactly. If we don't pay respects to the son of the empire, you, as the main character of the celebration, will be put in a difficult position. I don't want that. Besides, that the imperial family usually doesn't attend such events. There's no need to be so guarded. Vivian lowered her head. Will Johannes really not show up? I highly doubt it. In the novel, Johannes showed up uninvited at the female lead's coming-of-age ceremony, right in front of Aslan. I must not let my guard down. Vivian clenched her fingers. What the female lead experienced is repeating itself on me. Bothersome things. Though why are there so many of them? Aslan softly approached Vivian. Aslan reached out, wrapping his arms around her and pulling her into his embrace. Sorry, I've caused you stress. Seeing you in pain, I don't know what to do. Vivian widened her eyes. It's not that serious. You keep asking about my guests. You must have people you want to invite too, right? Other than family and Celia, I don't have anyone I want to invite. Vivian lowered her head. I can't even remember who I am. Every time I try to recall my true self, my head splits with pain. A chill spread down her spine. Aslan lowered his eyes. Yes, I understand. The curtains swayed in the night. Moonlight spilled into the room. The list lay quietly on the desk. Vivian was lying on the edge of the bed, her eyes tightly closed, her breathing steady. Aslan leaned over, watching her sleeping face. She keeps saying it's fine, yet she's constantly tormented by rumors and gossip. To avoid being criticized, she has to make the preparations flawless. Even, so, she still has the energy to worry about me. Aslan's fingertips touched her cheek. This is indeed her style. Even with a cold exterior, no matter where she is, she always prioritizes others, even at the cost of burying her own pain. That was the moment I first saw her. I had desperately suppressed my longing for her, but I couldn't give up. I want to be the one who stays by her side. Aslan leaned down. No, I will protect her, to make up for the years of neglect. At this once-in-a-lifetime coming-of-age ceremony, I will make you the happiest person in the world. As your fiancé, I will stand proudly by your side. Aslan's pupils contracted. He clutched his chest and suddenly bent over. This tearing pain. Ever since the hunting incident, the curse has been very quiet. Could it be acting up recently? Vivian shifted her body, making a vague murmur. Aslan, stop trembling. It's really strange. I'm no longer as afraid of the curse as I used to be. Is it because you are always by my side? Aslan lay down beside the bed, pulling Vivian into his arms. That's right. Whether it's the curse or the imperial family, no one will take you away from me. I can deal with anything, no matter what stands in the way. Not as long as you stay by my side. Since that day, Aslan took over the coming-of-age ceremony. Out of concern for Vivian's health, he personally supervised all preparation details. Aslan directed the servants, checking every procedure. The celebration preparations progressed smoothly. 15 days passed in the blink of an eye. Her 18th birthday arrived as scheduled. The castle stood solemnly in the morning light. The coming-of-age ceremony began. Oh my goodness. You are so beautiful. Simply the most perfect star of the celebration. Vivian lowered her eyes, folding her hands in front of her. Really? I feel a bit embarrassed. When you put on that magical dress later, you'll love it even more. You'll wear that one to the banquet, right? Vivian nodded in confirmation. Yes, Madame Scali. That said, she would have it ready before then. I really want to see Madame's masterpiece soon. A knock came from outside the door. Vivian, may I come in? Iris turned her head. Is that the second prince? Celia suddenly paused. Wait, Iris, did you just say the second prince? Celia stood up, pulling Iris along. If that's the case, Vivian will take our leave first. Have a pleasant time with His Highness. Vivian reached out. Wait, where are you going? Vivian slumped her shoulders. Does Aslan really have to keep an eye on me, even on a day like this? Iris and the others all ran away. Aslan pushed the door open and entered, standing silently by the door. Vivian turned her head. He's just staring at me. I completely can't guess what he's thinking. I need to find a topic. Although it'll be time to dance soon, I haven't practiced in so long. I don't know if I can still dance well. I wouldn't want to step on my partner's toes. Vivian let out a dry laugh, trying to ease the stiff atmosphere. Aslan watched her. Dance? In that case, why not practice with your partner right now, Vivian? Vivian froze in place. What? Aslan reached out his hand. Would you give me the honor? Thought of having your beauty all to myself? Aslan and I are dance partners. Why? This is completely different from before. In the past, every requested dance was coldly rejected by him. I thought he would find someone else this time, too. Aslan lowered his eyes. Sorry, I was not too dense before. After all the pain you've been through, I don't want to make you sad anymore. Vivian fell deep in thought. The coming-of-age ceremony is a perfect opportunity to showcase political influence. If an engaged couple doesn't dance together in front of everyone, it would indeed seem a bit strange. Aslan is probably worried about this, right? Vivian extended her hand, her fingertips resting on his palm. It's fine. Lead the way, Aslan. Aslan wrapped his arm around her waist. He pulled her into his embrace. Vivian stepped to the rhythm. Her body moved automatically. Just like swordsmanship, the dancing skills were also. That transferred to me. Aslan looked down, gazing at Vivian. You are very beautiful today. Vivian tilted her face up. Thank you. You're very handsome too, Aslan. Vivian looked out at the sunlight through the window. Even the weather is perfect. I hope everything goes smoothly. Let's not waste our efforts. The guests entered the Blackford estate, looking around. So this is the rumored estate. It was open to the public for the first time just for Vivian's coming-of-age ceremony. The guests looked up. The crystal chandeliers refracted light. Those are crystals from the eastern continent. The ceilings and walls are all Mediterranean marble. Noble women leaned close to Vivian, whispering their praises. All of this is for your coming-of-age ceremony. The second prince must love you deeply. Vivian turned her face and smiled. Yes. Aslan, I let you handle the preparations, yet you made it 5 times more extravagant than I asked for. Aslan, holding documents, I made it slightly more extravagant than originally planned. You don't mind, do you, Vivian? In his eyes, this is considered. That's slightly extravagant? A woman waved her folding fan and let out a sneer. Deep love? What a joke. Why would the second prince be so good to his dying fiancée? That's because once she dies, he can inherit. Got a massive inheritance. The woman covered her face and giggled. That noble second prince is acting just like a merchant now. Vivian turned her head. I can hear you talking. These women used to be Vivian's friends before she reincarnated. High heels clicked against the floor. They were walking towards her. The 2 women walked through the crowd and raised their glasses. Happy birthday, Vivian. Long time no see. Vivian nodded in acknowledgement. I know. How have you been lately? I've been too busy to contact you. A woman grabbed Vivian's arm. Even if we don't keep in touch often, it shouldn't affect our friendship. The woman let out a laugh. Oh, right. The capital is full of rumors about you. Vivian narrowed her eyes. Is that so? Just like in the diary. But they always say thorny things to intentionally hurt Vivian's feelings, and then act innocent when she gets angry. Vivian remained silent. The best way to deal with these kinds of people is to ignore them. Vivian curled her lips. I didn't know you were so interested in me. I am truly flattered. Vivian turned around. I hope you enjoy the party. The 2 women froze in place, watching her walk away. A woman stared at Vivian's back. Did she just ignore us? A dying person that dares to be so arrogant. The woman raised her voice. Vivian, His Highness has been very good to you lately, hasn't he? Of course he has. As long as he flatters you for the rest of your days, all the inheritance will go to him. His Highness is truly cruel. Only now is he willing to fulfill his duties as a fiancé. Vivian turned her head, her eyes turning cold. This has crossed the line. Should I kick them out? The 2 women looked pale, hiding behind their folding fans. What's going on? Why didn't she fly into a rage like she usually does? What's wrong, Vivian? Aslan stepped forward, stopping behind Vivian and placing his hand on her shoulder. Vivian reigned in her coldness. Nothing. Just catching up with acquaintances. Aslan looked down at her, but watching from afar, you seemed very unhappy. Vivian turned her face away. That must be your imagination. Vivian raised her chin. In this place, who would dare to provoke me? The 2 women turned pale. Let's go. Something doesn't feel right. Vivian crossed her arms. If you're going to run away with your tail between your legs, you shouldn't have provoked me in the first place. Aslan stood closely behind her, his gaze gloomy. He's guarding here probably because he's afraid I'll reveal the secret of the curse. I'm not that crazy. Aslan lowered his eyes. Sorry, Vivian. It seems I invited the wrong people. Vivian froze. What? Vivian waved her hand. It's fine. I don't mind. I'm more used to this kind of scene than you think. They've learned their lesson and will now quietly enjoy the party. Inside the hall, voices buzzed. Guests whispered to each other, and murmurs of discussion rose and fell. However, why did the banquet hall suddenly get so noisy? Aslan scanned the hall, his eyes dark. No, I think those women aren't the only variables. Leather shoes stepped on the red carpet, making heavy sounds. The footsteps stopped in front of the two. Long time no see, Aslan. And Miss Vivian. Johannes held out a bouquet with elegant movements. What do you think, Miss Vivian? Do you like the surprise gift I brought? So you came to crash the party after all, Johannes. Vivian took the bouquet and bowed her head in thanks. Thank you, Your Highness. I will treasure this gift carefully. Aslan reached out, grabbing Vivian's waist and sharply pulling her towards him. Vivian, isn't it time for the first dance? Everyone is waiting for the star of tonight. Johannes narrowed his eyes, letting out a soft chuckle. Don't be so tense, my brother. You're making her uncomfortable. Johannes stepped forward, supporting the back of Vivian's hand. You should be gentler when treating a lady. Miss Vivian, would you care to dance with me? Aslan clenched his teeth, glaring fiercely at the hand touching her. The guests whispered among themselves. His Highness the Crown Prince is inviting her to dance. Shouldn't the first dance be reserved for her fiancé? It's tradition. A woman waved her folding fan, lowering her voice. The Grand Duke has always rejected her. He really has no reason to stand up and object. Vivian lowered her eyes. Johannes' actions are exactly as I expected. He wants to publicly humiliate Aslan by inviting me to dance. That just as he did with the female lead in the novel. If it were the original owner, she would definitely take the bait to take revenge for Aslan's coldness. But I am not her. I will never let Johannes succeed. Aslan loosened his grip and spoke in a low voice. Go, Vivian. Vivian froze in place. What did you say? Aslan stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Vivian and locking her tightly in his embrace. Don't go. I know I have no right to say this, having failed to fulfill my duties as a fiancé until now. But I don't want you to go. Vivian held her breath, remaining silent. Johannes looked at the embracing couple and let out a sneer. You're too selfish, Aslan. Saying this only now. But it's already too late. Johannes extended his hand again. Don't you agree? Miss Vivian? Vivian averted her gaze. Your Highness is truly considerate to care about the feelings of someone like me. As expected of the Emperor's eldest son, you introduced a doctor to me and helped me a lot. Yet now, you're put in a difficult position because of this misunderstanding. Johannes stared at Vivian, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Misunderstanding? Vivian stepped forward, her high heels clicking on the ground. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Johannes remained silent. Since this is your stance, I have nothing to say. Johannes turned and walked deep into the hall. Vivian stood still. Aslan, I'm not going anywhere. Didn't you just say that you wanted my whole being to belong to you today? Then let's show everyone the results of our practice. Aslan closed his eyes. All right, Vivian. The two stood in the center of the hall. The lights converged on their attire. The surrounding guests stopped their whispering. The banquet is about to start. Has the dress been delivered, Emma? Made Emma follow behind. Yes, the staff is already waiting in the room. As you instructed, no attendants have been near that dress. Vivian nodded slightly. Very well. Before it's revealed at the party, it shouldn't be seen by anyone. Vivian clutched her chest and let out a violent cough. Emma, can you give me some cough medicine? My chest feels a bit tight. Emma turned and headed for the door. I'll go right away, miss. Vivian watched Emma leave. I am sorry, Emma. I must see Jesus alone. After entrusting Jesus to analyze one's medicine, he quickly discovered the trick. Jesus handed over a porcelain bottle, his gaze steady. Drink it now. Throw away all the medicine that doctor prescribed. Vivian took the porcelain bottle, tilted her head back, and downed the potion. Actually, I never took one's medicine at all. Jesus watched her. Good. What do you plan to do next? Vivian gripped the empty bottle, falling into thought. Jesus, can you mass-produce this antidote? Mass-produce it? That's not a problem. But are you going to use it elsewhere? Yes. I need to keep that doctor's secret for now, and then at the right time, completely. Expose everything. The antidote will come in handy later. That quack will lose everything. The powerful nobles will have to kneel at your feet and beg to buy the medicine. Vivian turned her head and smiled. We can watch the show and make a profit at the same time. What do you think? Jesus gazed into her eyes. Such an idea is truly impressive. You never disappoint me. As you command. Vivian pushed open the heavy wooden door. Vivian stopped and looked around. Why is it so dark in here? Jesus stood in the shadows. You're finally here, Miss Vivian. Vivian looked at Jesus. Jesus, why did you turn off all the lights? Vivian widened her eyes, her gaze falling on him. Why are you dressed so formally? Jesus let out a long sigh. Madame Scally kept urging me to change into this. She said wearing a robe to a coming-of-age ceremony is too disrespectful. To prove that I understand etiquette, I had to wear it. Vivian clasped her hands together, looking at the man in front of her. Jesus, you look truly magnificent. Jesus turned his face away. His eyes hesitant. What? Vivian smiled. I mean, Madame Scally has really good taste. Jesus looked down at his sleeves. I agree. Today is an important day. Vivian restrained her smile. That's right. Today is the day to execute the plan. Juan's reputation is much louder than it was a month ago. If I expose the truth at a banquet filled with nobles, that the impact will be extraordinary. Jesus stepped towards Vivian. Do you just need me to provide a little bit of help? Vivian nodded slightly. Exactly. Jesus lowered his eyes. This is the final chapter. I can't wait, Jesus. Reaching into his pocket, he fumbled around. By the way, Miss Vivian, he said, today is an important day, and not just because of that plan. Vivian blinked. What? Jesus stopped his movements. Could you come a little closer? I have something to say to you. Vivian stepped forward. Did you want to whisper in her ear? There were only the two of them in the room. The coming-of-age ceremony was full of magic tools everywhere, so she didn't have to worry about magic fluctuations being detected. Jesus leaned down, the corners of his mouth turning up slightly. Jesus opened the jewelry box in his hand. The latch made a crisp sound, revealing a gem-inlaid bracelet inside. Jesus handed the box to Vivian. Happy birthday, Miss Vivian. Vivian stared at the jewelry box. A topaz bracelet. Jesus, what is this? A flash of light swept across the hall, and his figure disappeared from the spot. He was gone. She thought he had something to say, but he only left this gift behind. Vivian lowered her eyes, a smile appearing on her lips. To play a prank on a day like this, what a troublemaker. Vivian walked to the window and gazed at the dress on the rack. That's right, the final chapter Jesus mentioned had finally arrived. Vivian reached out to stroke the lace, her fingertips gliding across the fabric. Just you wait, Johannes. I will bring the whole truth to light. The banquet hall was bustling with voices as guests mingled and walked across the red carpet. The atmosphere is really nice. This is the standard the Eleonora family should have. The banquet is about to start. I can't wait. Vivian stood at the edge of the terrace, holding the stone railing and looking down. Then, she stepped down the stairs. Thank you all for waiting. Aslan, who was conversing with the guests, heard the voice and turned around. His gaze froze straight ahead. Vivian. Vivian appeared at the end of the stairs, her long dress trailing on the red carpet. She was smiling at the crowd. A guest put down his wine glass. My goodness, she is absolutely beautiful. Look at that dress, it's actually glowing. Miss Vivian's beauty is even more superior. I'm truly amazed. Vivian turned her head, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. An attendant held out a paper packet. Miss, I think you dropped this packet of medicine. A woman suddenly reached out and snatched it. Get to me quickly. I can't go a single day without this. Aslan murmured softly. Vivian, that dress. Vivian lifted the hem of her skirt. It's a magic dress. I prepared it specifically for this occasion. Do I look terrible in it? Aslan hurriedly shook his head. No, of course not. Aslan cupped her cheeks. You're the most beautiful person I have ever seen in my life. A guest exclaimed, Your Highness, you're truly a lucky man to have such an outstanding fiancé. Johannes stood in the distance, watching their backs. Indeed, I cannot take my eyes off her beauty. Johannes stared straight ahead. She is simply too perfect for Aslan. The sound of a heavy object crashing tore through the air, accompanied by a loud thud. A corner of the hall fell into chaos. What happened? What's going on? A female guest covered her mouth, her body trembling violently as she let out a muffled, retching sound. Vomit splattered on the ground. She collapsed at the edge of the red carpet. Help! Someone fainted. The crowd began to commotion, and whispers arose from all sides. Does she have a chronic illness? Or is the food poisoned? Aslan shielded Vivian, frowning as he looked toward the center of the disturbance. What exactly happened? An attendant ran through the crowd to report. A guest suddenly vomited and collapsed on the floor, losing consciousness. It seems to be drug poisoning. Impossible. Another woman pointed at the medicine packet on the ground. My friend has always been very healthy. She only takes Dr. Wan's tonic. We should check the food here. Vivian stepped forward. There is absolutely no problem with the food. I personally supervised all the food and drinks for the guests today. I am not doubting. The doctor recommended by His Highness the Crown Prince. The hall fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. A female guest lowered her voice. My friend also said before that the side effects were severe after taking that medicine. I told everyone, but no one believed me. Whispers spread through the crowd. Of course there wouldn't be a problem. How could the royal doctor's medicine be harmful? Aslan stepped forward. Let me see. Aslan opened his palm, crushing a biscuit with his fingertips and mixing it with the powder from the medicine packet. An attendant looked troubled. Your Highness, what are you going to do? Aslan walked toward the terrace. If this medicine is harmless to humans, it should be the same for animals. Aslan leaned over and waved to lure a sparrow on the stone railing. Feed it to this bird, and we will know. The sparrow lowered its head and pecked at the crumbs. Its beak tapped rapidly against the stone ledge. Johannes stood in the back, his shoulders suddenly trembling. This is not a good idea. No, the sparrow suddenly flapped its wings violently. Why is it moving so strangely? The bird's claws began to wobble, unable to grip the stone edge. Its body's center of gravity tilted to one side, sliding past the corner of Aslan's clothes and fell heavily onto the red carpet, completely losing its life. That bird is dead. A low murmur erupted from the crowd. What on earth happened? Vivian, you have been taking this medicine, right? Aslan clenched his fists, his whole body trembling. Aslan gritted his teeth. This is exactly the same as what you were taking last month. Damn it, I actually fed it to you with my own hands like an idiot. Aslan suddenly turned around, taking large strides toward Johannes, and reached out to tightly grab his collar. Aslan stared dead into his face. Is this your goal? I'm asking you a question. Johannes, an attendant rushed forward. Your Highness, please stop. Let go of me. Vivian watched the chaotic situation, which was heading in the wrong direction. Although the issue with the medicine was exposed, the noble's attention was all focused on Aslan. Vivian lowered her eyes and let out a soft sigh. Since that was the case, she could only use that trick again. Vivian clutched her chest and began to cough violently, her body swaying as if about to fall. Aslan let go of his hand. Vivian. Aslan rushed forward. What's wrong, Vivian? Is the medicine making you uncomfortable? Vivian shook her head weakly. No, but Aslan, His Highness the Crown Prince, didn't do anything wrong. He only recommended Dr. Juan out of concern for my health. Aslan pulled her into his arms. But Vivian, the one who appointed Juan as the royal doctor, was none other than Johannes. Low murmurs spread all around. Did the Crown Prince know about this? There's a problem with Dr. Juan's medicine. No matter what, he cannot escape the blame. Johannes turned to the captain of the guard and issued the order to arrest Juan. Catch him before he escapes. Yes, Your Highness. Aslan turned his head and whispered to his aide. Dylan, follow those knights. Ensure the evidence is perfectly secured. Yes, Your Highness. Johannes walked briskly to the center of the hall, standing on the red carpet and looking around at the crowd. Please calm down, everyone. There is no need to panic. I promise to thoroughly investigate this matter. Aslan stopped behind Johannes. So, put away your act. Johannes turned around abruptly. What? Aslan stepped forward. Weren't you the one who recommended Juan to be the royal doctor? Is it not enough that you oppose me at every turn? Are you now targeting my fiancée as well? Answer me, Johannes. Aslan roared furiously, his eyes flashing with golden light. Answer me. Figures shifted in the hall, and whispers rose and fell. Please maintain the proper respect for His Highness the Crown Prince. But I think the second prince makes sense. Do you not trust Crown Prince Johannes? But it is a fact that the second prince and Miss Vivian were harmed. Vivian looked around. This was even more serious than the plot in the novel. His medicine was very famous. Even healthy people were taking it. Vivian stopped her movements and stared at a silhouette in the distance. That person looked very familiar. Eye of truth. It must be him. Thank you, Jesus. Vivian lowered her wrist, the metal bracelet making a crisp sound. The sapphire swayed in the light. Jesus tilted his hand slightly, the corners of his mouth turning up. You're welcome. This matter concerns the reputation of the imperial family and must be handled with caution. A strange man nodded in agreement. Indeed, why not hand it over to the Minerva court for a ruling? It just so happens that we have the most suitable candidate right here. Everyone looked at Marquis Bastian. I don't think we should rush to make a decision right now. The Marquis replied calmly. The Bastian family had held the empire's judicial power for generations. The strange man looked at him and expressed his agreement. I agree. You have the authority to rule on this matter. Vivian stared straight ahead. He was holding off for now, but he would never pass up the chance to personally exact revenge because he believed that Celia was also a victim of Juan's fake medicine. No matter how much pressure Johannes exerted, he would not back down. No one was more suited to lead this investigation. Everything was progressing smoothly, except for my fiancé. Right now, he's like a powder keg ready to explode at any moment. Are you alright? You look terrible. Aslan turned his head abruptly. It's clearly you who are more. Vivian grabbed his arm. Let's go. Let's get some fresh air outside. Aslan remained silent, letting her lead him away. The two walked through the corridor. I'm sorry, Vivian. Aslan covered his forehead. I didn't know you'd been taking that terrible medicine all this time. Vivian reached out and gently touched his arm. It's okay. Black mist rose between the pillars, growing thicker. In the past, as long as she comforted him, it would subside, but this time it was completely different. Why? Aslan lowered his head, his voice deep. Aren't you angry? Vivian stood frozen in place, her eyes wide. What? Aslan leaned forward, gripping her shoulders with both hands. Can't you see what Johannes did to you? That medicine has been eating away at your body for 2 whole months. Just thinking about it drives me crazy. Aslan stumbled backward and retreated, releasing his tight grip. I'm sorry, I forgot that you were the one in the most pain right now. The coming-of-age ceremony you painstakingly prepared was also ruined. Vivian watched him. The magic fluctuations were becoming more and more unstable. She had to calm him down. It's not like that. The celebration was a great success. Aslan raised his head. What? Vivian leaned close to his face, revealing a smile. You danced with me in front of everyone. You don't know how happy I was. Aslan stood stunned on the spot. Just because of that, you're satisfied? Vivian allowed a soft laugh. Of course. My birthday isn't over yet. How about we go to my bedroom now? Vivian wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her cheek against his chest. I want to dance with you. Right here, or anywhere where it's just the two of us. Aslan's body stiffened. Bedroom. Even if it's not there. As long as we can be alone. A blush appeared on Aslan's face. Damn it. Vivian held his hand. Let's go. A change of scenery should help him calm down. So far, the effect seems good. Vivian stopped in her tracks and looked ahead. Is that Emma? Emma stood at the end of the corridor, her hands tightly clasped and her brows furrowed. Why did she look so anxious? Vivian called out softly, Emma. Emma turned her head abruptly, her face pale. My lady, why are you here? Vivian stopped walking. I was just about to go do something with Aslan. How strange. What are you hiding behind your back? Emma took a step back. Please don't come any closer. Emma, I will explain everything clearly to the master. Aslan frowned. Diego, even you are here. What on earth happened? A boy peeked out from behind Emma, his black hair covering his forehead and his pupils showing beast-like gold. Vivian held her breath. A boy, short black hair, sharp, beast-like golden pupils. Who is this child? He looks too much like Aslan. The strange boy stood in the center of the hall, his hands folded in front of him. I'm so glad to finally meet you. The boy's lips trembled, his gaze locked on Aslan. Father. Aslan turned his head abruptly, his pupils trembling in his eyes. What? Vivian stood frozen, her lips half-parted. Father? Aslan stared at Diego. What's he talking about, Diego? Diego slightly lowered his head, avoiding his gaze. This child is named Reuben. He claims to be your illegitimate son. Reuben rummaged in his clothes and pulled out a round metal object. Please look at this. This is a relic left by my mother. Aslan stared at the golden button. Diego took a step forward. We have examined it carefully. It is exactly the same as the buttons on your clothes. Aslan let out a furious roar. Are you all crazy? This is absolutely impossible. Aslan's pupils suddenly contracted, his gaze sweeping to the side. Vivian, why are you so quiet? Aslan walked toward Vivian. Vivian, this is a misunderstanding. Aslan extended his right hand. Please believe me, I am innocent. Vivian swung her arm, her palm striking his hand away. Aslan turned his head, his right hand suspended in midair. Vivian lowered her eyes, the corners of her mouth turning up slightly. What an unforgettable coming-of-age ceremony. Sunlight shone on Aslan's estate. Stone spires stood tall under the blue sky. Diego bowed respectfully and exited the room. Then I shall take my leave, master. Diego stopped in his tracks and peeked inside through the crack in the door. He was still pacing by the window. Diego had served as the head butler of Blackford for over 10 years and had never seen anything like this. To think the master was accused of unfaithfulness. It had been 3 days since Vivian left. Everything from that day was still vivid in his mind. It truly was an unforgettable coming-of-age ceremony. Miss Vivian, the master would never betray you. Please listen to my explanation. Vivian turned her face away. I'm sorry. I'm a little confused right now. Take that boy to another room. Be gentle with him. I want to be alone. Aslan stepped forward. Vivian, wait. You must believe me. I don't have an illegitimate son. An illegitimate son? What did I just hear? Johannes walked in briskly. I originally wanted to sneakily give you a birthday present. Did the Grand Duke betray you, Vivian? Vivian remained silent, lowering her head to avoid their gazes. Vivian, we should go back and talk about this. Aslan stepped forward. Wait, Duke of Eleonora. Johannes let out a furious roar. Stay away from my sister. If you dare touch her, the engagement will be annulled right here and now. Johannes took Vivian's hand and walked toward the hall exit. Let's go. I never liked this guy from the start. The coming-of-age ceremony came to a close in chaos. The rift between the two of them could no longer be mended. What should we do, master? Aslan held onto the window frame, his fingertips pressed against the glass. Dylan stood in the center of the study. Your Highness, this won't solve any problems. You should prove your innocence to Miss Vivian. Do you plan to keep that boy named Reuben locked up forever? Aslan lowered his eyes. Shut up, Dylan. There is no need to rush the investigation. He's a fake. Dylan frowned. Of course I know that. It's absolutely impossible for you to have an illegitimate son. When you came to Blackford a few years ago, you handled everything alone and even refused to let me accompany you. Dylan raised his voice. But we must find out who is behind this and what their purpose is, at least for Miss Vivian's sake. Aslan lowered his eyes. Who did it? I know who it is. That boy has lingering demonic energy on him. It's sickening. The magic tools at the celebration interfered with my perception, but the next day, that feeling became stronger. Someone wants to hurt me by attacking Vivian. The only person who would do such a thing is Johannes. That BAS. Aslan's body trembled abruptly. He bent over and clutched his forehead, letting out a muffled groan. Dylan reached out to support his shoulder. Your Highness. Aslan gritted his teeth, black aura seeping through his fingers. I'm about to lose control over the demonic energy in my body. Dylan withdrew his hand. Please do not overexert yourself. We will thoroughly investigate that boy. Please give the order. Aslan covered half his face, exhaustion showing through his fingers. But even if I prove my innocence now, what's the use? Am I supposed to go and beg Vivian to come back? Just because I didn't do anything wrong? If Vivian stays by my side, she will get hurt. Perhaps letting go is the better choice. No, I can't do it. Even if you turn and walk away, I only want to imprison you, so you can never look at anyone else again. Aslan's body swayed violently, black mist entangling his entire body. Your Highness, please hold on. Despicable and primal desires cannot be blamed on the curse. This is who I am. The Eleonora estate bathed in sunlight, its white exterior walls reflecting the light. Vivian drew a short sword, the blade slicing through the air with a crisp metallic sound. This short sword, this was what Aslan bought for me at the market a few months ago. Aslan, wearing a dark cloak, played with the short sword in his hands. If anyone bothers you, just stab them to death with this. I'll handle the aftermath. Vivian gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, the blade refracting a cold light onto the lamp. At the time, I just laughed it off, but now, can I accept that offer? What am I doing? I never expected Aslan to be the perfect fiancé. Whether that boy is his own flesh and blood or not, it's not important to me. Then, why do I still feel so terrible? That boy's face lingers in my mind. He looks too much like Aslan. This resemblance is so precise that it's unsettling. The timing of his appearance was too strange. If he really wanted to be acknowledged, why did he choose to appear at that moment? If he were Aslan's child, he should have appeared on another day, not at my coming-of-age ceremony. After all, I'm going to become his stepmother. Vivian abruptly stopped her train of thought. Why am I thinking like this? What does a child that age know? Vivian pushed back her chair and stood up. Forget it. I need to take a walk to calm down. Let's go for a walk in the estate's garden. I haven't been there in a long time. Vivian walked through the bushes, the leaves rustling. I made Johannes lose face and exposed one's long-planned scheme. It was a success. I really should rest for a bit. At least for now, I can escape Aslan's surveillance. Vivian opened her arms and stepped into the sun-dappled woods. I thought everything was already over until history repeated itself right in front of me. A giant bee's claw stepped onto the grass, crushing the tender stems. Deep within the grass, a pair of yellow eyes emerged. The beast crouched in the shadows, watching Vivian's back. A black lion walked out from the bushes and stepped onto the lawn, blocking her path. Vivian stopped in her tracks, staring at the giant beast in front of her. This black lion, have I seen it somewhere before? Oh no, I remember now.